There is a war in the kingdom of spirits. An army of monsters is advancing. There are countless of them. Their leader is a huge red-skinned demon with wings, fangs, huge sharp horns, and silver hair. He soared into the air on his giant wings, his tail covered in spikes, and in his hand he held a menacing staff. The demon let out a threatening roar and shouted that mid-rank spirits would never touch him. Suddenly, a huge red lion with blood-red marks on his face attacked him from behind. With lightning speed, he flew at the demon and with his sharp fangs bit into his hand with all his might, tearing it off along with his wing. At the sight of their wounded leader, all the other monsters were horrified. Before that, no one could harm him. Leo was joined by a bird of incredible size, which soared into the air and struck the monsters with lightning. With just one flap of her wings, many demons were burned, struck by a powerful blow. A huge white dragon appeared in the sky, with a young man standing on its head, holding onto its horns. He was surprised, because he asked his partners to wait for his appearance first. The guy noticed that the demons were more desperate than usual, because he was in the last dungeon, which means his role here had come to an end. Our hero realized it was time to finish, so he thanked his friends and called on his weapon. He grabbed his huge glowing sword in his right hand and raised it to strike. The guy stood very firmly on his dragon's head, casting special spells on his legs. He pushed with force from the mythical animal and headed down like a stone. The landing was so powerful that the entire earth bent under his feet. Our hero boldly looked at his opponents, because his closest associates fought behind him. Having finally defeated the last of the remaining demons, the guy found himself in front of a huge door. The dragon told him that since the entire spirit realm was beyond the threshold, now dungeons connected with the demon realm should not appear here. To which the guy suggested that it would be easier for him to go straight to the world of demons and seal the entrance from there in order to be sure that no one would come beyond the borders again. However, the dragon replied that divine beasts and spirits are different from people. They are weakened by demonic energy, so it is quite problematic for them to enter their realm. Only after this, our hero realized that he could not go further, so he thanked his friends. Finally, his long journey came to an end, with magical fairies flying around happily. The guy spent his last 10 years in this world, so he remembered how everything was in the beginning. The most ordinary day, when nothing foreshadowed trouble, he suddenly disappeared from his world. The last thing he remembered was his beloved mother, who saw him off in the morning with a smile on her face. His mother's birthday was coming soon. He was 25 years old then. He was everything to her. Due to the invasion of the demon kingdom, this world was polluted, so it needed a person who would not be affected by magical energy, so the guy was summoned, which made him very angry. However, after a huge amount of time spent in this world with his friends, the guy accepted him. Now it was time for the friends to say goodbye. They were very grateful to the man for his help. So the dragon pulled its paw forward and summoned a magical object. He said that the human world could use the seed of the tree of peace. It was a worthy gift. The guy promised to raise it as soon as he returned, but for now he hid it. He went through many hard times. He was often lonely. Now it's time to leave this place. The guy returned to his friends, waved to them with a smile on his face, and thanked them for everything. The huge, menacing lion was crying loudly because he had to say goodbye to his loved one. Our hero was embarrassed by this reaction, so he asked the animal not to cry because his tears could cause a whole river to appear. Not only were his friends sad, the guy also didn't know if he could get used to his new life. Will he have enough of a small restaurant where he will be a hero hiding his strength? A green light appeared in the sky above our guy's head and began to slowly descend towards him. Until this moment, he had behaved well, but still could not hold back his tears and hoped that all his friends would be happy. And the green light descended lower and lower, slowly absorbing the guy until it disappeared completely. The great dragon raised his muzzle and touched for the last time the place where his friend had just stood. In the modern world, a fault warning was sounded over the entire area so loudly that everyone could hear it. People were notified that a fissure had appeared in the vicinity, from which a demonic dragon of black flame was about to emerge, which forced people to scatter in different directions. While I was running away from danger alone, military armored trucks arrived in the thick of things. A young man in an elegant suit and long hair tied in a ponytail raised his head and looked at the sky. He commanded the nearest military that they needed to contain the demon as much as possible until the rest of the military arrived, because the rift was very large. The man raised his hand to the radio and commanded someone that his team was in position. All the military understood that this was one of the largest faults that had ever been seen. They were all in their places when it began to explode. Our hero appeared in the middle of the sky of Seoul, with the words that the spatial teleport is worse than the realm of consciousness. Only after that, the guy looked around and was surprised that the entire city below him was in ruins. Right in front of our hero, there was a huge rift that was about to burst. What happened literally a moment later, a huge green bloodthirsty monster emerged from it. But our hero was an unusual guy, so he gathered his strength into a fist, intending to hit the monster. The guy was very surprised that he was unable to collect even half of his usual amount of mana. But even this strength was enough for him, so the hero fell on the monster's head. There was a huge explosion in the sky, which immediately attracted the attention of all people. The long-haired commander-in-chief turned around in shock at the sound, trying to understand what had just happened. The hero was still in the sky and was amazed that his strength was enough to handle the black flame dragon. Suddenly, some kind of notification appeared in front of the guy saying that there was a system error. The guardian god is trying to call him to find out who he is. The hero was clearly surprised by this turn of events, because this had never happened to him before. Our guy thought it was someone trying to take him away again. He may have been weak before, but now he is a completely different person. The guy simply pulled his hand up and tore the mark from the heavenly canvas. He squeezed the magic letters in his palm with all his might. This turned out to be enough to completely destroy him, and the hero himself could hurry home. The gathered people looked at the sky and could not understand why the black flame dragon and the rift suddenly disappeared. Neither the military nor the main commander had ever heard of a rift simply disappearing before. Our hero lay on the grass and tried to tell the world that he was about to die of hunger. Kostya rolled on the ground from side to side and shouted that it was truly absurd to starve the savior of the world. And he answered him that spirits do not need food or other life-sustaining substances. The guy tried to argue for some more time, but realized that it was useless, so he abruptly jumped to his feet. He screamed that this was why he needed to stop doing this for his own survival. He could not survive on fruits and vegetables alone. The guy demanded meat, so he ran off in search of him, leaving the great dragon alone. Kostya's mother stood and listened to the fact that in a couple of months the building would be demolished, so she needed to find a new place and prepare for eviction. The man tried to explain this to the woman, but she did not want to listen to him and turned away. He was very tired of these constant persuasions, because this area is a fault zone and it is very dangerous here. The compensation is very decent, so he was not interested in how anyone could refuse such a thing. But the woman did not pay attention to his words and offered to eat something before leaving. She packed the container and talked about how she didn't care about money. Her son disappeared 10 years ago, so she must wait here for him. The man was amazed by what he heard and did not know what to answer, so he stood silently. He sat at the table and watched as the woman prepared food for him. The man said that the police must find her son, and the woman could not do this on her own. These words made our hero's mother very angry. She turned towards the visitor in anger. The woman suddenly froze, opened her eyes in surprise, and could not say anything. It was at this very moment that the doors to her restaurant opened, and someone she had not seen for a very long time appeared in the doorway. Our hero returned home after a long journey and stood on the threshold with tears in his eyes. The woman was still in shock from what she saw. She could not say a word. She only slowly backed away. Suddenly, the strength left her legs, and mother slowly began to sink to the floor. After some time, evening came in the city and it became dark outside. The owner came to the door of the restaurant and hung a sign saying it was closed for the day. At this time, our hero was sitting at the table and felt embarrassed and joyful. He looked straight ahead and could not believe that his mother was here. The woman was very glad to return, but could not hold back her tears. She slowly extended her wrinkled hands towards the young guy and wrapped them around his palm. The guy was very happy about this manifestation of feelings, because he had not held his mother's hand for a very long time. As soon as he grew up, he tried not to do it because he was embarrassed. The hostess cupped her son's face in her hands and could not understand whether she was sleeping or whether all this was happening in reality. Kostya tried to explain to his mother that he himself did not fully understand where he had disappeared to. Apparently, he was sucked into the fissure. When he woke up in this world, it took him a while to understand what he wanted because of the ruins. The guy lied to his mother because he was afraid that she would not believe that her adult son had gone to save the world in the kingdom of spirits. The woman could not stop crying, but these were tears of happiness. At that moment, she recalled the time when she walked the streets and handed out leaflets with photographs of her missing child. They depicted a fairly old guy who smiled sincerely. Every evening, the woman returned home and walked into her son's empty room. At some point, she thought that he had run away from home on his own. Kostya hugged his mother and reassured her, saying that the worst was over. Using his magic, the guy decided to check the health of his mother. He was surprised that her stamina and energy were below average. Even processing did not give such an effect, which meant the woman was sick. Kostya suggested going to the hospital to check the health of his pale mother. However, she refused and seemed to know her body better than anyone. In fact, the woman realized that her cancer cells had spread in her body. She went to the hospital too late. This news greatly saddened her. The woman wanted to know how much time she still had left to live. The doctor suggested about 6 months, so the owner did not want to spend the rest of her life in the hospital when her Kostya finally returned home. So the woman smiled and shook her head from side to side, thus showing that everything was fine with her. She was very happy to see her son, who was considered dead, so she offered to set the table for him. Kostya realized that his mother was hiding something, but decided not to torment her with questions yet, so he pretended to believe it and went to his room. The guy calmly changed his clothes, sat down on the floor, and began to look around the room from all sides. He looked first at the ceiling, at the wall, at the dust that lay on his things. The young man realized that this place had also been empty for quite a long time, but he was pulled out of his thoughts by the voice of his mother, who was calling for dinner. Kostya went down to the first floor, and there on the table were several plates of very appetizing-smelling food waiting for him. The guy was amazed that his mother managed to prepare it all so quickly. The woman was only glad to hear such words, so she also put her son's favorite meatloaf on the table. She admitted that she was waiting for his return all the time because she didn't know when the guy would return, so she cooked his favorite dish every day. The hero was very embarrassed by these words. They warmed his soul. The young man decided to remember old habits and took a perilla leaf in his hand. He then began to carefully equip the chopsticks and place more and more different foods on it. In the end, there was some rice, meat, hot spices, and garlic on the leaf. Then our hero carefully rolled everything into a ball shape and put it in his mouth. The guy was delighted with the taste of homemade food, which he had not felt for many years. Kostya gobbled up the food on both cheeks, and his mother was only happy with his appetite. Suddenly, the guy stopped for a second from the feelings that he was overwhelmed. He was so glad to remain at home in the company of his beloved mother that tears rolled from his eyes. Our hero was incredibly grateful to his mother. She only asked him to eat more slowly. The guy recalled that he was able to survive only because he thought about his mother, so he would not allow the only person who supported him all the time to suffer. The rest of the evening passed with such sweet conversations. At this time, somewhere else, a huge white wolf was asking his master why he left the earth. Didn't he have a reason to leave the place of the guardian god to him? However, he only replied that the brave hero, who returned to his homeland, would have to defend the land. The wolf was surprised that the fate of the entire planet was in the hands of an ordinary person named Kostya. The owner continued to convey information about the new protector to his animal, but he still did not cease to be surprised. And at this time, it was deep night in our guy's city. Kostya woke up, sat up straight on the bed, and yawned sweetly, scratching his head. The guy looked at his mother, who was lying next to him, fast asleep. The hero was amazed that the woman's pain was so strong that she winced even in her sleep. The guy realized that he couldn't waste a minute. He needed to collect information as quickly as possible. Therefore, Kostya got out of the house in the middle of the night and went in search of any information. The guy stopped after he felt the demonic energy of the summoned dungeon. He had a very bad feeling, but he couldn't just let it go. Although the energy is quite weak, in the future he could emerge like a creature, so he decided to scout out the situation. He quietly got closer to the energy source and saw a group of people with strange equipment. The guy was surprised that the Koreans learned how to manage dungeons just 3 years after the Great Cataclysm. He guessed that was why the demonic energy seemed so weak. Kostya decided to find out everything anyway, so he pushed off from the building with all his strength and flew past people in suits with lightning speed. No one noticed anything, but one of them thought something passed nearby. And at this time, our hero was already on the other side of the magic gate. He found himself in something unknown to him, and a huge magic circle was shining in the sky, in the center of which there was something. The guy had never been here, but he immediately realized that he was in a summoned dungeon. Kostya knew that the hearts of ostriches have healing properties, so he would not need additional materials to neutralize the demonic energy. The guy was also happy that he had come up with an excellent dish for his mother. Our hero portrayed a good plan, so he smiled bloodthirstily. He walked calmly among these strange animals, and the ostriches hid their heads in the ground out of fear. This allowed our hero to slowly look around. After some time, the guy reached a huge magic circle that was located on the ground. In the center of the summoning circle, there was a small cabinet on which lay a magical artifact. The guy concentrated his power in his hand, collecting it in the center of his palm. Then he released all the energy and directed it directly towards the magical artifact. There was a huge explosion, which left a crater in the ground. After destroying the magical energy, the guy was about to catch several ostriches. But suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of him again. It reported that force was used that exceeded that allowed by the system. The guardian god tried to call our hero to find out who he is, so a huge magic circle formed under the guy's feet. Kostya obviously had no intention of going anywhere, so he hit the seal with all his might, destroying it. At this time, he was watched by a huge white wolf, who was shocked by what was happening. He had been following the hero for some time, but did not at all expect such a turn of events. Kostya shouted to the invisible guard that if he wanted to see him, then let him come to his house himself. But not now, but a little later, because now he has other things to do. The guy needed to quickly collect the ostrich hearts before this dungeon disappeared. The animals clearly felt threatened when they noticed our hero, so they screamed in horror. They didn't have a chance because our hero rushed past one of the birds with lightning speed, easily tearing the heart out of its chest. The guy held it in his hand and was happy about such a large catch. He thought it would make a great breakfast, so he sent the heart to his hiding place. After all the business was finished, it was time to return home. Kostya pushed off the ground with all his might and headed back to the teleportation circle, landing in his world in the morning. He was too attached to this place to simply leave. Suddenly, the hero felt that something strange was happening around him. He began to look around and noticed that space was being distorted. Kostya immediately thought that this same guard had come after his soul. The guy tried to stop his movement because he wanted to get home, but he failed to do this. In the world, a huge white wolf protector god named Carnus de Lupus slept peacefully. Our hero has moved from modern soul straight into the universe of a huge animal. The guy immediately tried to look around and understand who called him. He noticed a huge white wolf lying calmly in front of him. He couldn't believe his eyes. The guy pointed his finger at the huge animal and said that it seemed too weak to him, to which the wolf remarked that all people were rude. He introduced himself as a protector who had been watching over planet Earth for 10,000 years. The guard could see that our hero was 35 years old. He had reached level 99, and all his other indicators were almost at the maximum, which he had not seen before. The wolf said that he didn't have long left, so he had to secretly monitor the man. But the guy was more interested in why he was chosen among all the people on the planet. The huge wolf answered him that he had received a divine revelation from his master. Humans are selfish creatures who don't care about anyone but themselves. Even knowing this, he kept his promise to his master and protected them for 10,000 years. However, he had already exceeded all his limits, magical power, and his life force was approaching zero and would soon disappear. The wolf thought that he needed to do what he himself wanted. It would be nice for the last moment of life while he was approaching death. Our hero immediately realized that the huge wolf was telling the truth. He was very angry, but these were just the words of a guardian who had already despaired and lost his essence. The wolf admitted that he changed his mind after he saw the karma of our main character. This is the ratio of bad and good deeds that people do throughout their lives. So 3 years ago, during the Great Cataclysm, the wolf felt a huge threat and gave all people a system similar to a game. So all people could easily see their karma, and the guard himself never set limits for its assessment. But our hero still went beyond its limits. Based on his spiritual strength, stemming from this very karma, it seemed to the guard that our hero would be quite suitable for the role of the next guardian. He looked at Kostya and allowed me to ask him some questions. The guy said he had a few and the guard waited patiently. The guy just started shouting that the magician had gone crazy and was simply trying to give away the position of the guardian through the legacy. The huge white spirit was shocked by such an unexpected reaction from this strange man. The hero continued to shout that the work of the guardian was a complete scam and deception. He looked the wolf in the eyes and said with confidence that he was not going to do this. The guardian told him that it was too late to refuse this work. These words brought our hero into a slight stupor because he did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, a window appeared in front of him, indicating that the ceremony of inheriting the guardian of the planet would now begin. But the hero did not want to become a guardian at all, so he tried to free himself. He summoned all his power into one place, trying to break the cycle of inheritance. Even the wolf was amazed at how powerful the energy was under the control of a common man. Kostya didn't understand why they were forcing him to go through the heritage ceremony without even explaining anything. He noticed something strange and realized that his wrist was chained. Not only the wrist, but all other limbs were shrouded in magical chains. It was a complex chain magic circle, so the guy couldn't just break it with his magic power. The wolf didn't understand what the point was in being so angry and wasting other people's time. However, the guy said that it was obvious to him that the guardian wolf would soon die, so he tried to make him the guardian himself, without even asking his opinion. The guy didn't believe that this was really what parents do, protecting people and watching over them. He asked the wolf to let him go, just send him back home. However, the keeper replied that he was obliged to find the receiver precisely because he protected people and watched over them. After that, he will need a new guardian, and Kostya can become one. The guy noticed that the status of a guardian makes him immortal, so it was easier for him to stop and continue to be a guardian himself. The wolf replied that he was given eternal life in exchange for protecting the world. It is difficult for him to recover on Earth, where there is no longer any spirit or divine beasts, because the planet and the guardian are one. Even if he is destined to cease to exist, the guardian cannot simply stand by and do nothing. After this explanation, Kostya admitted that he did not intend to be the keeper's successor. He tried to call upon his magical power again and free himself from his shackles. The guy said he didn't want someone like a wolf to rule his life again. This time, making even more effort, Kostya decided to open the circle of movement. After that, his favorite huge sword flew from storage into our hand. The wolf was amazed that the guy had enough strength to use his magical abilities. At this time, our hero had already freed his limbs with the help of a magic sword, after which he gathered his strength and delivered a lightning-fast series of powerful blows. Literally a moment later, all the seals and chains were destroyed. The hero was free from them. After this, the guy decided to defend himself, so he took the sword in both hands and put it in front of him. The wolf was furious because it was completely impossible to have a normal conversation with this guy, to which Kostya replied that it was precisely with the wolf himself that it was impossible to have a normal conversation. The Guardian said that the guy turned out to be exactly the same as all the other people he was so tired of. He only cares about himself, and if he doesn't see his own benefit in something, he turns a blind eye to it. To which the guy noted that for such a person who wants a normal life, this is a good compliment. Kostya realized that he needed to calm down and think, because even though the Guardian had become weaker, he was still strong. After that, the guy remembered that his friend had a dog, and when dealing with dogs, you can't fight with them directly. Kostya heard that dogs don't like to brush their teeth, so he climbed into the mouth of a huge wolf, after which he squeezed out a tube of mint paste to the animal and ordered him no longer to call upon the powers of other people. The wolf didn't want to give up quickly, so the guy had to get a second tube of mint paste. Even despite this, the old keeper still did not want to give up his position. Therefore, the guy remembered the conversation with his dragon, who never wanted to become a guardian. Such confidence from an old acquaintance convinced the guy that he too should never become a keeper. Kostya was distracted by these memories, so he did not notice the most important thing. At this time, the huge guardian wolf calmly freed himself and spat out the toothpaste from his mouth. He decided to use a different tactic in relation to this guy, so he asked Kostya to become a guardian for the sake of his mother. He will be able to cure her illness with the help of divine power if he becomes a guardian. Since the guardian is responsible for the life of all creatures in his world, he is able to heal any disease. These words made our hero stop and think carefully, after which he looked at the guardian and asked him to save his mother. In return, he promised to do everything for him, except become the new guardian. The wolf was surprised by this answer. It seemed to him that it would be more logical to become a guardian himself and save his mother on his own. However, Kostya replied that he did not know when he would get used to his new abilities, so he asked the current keeper for help. So with a sparkle in his eyes, he asked the wolf to take care of his mother first. The guy again summoned a circle of movement and pulled out his huge sword from it. With one single blow, he cut through space and opened a passage to his world. The Guardian was amazed at the strength of this hero because cutting space is not so easy. And at this time, Kostya, already joyful, ran to his home restaurant and at the same time asked the wolf to reduce his size. The Guardian did not fully understand why he was listening to this guy, but he began to rapidly decrease in size. Eventually, he turned into a rather cute little white dog. Kostya was satisfied with the size of the dog, so he asked first of all to look at the condition of his mother. The Guardian already knew that the sleeping woman did not have much time to live. With one look at her, the wolf immediately said that she had no more than 6 months left. The guy still refused to become the next Guardian, so he thought about a plan of action. The cute dog sat next to him all this time and looked at him with a sad face. After which he said that he no longer has divine powers, so he uses his life energy to compensate for this, because it is too risky to use the remnants of life force without a good reason and receivers. Therefore, the guy needed to come up with a solution to this problem. After which Kostya came up with the brilliant idea that vitality is similar to endurance, so the dog just needs to eat something to help him restore energy. He agreed, but immediately warned that he was not going to eat dog food. Our hero had already put on an apron and went to the kitchen to prepare food. There were definitely creatures on Earth like divine beasts or spirits that possessed magical powers. They used to live freely, but the stupidity of people led to their disappearance. And now it was their turn, and the whole world was in danger. At this time, our hero stood calmly in the kitchen and thought about what to cook. And the little wolf stood next to him and did not understand what this man was up to. After these words, the guy woke up from his stupor and turned his attention to the furry animal. On the table in front of him lay the seed of the tree of the world, and the hero did not know what to do with it. Our man was surprised that the wolf immediately recognized this magical artifact. In fact, he didn't think that the Guardian would only help such a magical object to be restored. It turned out that the guy did not understand the full value of this magic tree. Thanks to the words of the wolf, he found out that the seed of the tree of peace cannot be obtained anywhere on Earth. Kostya became hungry at the thought that this was actually considered a rare delicacy. But the wolf was still interested in where such a strong thematic artifact came from in the hands of an ordinary person. After which all the memories of the last 10 years immediately came to the guy's head. But first of all, he decided to get into his magical storage. Before this, he would sometimes prepare the magic tree. But if compared to preparing it for consumption, then to restore it, it would be more effective to grow it first. Growing the world tree and saving life with the help of the big world tree are the responsibilities of the guardian. The wolf said that he had 6 months left, and this time was not enough to fully grow the tree of the world. After these words, the guy came up with a great idea, so he asked the wolf to leave the kitchen. The guardians were not used to being treated this way, so he was surprised by such an order. He didn't have the patience to wait, so the guy simply threw the little dog out the kitchen door. The great wolf was dizzy after such a flight. He sat and slowly came to his senses. He just had time to think about everything that had happened, which is what the keeper was doing now. He wondered whether his master had made the right decision when he chose the hero who came from the earth. The wolf believed that he would never be able to believe in people after they, through their own stupidity, destroyed such a beautiful place. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, our hero turned on the gas and lit one of the burners on the stove. Then he began to fry something in a frying pan, even sticking out his tongue with zeal. The guy was glad that he still hadn't lost his cooking skills. He's done with the bulk of the work. Now it's his turn to tackle the special ingredient. These special ingredients contained the heart of a magical ostrich from another world. The guy was having fun because if you eat this heart just like that, you could die. He had to put a lot of effort into cutting it in half with his sharp axe. The guy skillfully wielded the knife, and blood flew in all directions. After some time, he came out of the kitchen covered in blood and called the keeper. The wolf was clearly not happy with this appearance of our hero. However, this still did not stop him from following him into the kitchen. And there was a wonderful portion of food waiting for him, which was put in a dog bowl and decorated with green peas on top. The great wolf was furious that they dared to offer him dog food, despite his appearance. The keeper immediately said that although the dish looks relatively normal, it is still the heart of an ostrich. He knows that it is all imbued with demonic energy and poison. However, the guy did not get angry or upset because of these words. He assumed that the wolf would say this, so he called the guardian Belyash, which again enraged him. The guy bowed to the white dog and asked him to try the freshly prepared dish. The guardian wolf looked at this man and did not understand what he was up to. He was sure that the guy would try to deceive him somehow in order to save his mother. In any case, he needed human help, so the wolf bent down and began to eat. After the first couple of bites, some strange feeling pierced right through him. The great keeper realized that this food turned out to be incredibly tasty. He didn't understand since when the heart of a magical beast became so tasty, because he was sure that because of the poison and energy it was not edible. Kostya was happy and understood that the whole point was how he spent the last 10 years. About 10 years ago, he had just entered the spirit realm. At that time, he was terribly emaciated. Bones were visible from under the skin. He spoke to his deceased grandmother right in front of the river Styx. She came ashore from the river and stretched out her flabby hands to him. The guy turned out to be so thin because there is no food in the spirit world. He ate only fruit for a whole month. The young man sincerely believed that in this way he would soon die of hunger. He was having a dialogue with his grandmother when he noticed something strange. Suddenly, she became enormous in size, her eyes glowing with rage because someone dared to starve her grandson. She ordered the young man to get up and promised to help him. This is roughly how our hero explained his cooking abilities to the great guardian. Despite the obvious nonsense of this story, the wolf's vitality began to recover. The guy promised that he would cook for the guardian as much as he wanted, as long as he didn't need to treat his mother or protect anything. The wolf was glad that they agreed on at least something. The keeper liked the dish so much that he asked our hero to give him a refill. And the guy was only glad that someone liked his cooking. That's why he called the wolf Belyash and gently stroked his head with his finger. A global company that is now at the top of the Korean economy and has a high status throughout the world. The second son of the executive director Sergei sits in front of us. Now he is once again faced with a difficult situation. At this time, in our hero's restaurant, he woke up his mother and called her to have breakfast. The woman woke up and saw in front of her a cute little white dog waving its tail cheerfully. She looked down at her leg and saw that it was all covered in dog saliva. A couple of seconds after this, the dog approached the woman and began to lick her leg. After a while, the woman dressed in her home clothes and went down to the kitchen. The dog was sitting under the table and eating from a bowl. The woman was surprised that the dog appeared, because her son had previously been afraid of animals. But the guy replied that the dog would not hurt them to protect the house. The woman was upset. She realized that they were living in very dangerous times. But the guy distracted her from these sad thoughts because he prepared a wonderful breakfast for his mother. In front of her were several plates, each of which was full of delicious food. The woman was amazed that her son personally prepared all this for her. She also immediately noticed that the guy began to cook much better than he had done before. The woman took the chopsticks in her hand, then carefully grabbed a piece of food from the plate, after which she slowly put it in her mouth and began to enjoy the taste of homemade food. She was lucky, because she had not yet seen the mess that was going on at the car wash. Our hero just remembered about him and realized that he needed to clean up quickly. The woman was so glad to have her son back that she could now trust him with her restaurant and relax. And he was glad that his mother could now live in peace. At this time, the keeper called him from under the table and asked for more. He said that he had done a good job and the woman should no longer be in pain. After all, he licked her leg all night and thus treated her for her illness. Mother just remembered about the new family member and decided to pat him on the head. The woman asked her son if the dog needed dog food, horrifying the keeper. Kostya promised to come by later for groceries and look for food for the dog as well. At this time, at the corporation, Sergei was sitting in a chair with a sad face. Then the door to his office opened and a young girl in a strict black suit entered. She said that she was unable to complete his task and find out the cause of the incident. The whole team was still sorting it out, but it had already become clear that the video surveillance system had not stopped working. Even the workers who were at the scene at the time said that everything happened just like that, without any reason. The girl listened very carefully to the testimony of each of them. Such a report from his subordinate clearly did not suit the young boss Sergei. The guy lowered his head to his chest and asked the girl if there would be any consequences this time. To which she replied that he would be called either a diamond spoon or the mediocrity of the family, most likely. But the guy thought that the girl was mocking him and not answering seriously. At the moment, he wished he didn't have a nickname at all, rather than have even more terrible ones appear. He had spent 500 billion won on this dungeon, so he was now worried about failing. After a while, Sergei calmed down and asked the girl if his father and older sister were aware of what had happened. And after receiving a negative answer, I was glad that this was at least one piece of good news. He admitted that he was too excited at first. Even though he was awakened, mediocrity will always remain mediocrity. The girl was unpleasant and sad to hear such words from her boss, after which Secretary Diana said that the chairman hates people who say things like that. The girl added that Sergei is the only one who is making efforts to resume dungeon trips, and even if he decides to stay, then let him find a more appropriate reason for this. These words touched Sergei. He was glad that Diana was alone on his side. The guy was looking through the list of members of the dungeon campaign and asked what happened to the first group, which was mobilized 6 hours after the incident. To which the girl replied that this group was still nearby. They are resting after studying the dungeon route. Nothing has leaked to the press yet, and she has already sent the recordings from the CCTV cameras to Sergei's tablet. The guy just found this data and decided to look at it carefully. He chose one video, which should have been the first, judging by the time. The young man hesitated a little at first, but then collected his thoughts and pressed play. Sergei and Diana watched the recordings together. At first, nothing special happened. However, after some time, something on the recording caught the young man's attention. The guy paused the recording and couldn't believe his eyes. All equipment was disabled, the portal was destroyed. People rushed in different directions to escape. The young man thought that this was definitely very strange for a standard hike. The sound was definitely not the natural destruction of a dungeon, and it didn't sound like a weapon either. It was more like the sound of something being destroyed by magical energy. He prepared for this campaign and trained countless hunters. After some thought, Sergei decided that he needed to see everything in person. Therefore, the young man got up from his chair and went to the exit, asking the secretary to prepare a car for him. After which, at the meeting, the department heads discussed the latest case. They came to the conclusion that the problem arose and did not depend on them. If the trial goes according to the worst-case scenario, then the losses will not be calculated in 1 billion won, but in tens of billions of won. Absolutely none of those present were delighted with this outcome of events. After this, Sergei noticed that it was already late in the evening, so he thanked everyone who participated in such a long meeting. The next time they were supposed to gather, when the preparations for the trial and the materials for it were already ready. For today, everyone was free and could go home. Sergei spent several days at work, so when he came out into the bright sun, his eyes watered. Diana and her boss walked slowly down the street, discussing the weather. The young man was upset that everyone was suffering because of him. He was very ashamed that he made his secretary wait for more than 18 hours. To which the girl replied that she was ready to follow her boss. The main thing is that he does not stay. These small words of support greatly inspired Sergei. Sometime after the start of the walk, the young people stopped in the middle of the road. Sergei admitted that he still has at least one very good side in his office. Immediately after that, the thought of his father and older sister looking down on him came into his mind. Their success weighed heavily on him from a moral point of view, almost from birth. Before these thoughts, the young man again fell into a stupor and did not move for some time. He woke up only when his secretary called out to him, standing in the middle of the road. The girl decided to cheer up her boss and offered to have a snack somewhere before returning. Sergei tried to refuse such an offer because he was embarrassed. What Diana noticed that her boss always scratches his forehead when he is nervous. He also always goes to bed to relieve stress. Sergei was surprised at how well his secretary knew him, so he agreed to have a snack. The girl knew a good place nearby, so the young people got into the car. The secretary was driving and taking her boss to a small restaurant with very tasty food. She looked around and wondered if all the buildings were destroyed because they were in the area. After some time in the trip, when Sergei had already begun to fall asleep, Diana said that they had arrived. Of course, it turned out to be our protagonist's family restaurant, which was welcoming customers for the first time since he returned. Diana asked for a table for two while the boss looked around. The girl looked at the menu carefully, and Kostya thought that he had come across very interesting visitors. Suddenly, the voice of the keeper was heard in his head, who offered to show the guy the visitor status windows. The young man did not really like the fact that he was talking to him using telepathy. However, he still agreed to look at the visitor status windows. He saw that Diana was 30 years old. She was a simple, kind swordsman of level 34. Sergei is 32 years old. He is a rare good magic archer of level 25. Immediately after this, Kostya realized that his intuition had not let him down, but he still did not understand why people like them would come here. The voice of the guardian in his head is that people like them are called awakened. The guy was angry that the wolf could even read his thoughts, but he said that he was simply too predictable. 3 years ago, after great capitalism, magical powers or separate classes began to awaken in some people, just like in the game. Kostya thought that the awakened ones could give hope to people after the invasion of demons. At this time, he reflected on this topic and observed his unusual visitors. He mentally asked the guardian how strong these people were right now, to which he replied that they are among the 10% strongest among all people and 30% among hunters. After this information, Kostya decided that it would be difficult for them to resist even mid-rank demonic monsters. Diana wanted to place an order but was surprised that there was only one dish on the menu. One girl gave not only the quantity, she was also surprised by its price. Kostya also saw the price on the menu for the first time, which has doubled over the past 10 years. The guy thought it was too expensive, but the girl said it was too cheap for the modern world. Sergei noted that the restaurant would go bankrupt if it sold food at such a low price. Hearing these words, our hero's mother came out of the kitchen into the restaurant hall. The guy was very surprised that the prices of all goods had risen so much, which surprised everyone present. The woman replied that she had been working for the last 10 years, not for the sake of income, but so that her son would have a place to return to. The woman surprised the unusual visitors of the restaurant with her heartbreaking story. Despite everything that had happened, Diana noticed that the kitchen smelled very tasty. Sergei also liked the smell, so he asked to prepare a very spicy dish and bring drink. The girl refused to drink with him because there was no spare driver. At this time, Kostya was in a stupor because of how quickly events were unfolding. But his mother called him from the kitchen and asked him to help, so the guy had to force himself to move. Kostya approached his mother and asked if they were selling their food too cheap, but the woman did not listen to him at all. She was only glad that visitors appeared for the first time in a long time. She came up with a brilliant idea, which she immediately voiced to her son. Since these were the first visitors since the guy returned, the woman invited him to cook the food himself. The guy was a little shocked by what was happening, but the grandmother wished him luck in his thoughts. At this time, at the other end of the city, something strange was happening at an abandoned construction site. The man smiled bloodthirstily as his victims begged him to spare them. He said they didn't have to make him out to be some kind of crazy person, just answer one question. He was interested in which of these two connected people loved the other more. None of them could say a word, they just bowed in silence. The guy was very amused by this reaction of this couple. He looked down at them, then straightened his jacket and grinned. The guy admitted that the absence of love is nothing to hide. Therefore, he decided to choose his first victim at random. It turned out to be a guy. At this time, strange visitors were still dining at our hero's restaurant. Kostya put his hands in front of him and very persistently refused something. At this time, Sergei argued with him and, on the contrary, very persistently offered to take something. It turned out to be a check signed by him for 5 million won, which was simply a huge amount. Kostya was shocked that he had never seen so much money before. Sergei continued to persuade the guy to take the money, but he refused, citing his conscience. However, the unusual guest continued to insist that this was payment not only for food, but also for the time spent. For a person like him who can't even eat normally because of work. The guy had tears in his eyes and then said that perhaps today he ate for the last time. Perhaps this was the last cooked meal that even his father could not give him before he died. In addition, the combination dish that the chef prepared was very tasty. These words spoken to the visitors pierced our hero to the very heart. Kostya even took Sergei's hand because of how pleased he was to hear such praise. After these words, he gladly accepted the money, although it was still too much money. After this, the young man escorted the dear guests beyond the threshold of the establishment and said goodbye to them. He was immensely happy that his food was praised and that he earned money. At this time, the curtain pulled back and our hero's mother came out of the kitchen. The guy immediately ran closer to her and showed the check that the visitors had left for him. The woman wanted to praise her son for making some money, but something caught her attention. Seeing the amount of 5 million won, her eyes literally fell out of their sockets. The woman was amazed that her son was able to bring such a large sum. The guy said that they bought a food subscription, and they liked it so much that they are going to come here all the time, so they paid the whole amount at once, so they will have to serve them in the future when they come. The woman was so shocked that she believed this fake story. She returned her eyes to their place, and Kostya regretted that he continued to lie to his mother. The woman was still happy with this money, because she just needed to pay for the institute. Our hero didn't even immediately understand what kind of institute we were talking about, so he asked his mother again. The woman explained that she would need to inform him of his return, buy basic necessities and change clothes to new ones. The guy decided not to add to his mother's problems, so he went to the law enforcement center himself. Since people now disappear quite often, the procedure for restoring status is not so long. While Kostya was thinking about this, he came across a center worker who offered to help. The man looked at the documents and said that he had already collected everything he needed. He just needed to scan them. While he was telling this, the guy listened attentively, but something attracted his attention. The worker had a bracelet with a magic stone on his left wrist. The man said that everything was in order with the documents, and at 35 years old, Kostya looked quite young. After that, he asked the young man whether he had ever used magical engineering procedures, to which he received a negative answer. Kostya justified himself by saying that he had previously lived in the mountains for a long time, so he had never heard anything about them. The worker explained that magical engineering fully corresponds to its name. It is a new science that combines magic and the powers of magic stones. As an example, he demonstrated his bracelet, which was made with her help. However, this bracelet is not an artifact, although it is very similar. Only awakened ones who are able to control magical powers can use artifacts. But things made with the help of magical engineering can also be used by those who are not able to control it. Therefore, these bracelets can be called simple imitation of artifacts, after which the worker said that such items could be bought at the hunter's market. However, he did not have time to warn Kostya that he could be deceived there, and he had already rushed off. The guy walked away happy sometime after purchasing a mobile phone, but it turned out to be a hoax. The guy hoped that it was a bargain. He was not at all aware of the current prices, although he still had a whole 1 million won left, so he could go and buy his mother an artifact for protection. The guy walked through the city and tried to remember what the employee there told him about magically created objects. After some time, Kostya reached the hunter's market, where he could buy them. He held a small pebble in his hands and was amazed that such a tiny stone cost as much as 3 million won, although they were lying everywhere in the dungeons of the Spirit Kingdom. He asked the seller if there was anything cheaper, to which he replied that they had the lowest prices in the area. After that, Kostya said that he needed protection from a person or from a middle-ranked demonic monster. The seller noticed that a few million won would not be enough to protect against a mid-rank demonic monster. It would require at least several 100 million won. The guy was amazed that the rubbish that could be found just walking through the realm of spirits was so expensive here. Suddenly, the voice of the guardian was heard in his head, calling him very persistently. The wolf was still angry about his new nickname Belyash, which our hero awarded him. Despite this, the keeper still warned Kostya that a looter had broken into their restaurant. The seller was surprised that such a young guy managed to share something with the looters. After all, the marauders are the awakened ones who, over time, have lost their way. But before he could finish speaking, the young guy who had just stood in front of him disappeared. The man didn't even have time to notice when he disappeared, because just a moment ago he was still standing right in front of him. And at this time, Kostya was already rushing home as fast as he could to protect his mother from danger. The young man tried to run as quickly as possible, afraid that he might not make it in time. He had just returned home, had just reunited with his family. How could he lose them the very next day? At this time, the villain who had just recently killed the couple was holding a red candy in his hands. He opened his mouth wide, then put the ball on his tongue and swallowed it without chewing. He then licked his fingers, which still tasted like candy, after which he bent over, slowly stretched his back and stiff joints. He grinned at some thought that had just occurred to him, after which he began to laugh under his breath and walked with a cheerful gait away from the murder scene, closer to the city center. The guy was clearly in a good mood. He was singing and dancing, carrying something in a black bag. The The main character's mother was cleaning the kitchen when someone entered the restaurant. The woman at first thought that it was her son who had come, so she was surprised when she saw another man on the threshold. He was also surprised that he was called by a different name. In fact, his name was Misha. The guy calmly entered the restaurant and was amazed that only one dish was served there. But the woman's attention was more attracted by the fact that he came here with a suspicious package in his hands. The guy didn't care about this at all. He just clarified whether the restaurant specialized in this one dish. After which he calmly walked up to the table, pushed back the chair and sat down on it, and threw the black bag directly on the floor next to him. Something in this package haunted the woman, the smell or its color. At one glance at this bag, from which hair was sticking out, the woman fell into a stupor and could not move. Misha immediately realized that the woman had noticed what was in his package. Therefore, he said that if the food in this restaurant was tasty, then he would kill her painlessly. And if he doesn't like the food, then the boss's mother will end up just like these unfortunate people. The woman immediately went to the kitchen to cook. The marauder continued to smile and sat calmly at the table, crossing his legs. The guardian immediately felt that this man was clearly a marauder, so he became very angry. He looked at Misha and used his ability to see the window of his skills. The guy was 29 years old. He belonged to the class of ordinary assassins. He was evil and had level 33. Judging by Misha's karma points, he didn't try very hard to hide. This is not the guy who was worth getting into without using divine punishment. At that moment, the marauder also noticed the puppy, so she decided to play with him and called him to her. He didn't even have time to do anything when the door to the restaurant suddenly opened with force. At this time, Misha's attention was distracted by the guardian, who lay on his back and pretended to be a cutie. Therefore, when our hero appeared on the threshold of the restaurant, the looter perceived him only as a noisy brat. He continued to call the dog, but he turned his back to him. Moreover, he demonstratively and without turning around, walked in the opposite direction, closer to Kostya, who had entered. Only after this did the looter pay attention to who entered the restaurant. All his clothes were covered in the blood of the people he had killed before. And from a black bag standing next to the chair, evidence of his atrocities peeked out. The hero silently, and with a menacing look, approached the marauder, mentally asking the guardian where his mother was. He also asked the wolf if he could erase people's memories, calling him by his real name for the first time. After this, the keeper realized that the guy was very serious about the intruder. After this, Kostya decided not to hold back any longer and released a huge stream of mana around himself. It was so strong that many objects began to rise into the air. The young man uttered only one word, but he put into it the firm intention to drive the looter out of this restaurant and protect his mother. A moment after this, Misha was pulled out of the room with such incredible force that he was slammed into the wall of the house opposite. He was slammed against the surface so that the guy instantly lost consciousness. With such force, it wouldn't be surprising if most of his bones were broken. But Kostya clearly did not intend to stop there. Misha came to his senses and tried to find out from the guy who attacked him why he suddenly did this. However, our hero replied that complete people like him should remain silent. After that, Kostya again used his strength and squeezed the marauder at a distance. The young guy had already left the restaurant and even summoned his sword, intending to finish what he started. At that moment, the voice of a guardian was heard in his head, warning him that after this, he would become a killer. The hero still did not lower his weapon but froze in place and listened. The keeper continued to say that the marauder is not the kind of person for whom you can throw away all your former efforts. This speech brought our hero to his senses. He began to calm down little by little. The guy realized that if he went any further, he would definitely become a murderer, and he couldn't let all that time turn into dust. Therefore, Kostya hid his weapon, then approached the marauder and listened to him beg him for mercy. The guardian mentally reminded that if you leave this guy just like that, he will definitely die. Therefore, Kostya summoned a magic stone from the storage and slowly headed towards Misha. Then he leaned over to the guy, grabbed him by the hood, and lifted him off the ground. He ordered the marauder to open his mouth and take medicine if he wanted to live, which he obediently did. The medicine turned out to be so disgusting to him that Misha almost died for the second time from its taste and pain. In fact, it was a medicine that could restore absolutely everything in the body. Despite the taste and pain, it worked perfectly because Kostya had already used it himself before. After this, the marauder was tied up all over his body and taken straight to the nearest police station. At this time, our guy was preparing further and reasoned that going straight to the dungeon would be difficult. Now he needed to focus on regaining stamina or quietly earning money. After that, the guy stirred his soup, scooped some into a ladle, and brought it to his mouth to take a sample. The food tasted delicious, so they could set the table and call mom for breakfast. At this time, the police station had already managed to deal with the looter who was lying on their doorstep. The policewoman was angry about something early in the morning. The candy case brought more bodies instead of moving forward in the investigation. Her colleague approached the woman and tried to call her for lunch, but she was clearly not in the mood to eat. The guy noticed that if she doesn't eat, she won't be able to work normally, because in order to take good care of others, you first need to take care of yourself. The woman was infuriated that a colleague who was younger than her was lecturing her. Her phone rang, so the girl picked up the phone and introduced herself as the leader of the first detachment of the Department for Marauders, Tatiana. A message was received that Misha had been caught, so Tanya and her colleague went to the scene. They looked at the suspect's movement report, according to the information department. There were about 10 victims. Judging by the video they were sent, Misha definitely ate candy. After the news, Tatiana lit a cigarette to get rid of the accumulated stress. She was pleased that she was able to detain the culprit in 10 incidents, but Misha was not the only suspect in this case. These candies are actually an artificial enhancer. The woman said that she was not going to stop eating until she got to the bottom of the truth, because it was more important to find out where these candies were obtained. Immediately after this phrase, there was an awkward silence. In the silence, the junior colleague's stomach growled very loudly. To Tatiana's menacing look, the guy replied that he couldn't do anything about his hunger and wouldn't refuse snacks. So he looked around, hoping to find some place with food nearby. Nearby, there was a small restaurant of our hero and his mother. Therefore, the guy persuaded his senior colleague to go and have lunch there, at the same time gathering information and based on what the employees of the establishment saw and heard. The guy and the girl entered the restaurant, where Kostya met them with a smile on his face. The couple entered the establishment just as the hero was cleaning. They too, like all previous visitors, were surprised that there was only one dish on the menu. So they ordered 2 servings, sat down at the table, and continued talking about their own things. Tatiana was clearly unhappy with the current situation, and instead of investigating, they spent time sitting in a restaurant. Now they can talk to at least 10 victims, so if they do not reveal this body, they will be faced with defective things whose owners will lose control of themselves. That's what the press is saying, and a big corporation is sure to use it to make a fuss. And the guy only finished off Tatiana, saying that the boss would be very angry with her. It doesn't matter, because all they couldn't do was investigate, collect information regarding the incidents. All the victims had nothing in common at all. They even tested recently formed religions. They also did a lot of work and analyzed the composition of these candies. In addition, the guy noticed that the identification department would ignore all calls after hours and on weekends. Therefore, work is good and important, but you should not overdo it. Trying to cheer up his boss, the guy promised to follow her if she was kicked out. At this time, an equally important conversation took place in the kitchen. The keeper told Kostya such important information that it took the guy some time to perceive it. Because of the visitors, they had to communicate only mentally. It turned out that all this time the wolf was level 1. In order to move to the next level, it was necessary to successfully complete the quest to fulfill Tatiana's wish so that the boss would not punish her. Kostya immediately guessed that Tatiana was the same woman who was now sitting in their restaurant and waiting for her order. However, he did not understand at all how he could make sure that the boss did not punish her, and the wolf continued to talk about how the guardian's strength directly depends on a person's faith. It changes when something bad happens or a desire appears. But if this request is granted, then the divine power of the guardian grows. But Kostya correctly noted that using strength for this is the same as pouring into a bottomless pit. Therefore, the wolf decided to check with the guy whether he really understood what he just said. The guardian reminded the hero that he must complete this quest if he wants his mother to recover faster. Kostya couldn't even think of how he could solve the problem of people he was seeing for the first time in his life. He brought the order to his visitors, interrupting their conversation for a moment. The guests really liked the appearance of their food, but the guy still couldn't stop worrying about the task hanging on him. He tried to think of some reason to speak to his guests. That's why he invited them to bring some radish kimchi, which the restaurant owner had prepared in winter. Tatiana wanted to refuse, but her colleague said that beef soup must be eaten with radish kimchi. She usually doesn't like this kind of snack, but the rest of the food in this restaurant was really good, so the woman decided to try it anyway. She thought that she should eat them together. It would be right. This thought led her to the fact that looters always used candy along with artifacts. This was something new in the investigation, so Tatiana could not wait a minute. The woman got up from the table, left her food and ran away in an unknown direction, allowing her subordinate to eat her portion too. The guy was surprised by this strange behavior of his boss, but decided not to attach any importance and asked for a third serving of soup. He told our hero that as soon as his boss comes up with an idea, but she rushes to check it no matter what, this meant that the quest to fulfill a wish was completed. A few years ago, a young guy was sitting on the ground with his arms wrapped around his briefcase. Right in front, some girl threw another guy over her shoulder. She did this because they bullied weaker students. The beautiful girl told the bullies not to even try to say anything bad about the orphanage or about herself anymore, after which she straightened her clothes and was about to leave. At the last moment, the guy with the briefcase called her by the name of Dasha. He invited the girl to eat rice cakes with him, which he does quite well. These were memories from the childhood of our hero, who was surprised that his mother was still in contact with Dasha after so many years. To this woman, she replied that she was just a lonely child in this dangerous world. Thanks to mutual support, it was a little easier for both of them. Therefore, today the woman wanted to meet her young friend together. Our hero's mother was heading towards the exit and asked him to finally prepare dinner. Then the woman left the restaurant and slammed the door behind her, leaving the guy alone with the wolf. He knew immediately that she was heading to the hospital, but wanted to keep it a secret from him. The hero wanted to thank his childhood friend Dasha for helping his mother, so he invited Belyash to go for a walk to buy groceries. At this time in the city, a young girl with fiery hair greeted her old friend, whom she called Mother. She apologized for being late due to being kept at the Hunters Association, after which the woman and the girl took each other's arm and went to the hospital. At the doctor's appointment, he looked a little discouraged. It turned out that our hero's mother felt much better. Her condition has improved markedly. The tumor has greatly decreased. The doctor said this doesn't happen often, but it's definitely a good sign. The woman burst into tears from the feelings overwhelming her at that moment. She was very grateful that the illness was subsiding, and she had the opportunity to spend more time with her son. After a long time, the owner of the restaurant admitted to herself that she wanted to live again. At this time, our hero went to the nearest beach instead of the store. There, he built a kind of fishing rod, tying some strange fish to an ordinary rope. So he decided to take revenge on this fish because it tried to kill him, and now he made bait out of it. Kostya took the rope in his hand and began to spin it around himself with all his might. At some point, he caught a good position, applied additional force, and threw the bait into the water. At the same time, she flew so far that it was impossible to see the crash site from the shore. Kostya decided that this sea looks like this because of demonic monsters, which means there must be someone like the Kraken or something more interesting there. The guy complained that they now use ordinary freshwater fish for fish cutlets, but it is important for him that the taste reminds him of the sea. The wolf most likely didn't know, but the Kraken is very tasty, although its head and bones contain poison, so you can't eat a lot of them. While our hero was telling the keeper various ways to prepare Kraken meat, his makeshift fishing rod began to twitch. There was someone huge at the other end of the rope, but it was saturated with magical power, so it couldn't be easily broken. At that moment, a fight began between the monster and the fisherman to see which of them was stronger. Kostya held the rope with all his might, pressing his feet into the ground, trying to prevent the monster from falling off. Gradually, he began to pull the rope towards himself, so something gigantic appeared in the distance. The wolf was once again amazed that his master chose clearly not an ordinary person as his next guardian. And at this time, next to him, a battle was taking place not our life, but to the death. With one last strong jerk, Kostya pulled a real monster ashore, which was several hundred times larger than himself, which once again confirmed the fears of his guardian god. The broth for the soup begins to boil on the stove, and the roasted meats sizzle in the frying pan. It was Kostya who returned from fishing and began to prepare fish cutlets from the Kraken, which he had caught recently. At this time, Dasha and our hero's mother were returning from the hospital and stood in a traffic jam, which usually should not have happened in this place. The girl was very hungry, so she asked the hostess what would be served for lunch today. The woman looked at her adopted daughter and became thoughtful, remembering what they had. She remembered that Dasha was very fond of rice cakes, which her son Kostya often prepared. The lady offered to cook them, but the girl responded by suggesting that it would be better to go to another place and eat the stew. In the middle of their conversation, a bright red light suddenly appeared from afar and lit up the entire sky. Both women paid attention to it, and Dasha suggested that these could be waves from the fault. The owner of the restaurant immediately began to worry about the girl, because this meant that it was time for her to run away. In fact, Dasha was an official member of the Korean team that works with S-rank Awakened Ones. People called her the Crimson Witch, the Flame Witch, or the Destroyer. However, the girl herself thought for a minute and told her mother that she was not going to go anywhere. She noticed that the rift had not yet appeared, but it should happen soon, and the government should have already sent competent people to a rift of this level, and she herself had a day off today. Moreover, the girl was worried that her mother could not drive the car. She would have problems if she stayed here. But the hostess reminded her that she herself knew very well how easily a person could one day simply disappear, hinting at his son Kostya. Therefore, Dasha decided that she would stay in the car and stick together with the woman. It was at this moment that our hero's mother decided that she needed to inform the girl about the return of her son Kostya. At first, Dasha didn't even understand what she meant, This news seemed so incredible to her. The hostess said that the guy was sucked into the rift. He lost both his memory and sense of time. He looked 25 years old, as he was at the time he disappeared, which greatly surprised Daria. The woman admitted that this is why she looked so happy lately. She also added that she was so lucky only because she had the opportunity to help others and lived a good life. A son and beloved daughter returned 10 years later, as well as a short life that became much longer. The woman said that those who have known grief must become strong, and in such situations make every effort to prevent this from happening to other people. After which she looked meaningfully at Dasha and asked her not to worry too much. After all, the woman believed that the girl would have enough strength to save both her and everyone present here, so she will wait for her right here in the car until she returns. These words convinced the young girl, after which she got out of the car and headed towards the center of events to help. At this time, the people nearby were in a panic because the rift was about to open, and the awakened ones had not yet arrived. After that, they paid attention to a strange girl who walked right to the center of the danger and began to release fire from her palms. People watched as more and more flames appeared around the girl. Her red hair allowed them to guess that the Crimson Witch herself was standing in front of them. This calmed the townspeople a little, because now they were safe under the protection of a very strong awakened one. And Dasha had already arrived at the scene and realized that the rift would open much earlier than she expected. Therefore, the girl decided to prepare for this in advance, collecting some fire in reserve. She didn't know what to expect from the unknown rift, so she decided to use all her strength. Dasha summoned the power of fire, then divided it into several parts, leaving it hanging in the air next to her. After all the preparations were completed, just in time, the girl was able to fully prepare for the attack. She stood waiting, realizing that as soon as the rift opened, she would immediately begin to attack and would not allow a single monster to reach the people nearby. As soon as she thought about this, a crack immediately appeared on the fissure, and the eye of the monster appeared. The people around also noticed that it was beginning to open up at once, so they rushed to the leak with even greater efficiency. At this time, a herd of gigantic nightmarish animals broke free. The Crimson Witch immediately recognized them as steel-horned goats, which were a very dangerous enemy even for her. Even though she was an S-class mage, the girl still shouldn't underestimate such opponents, because they had high resistance to magic and weak melee attacks. Dasha realized that in this situation, an awakened one specializing in close combat would be more useful. However, the girl immediately realized that there were no other awakened people nearby, and even if they made it in time, she still needed high-level fighters. Therefore, in order to protect the people close to her and the townspeople, the girl must stay and hold back the onslaught of monsters. She definitely could not remain idle because her mother was here. After this, Daria immediately decided to launch an attack, gathering a huge amount of her magical power in her hand. The girl directed all her power at the first of the monsters with one blow, causing an explosion of enormous power. The witch was furious that even such a huge explosion could not damage the monster. Due to its high resistance to various types of magic, it simply fluttered against the animal's shell without causing any harm to it. Therefore, the Crimson Witch decided to resort to another spell, which had a more powerful physical effect. A huge spear of magical fire, azure flame, fell on the monster's back, piercing right through his body. The goat immediately fell to the ground. A huge hole gaped in his body, which remained after the blow. Dasha took a few moments to catch her breath and come to her senses. At this time, the rest of the monsters, which had managed to break through the rift, were already rushing towards her. The girl counted 10 goats, while she herself could only use the azure flame 8 times. A moment later, she pushed off the ground with force and soared up. Then the girl came down hard on the second goat, driving her flames right into his head. Dasha was angry that reinforcements had not yet arrived, and these idiots from headquarters did not know at all what it meant to show up on time. The girl understood that the azure flame would not be enough for all the monsters, so she would have to resort to an even more powerful and dangerous means. It was a magic that covered her entire body in fire. She chose it because close combat was the weakness of these monsters, but the technique would not help her much here. The girl waited a couple of moments before the animals began to slow down, after which she used her new magic and went on the attack with lightning speed. A moment before the impact, Dasha gathered all her strength in one hand, concentrating it there. Then she lightly touched the animal's head with it, directing all her energy to that place. Huge streams of blue flames burst out of her hand, which were supposed to take the life of the monster. This lasted only a moment. Then the girl's skin became covered with spots, and the goat's body began to emit steam. Immediately after this, Dasha jumped over the monster, leaning her hand on it. The girl did the same thing again, concentrating all her strength in her leg. She dealt a crushing blow, throwing the huge monster into the air, after which Dasha fell to the ground, she had 8 more monsters to defeat, and they were already rushing towards her with all their speed, which did not bode well for the girl. She struggled to her feet after a short fight, her muscles already starting to feel tired. The girl understood that it was unlikely that she would be able to cope with all of them, but she was obliged to do everything in her power until reinforcements arrived. Suddenly, something caught her attention. This rift began to suck nearby objects into itself. At this moment, the girl could only think about the fact that her mother was still behind her. Several small stones rose into the air and glowed as if surrounded by magic, after which they fell directly on the head of each of the remaining goats, killing them instantly. Immediately after this, our hero appeared in the air, thinking that his old girlfriend was still as flaming as she was before. He slowly knelt down next to Dasha, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Kostya thought that the girl was in great pain due to the depletion of her magical power, so he tried to help and put his hand on the Crimson Witch's back. Although he could not help her restore her life force, he could replenish her magic power so that the life force would not be burned and would not affect her mana core. Now was not the time for memories, but the guy was glad to see his girlfriend again after so many years of separation. After some time, the Crimson Witch came to her senses and sat down straight on the cold ground. The girl looked at her hands and was surprised that she did not feel any pain at all. Although now it didn't matter at all, so she got up and rushed as fast as she could back to the car. The girl was incredibly happy to see that her mother was completely fine and safe. At this time, the woman was already standing on the street and talking with one of the policemen. She was also very glad that she was able to see her ward safe and sound. The woman immediately reached out to the girl to find out if she was okay and if she was hurt. The Crimson Witch decided to lie a little and said that everything was fine with her because reinforcements arrived on time. The girl said she was a little tired, but did not have any serious injuries, after which both women laughed joyfully because they got off so easily. After that, they decided to go out to dinner as they had planned before, so they needed to check out the store. However, Dasha had already changed her mind about eating the stew and invited her mother to go to her restaurant so that Kostya would prepare her favorite rice cakes for them. And at this time, our hero was just in the restaurant and was wondering when his mother and girlfriend were planning to return. Their first meeting after a long separation was very joyful. Dasha threw herself on the guy's neck, knocking him off his feet. Kostya sighed wearily after such an emotional meeting with his old friend. He recalled the first minutes of their reunion and realized that the girl had become much grumpier than she had been before. Our hero's mother said that she was very tired today, so she was going to rest. Finally, she asked to prepare Kostya a delicious meal when Dasha arrived, and also not to quarrel with her. The doors to the restaurant opened and late customers entered. It seemed to be Sergei and his young secretary the guy was very happy to meet. Kostya was trying new snacks at this time, not at all expecting to see anyone at such a time. At first, Sergei even thought that the guy was on a break, but he convinced him otherwise. Our hero said that he was simply preparing late-night snacks because there were no visitors, after which he took his dear guests to the table and told them about today's menu for the night. The young director noticed that the ingredients for such food were too difficult to obtain in their time, to which the hero said that the young people paid enough last time, and he himself thought that they needed to change the topic. The guy noticed that today the couple looked even more tired than last time. After these words, they generally fell into despondency, which greatly surprised the young cook. The guys literally put their heads in their hands and were very upset about something. It turned out that their company's negotiations went poorly, so they were forced to pay a huge amount of money. Then the chairman's son announced the return amount of 500 billion won, which greatly surprised our hero. Kostya could not believe the existence of such a huge amount. His whole body suddenly weakened and began to shake. Sergei said that they had a problem with the guild in which they invested. Recently, the renewable dungeon they bought suddenly disappeared without a trace. The renewable dungeon slowly releases monsters when the owners draw a magic circle, so they invested about 500 billion won into it. Kostya immediately realized that we were talking about exactly the dungeon that he had cleared, so he was truly horrified by what he had done. He said that this was an unaffordable amount for most people, so he asked if they were talking about a place that, until recently, was filled with all kinds of equipment. Sergei confirmed that all this belonged to their guild. There was so much stuff piled up there that the guy most likely noticed it when he passed by. The main problem was that they missed a great opportunity for the guild to become stronger because their awakened trained in that dungeon, which provided them with financial stability. They strived to become a strong guild, capable of clearing difficult dungeons and recruiting strong awakened ones, after which Kostya immediately asked what exactly happened during the negotiations. Because of such questions, Sergei suggested that Kostya could hide his identity, hiding behind a restaurant, and in fact be a journalist, but the guy convinced him. He admitted that his mother owns this place, and he just helps her because he loves to cook. After this, Sergei admitted that they were really lucky to meet here by chance, after which he asked the name of our hero. The guy introduced himself and said that he was 35 years old, which greatly surprised the guests, because he seemed much younger than them. After that, Sergei introduced himself and clarified that he will turn 32 this year. If the guy looks on the internet, he will find out that he is the head of the Manhwa Company Guild. The chairman's young son then looked at his secretary meaningfully. The girl immediately introduced herself, stated her age, and clarified that she was now the secretary of the head of the guild. Kostya thought that he already knew this, but he only said out loud that in fact he was unemployed, and he was still very far from being a reporter. After which he began slicing the meat, and the young people decided to make friends with such a good cook and invited him to have a snack with them. Our guy agreed with pleasure. At that moment, the keeper mentally called him, and a big white dog ran into the kitchen and stared at our hero. He told Kostya that a new quest had appeared to fulfill a wish. The number of karma points as a reward for completing a quest depends on the consequences that will be caused by successfully completing it. So this one promised as many as 5 million points. This meant that the two guests who needed help clearing the A-rank dungeon were not blinded by their own interests, so helping them meant helping a lot more people. Kostya thought that this would help raise the level of the Guardian, which would mean curing his mother's illness faster. At that time, he had just finished preparing the dish and placed it in front of his visitors. The guys were completely delighted with his appearance and clarified whether cooking was really just a hobby for our hero. The guy admitted that the restaurant has been in his family for 3 generations, so he is interested in this area. After which the guests tried the dish and were completely delighted with its taste. The whole trio was sitting nicely and having dinner when Kostya decided to find out if the guild could get their money back. He suggested that although this deal was significant because it could lead to great growth for the guild, they should return the money to her now that the rift has disappeared. Sergei replied that as compensation, they were given the opportunity to clear an A-rank dungeon. Kostya at first thought that this was an excellent option, but the thoughtful expression on the faces of his new comrades confused the guy. Diana clarified that although this was a good offer, it was different with an A-rank dungeon. The girl said that in their guild, there are almost no awakened ranks A and especially higher ones. To clear them, they need less, and at least 5 awakened ranks A. Therefore, for a guild like theirs, this is just an impossible dream. Sergei agreed with all of the above and added that if they had at least 1 awakened rank S, then it would be much easier for them to clear this dungeon. And Kostya thought that the matter was quite serious, after which a thought suddenly occurred to him. He called out to his new friends and offered to introduce them to someone. The guys were so shocked by what they saw that Sergei even dropped the spoon from his mouth. Right in front of them, some red-haired girl tried to strangle Kostya. During this entire altercation, she did not pay attention to those present. Then she noticed them and became embarrassed. The girl immediately let go of our hero's neck, smiled sweetly, and greeted the people. Once as a child, Kostya asked Dasha why she treated him differently from others, to which the girl simply smiled calmly and said that he was her friend. She continued by saying that someone like her is only friends with a certain type of person, and she added that our hero is one of those who could be her friend, which confused the guy. It was hard to believe because at the moment it was difficult to say. Dasha simply tied up her old friend and left him hanging upside down at the entrance to the restaurant. And at that time she was talking with Sergei and Diana, who offered her to help them clear the dungeon. The guys added that she could help them only if she had time for it, and in return, they would definitely not remain in debt. In fact, they could really use the help of such a powerful awakened one as the Crimson Witch. In response to this, the girl thought for a while, and then asked the guys if they knew how to drink alcohol. This unexpected continuation of the conversation caused surprise on the faces of the restaurant guests, but they agreed. After some time, Kostya was able to free himself from his bonds and return to the establishment. He was angry that the boys had messed up so much, but he was glad that he had convinced them to go somewhere else for the second round. The guy noticed that the quest was still not completed because the corresponding notification window had not appeared, but he thought that the girl would somehow sort out this matter. The Guardian replied that the level did not rise so quickly. Perhaps this was due to the fact that the guys were quite famous. After which Kostya offered to go to the mountains with him as a reward for the quest. He said he was going to get ingredients to cook a nutritious meal for him and his mother. He was going to dig up and prepare a plant that could only be found on the mountain. It was useful for those suffering from lung cancer. In addition, this mountain is considered a gray area, and Galgoro black bears have often been seen there. These are demonic monsters, the danger level of which reaches the first level. In addition, they have a rather nasty character, and they capture a large territory. And as soon as an intruder appears on it, they begin a battle with him to the death, even if the intruder is the same bear. Therefore, the only race that can get along with them is the golden bees, which can hardly be called demonic monsters. The keeper clearly didn't like being put on a leash, but Kostya noticed that it would be difficult to move around the city without it, so he asked the wolf to be patient a little. It was all for the sake of restoring stamina and finding ingredients for the food that the guy was going to cook, which pleased the keeper a little. The truth was, let it all be for the sake of finding the next guardian and trying to impose succession on another person. But the wolf still had little reason to justify going into someone else's house to save a dying man. This behavior only meant that the guardian actually loved people very much, after which Kostya thought that he was really taking advantage of the kindness of his guardian god. However, the guy noticed that he was not going to become his successor. He was not going to become someone as great at all. After this, a complete image of a guardian wolf immediately appeared in our hero's head. The guy has already forgotten what he looks like in his usual size, after which the hero decided that it would not be difficult for him to protect one single person. After some time, this strange company of a man and a white dog arrived on the mountain. The guys had been walking around looking for the plant they needed for a long time. Finally, they found the necessary ingredient and began to assemble it. Kostya was just telling his friend that the taste of this plant is not the main thing, because it helps well in restoring stamina. Before he could finish speaking, he immediately felt the presence of a huge black bear. The wolf also immediately felt the energy that emanated from this monster. Our hero put the plants behind his back, straightened up, and asked the keeper to hold the bear for a while. He would have done it himself, but he had something more important to accomplish than that. He took out a glass jar from his bag that he had prepared in advance. The honey from the bees he talked about at home is very tasty and restores a lot of stamina. After these words, the keeper agreed to detain the bear, which made our hero very happy. The guy asked to give him about 10 minutes to collect honey, after which he had to return and help the keeper. A huge bear, angry at the presence of strangers on its territory, advanced on the intruders. Kostya saw the monster approaching, so he once again asked his guardian friend to detain him for 10 minutes, after which he promised to return soon and set off at lightning speed in search of honey, so as not to waste a second of time. The smaller wolf took a deep breath from the fact that such a difficult task was assigned to him. At this time, the bear wasted no time. With its huge paws, it broke the thick trunks of perennial trees with one blow. The guardian looked at his opponent and could not believe that he had actually agreed to this adventure. At about the same moment, Kostya had already reached the place he needed, so he was now sitting on a tree and thinking about a plan of action. The guy was still a little worried, but he was sure that the keeper would be able to take care of himself, and he had more important tasks now. From his mana, the guy formed small golden balls that were supposed to help him in his business. Then, still high in the tree, Kostya sent them to the nearby territory. He knew that even by lightly touching the bees with magical power, they could be forced to return to the hive, and it would not be difficult for him to find them. As soon as he thought about it, one of the bees fell into his trap. Thanks to this, our hero immediately guessed where he should go next. Therefore, he pushed off with force from the tree branch and moved after the insect. It was not difficult for him to find a bee among all these forest plantations thanks to his magic. After that, all he could do was follow her closely. After all, he will need about 5,000 bees to receive honey at least once a month, and in addition to the excellent taste, it also perfectly restores stamina. Therefore, Kostya was very happy that he was able to stumble upon a large flower field, which was completely filled with bees. The guy froze briefly in admiration for such a beautiful view that revealed itself to him in this forest clearing. One of the giant bees landed on his hand, and the guy realized that everything was fine with their size. He began to look around in the hope of finding the place from where they were all flying out. Having walked a little to the side and moved the branch to the side, our hero found what he was looking for. Not far from the clearing, among the small trees, there was a huge beehive. Kostya was very surprised by such a huge size, although he was counting on it. He was especially pleased that, thanks to such a large size, there would be enough honey to come here not once a month, but once a week. Our hero began to knock on the walls of the bee house, hoping to snatch a piece of it for himself, and the insects stung him, defending their shelter. Our hero still managed to collect a sufficient amount of pure, beautiful honey. Kostya knew that this would be enough for him for the first time, so he was excited about his first test. The guy really thought that he should come here every week. Suddenly, something surprised him very much. He even exclaimed a curse. In fact, Kostya remembered that he had completely forgotten about his friend the Guardian, and at this time he was fighting an unequal battle with a huge magical bear. In the heat of the slaughter, the animals even got to the hero himself, which allowed Kostya to find himself on the battlefield. The guy immediately rushed to his white wolf, coming to his aid. The Guardian was clearly very exhausted, so Kostya immediately apologized for losing track of time. The guy put his hand on his friend's now soiled white fur. He realized that he had too high expectations for him, because he was far from in the best shape. The hero realized that the keeper came to his house out of his kindness. He did everything he could to help him, but the hero took it for granted. He even sent his wolf in his weak state to fight a real magical bear. The guy realized that everything happened through his fault, so he promised himself not to kill the monster. With lightning speed, he went to attack the monster and put all his strength into one single blow to the head. His intention was simply to euthanize the animal for about a week. We then see the restaurant owner come out onto the porch to meet someone. She saw her son returning all rumpled and dirty from a run on the mountain. The guy said that today they were very lucky. He was able to get fairly cheap honey and dug up some medicinal plants. But their conversation was interrupted by a company consisting of Sergei, Diana, and Dasha, who fell out of the restaurant with a hangover. They tearfully asked our hero to prepare hangover soup for them, and he was angry that they had the audacity to drink all night and then come here again. At first, my mother did not understand how to react to such a strange gathering, but then she cheered up, following the rest of the company. She had no idea that this was a completely unusual honey, so she suggested making them some refreshing honey water to help them relax. Our hero asked his mother not to stress too much. The woman said that everything was fine with her, but let him not neglect the connections he had already created. So she took the jar of honey from her son's hands and sent him to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, the guardian again turned into a small white dog and rested in our hero's bag. Several years ago, young Dasha told our hero that once, when she was adopted, she was immediately sent back, which surprised the guy. He asked if it was normal for her to tell him this. However, she added that at that age, she could not do anything about her anger. So 2 months later, those people sent her back to the orphanage. At the time, she didn't understand why she was returned. But as she grew older, she began to understand the reason. The girl was clearly upset about something, so she said that she needed to hide who she really was. After that, in all foster families, she began to behave as calmly and sweetly as possible. Dasha said that she tried to adhere to this pattern of behavior for the rest of her life. These memories came flooding back to our hero as he looked at his now eccentric, drunken girlfriend. Dasha jokingly said that honey water is so good that it seems to her that he added something else to it. After that, the whole company began to discuss what a wonderful cook Kostya had become. They also complimented our hero for looking very young for his age. They endlessly demanded hangover soup, breakfast, or honey water, which greatly irritated our hero. The guy warned that he wanted to fry some of the plant that he had dug up in the mountains. But he immediately warned that he wouldn't give much to the guests, because in fact he was doing it for his mother. Sergei was immediately surprised that even though the guy had honey and plants in stock, it was extremely difficult to get this food at this time. The guy asked his secretary whether Kostya would be uncomfortable if he also paid, although he had even prepared a gift. He prepared them as a thank you to his friends. One of his employees gave them to him this morning. Dasha was very inspired by such a surprise, so she asked to give her gift first. She joyfully extended both hands forward, expecting Sergei to put something in them. The guy turned around, reached into his bag, took out a box, and put it right in the girl's hands. Dasha immediately noticed that even the box looked very cool and asked if it could be opened. After permission, the girl carefully opened the lid. Inside, on a red velvet pillow, lay a watch, and she immediately put the gift on the table and said that it looked very expensive. She could not accept it. Sergei noticed that this was a gift, including for her future help. The watch was fireproof and should withstand even the strong flame of the Crimson Witch. Dasha listened carefully to every word the guy said. The girl was absolutely delighted with this gift. She really liked it. She even jokingly asked Sergei if she could marry him. At this time, footsteps were heard from the inside of the house, and someone entered the kitchen. It turned out to be the owner of the house, who came downstairs because of the noise. She saw that her son needed help, so she decided to go to him. In fact, the guy had everything under control. He brought out an absolutely amazing platter of appetizers. Absolutely every person present here spoke positively about the smell, color, and appearance of the food. Kostya said that this was done thanks to the amazing culinary skills of his school friend Dasha, meaning himself. After that, he put away the extra dishes in the sink, then joined his friends at the table and asked if it seemed to him that Dasha was going to marry Sergei. The guy was in such shock, but the girl happily began nodding her head in agreement. There was probably still alcohol in their heads. That's why the guys reacted like that. Sergei looked at Kostya and his mother and tried to convince them that this was just a joke. He explained that he just gave the girl a gift. He had prepared it for the owner of the restaurant, but now a strange atmosphere arose. The hero's mother was amazed that someone had prepared a surprise before her, but she was pleased. And at this time, Sergei pulled out from his bag another similar box with a watch on a pillow. The woman also admitted that the watch was very beautiful, but she doubted whether she should accept such a gift. However, the guy said that everything was fine, because her son saved their lives. Now they would go to the restaurant quite often. He suggested thinking of it as a bribe, as a joke, after which he began to talk about one special place, which was a dwarven workshop. The guy continued to talk about how the dwarves are one of the races that came to Earth after the Great Cataclysm. Sergei added that the Great Cataclysm was both a disaster and an opportunity for them too, since they could not find ways to return and decided to adapt to life on Earth because they had no other choice, so the government gave them a region to settle. The company recruited them to sell little things that they could make with their techniques. I didn't have time to finish when Dasha immediately understood what was going on. She said that they recently aired an advertisement, and a kitchen knife made from it looked very cool. The company is quite popular among housewives. Mother was surprised that her gift was bought in such a great place. Sergei awkwardly noted that since they were shopping in one place anyway, he put away the gifts there too. The guy began to talk about how it was always profitable, but he was afraid that he had upset his mother too much with his cold calculations. However, the woman still said that she would accept such a gift with gratitude. She admitted that if she refused, it would be rude to them, because they spent so much effort on getting this watch. Sergei was very pleased that such a wonderful woman thanked him sincerely. Before the guy could remember the joy, someone's strong hand grabbed him by the tie. Then the fist clenched forcefully and even began to cause some pain to Sergei. It was Kostya who put a threatening expression on his face and ordered his friend to be honest with him. Sergei was even frightened by such an unexpected reaction to this story, and Kostya, with a furious expression on his face, asked where the workshop that makes the famous kitchen knives was located. Sergei was confused. Even tears appeared in his eyes. He did not expect such a question and such a reaction at all. After that, the guys were separated. Sergei went to cry to his secretary, and Mom and Dasha scolded Kostya. This still did not stop the guys from going to that same dwarven workshop a little later. Kostya was in this area for the first time because he appeared during his absence. He expected it to be some kind of strange place, but it looks quite good. A fairly reliable building. He ordered the wolf to follow him, although he did not understand why he came here. The guy explained that it is ideal to be as passionate about completing the quest as possible. This was the only way to quickly cure our hero's mother, with which the keeper could not but agree. He wanted to answer something to our hero, but he was not allowed to do so. A red disc flew right in front of the wolf's nose, and a beast-like monster rushed after it. It was surprising that people did not run away in fear. On the contrary, they watched this performance with enthusiasm. The Guardian looked at all this as if he was not at all surprised. He admitted that the dwarves were quite comfortable on the ground, because such physical abilities could be used to perform acrobatic feats. However, then he looked at how some human child was sitting on the neck of an animal, and added that they were a rather aggressive race, so their pride could be hurt. Kostya looked around and noticed one dwarf, whose fur color seemed familiar to him. Suddenly, a security alert sounded throughout the village, calling on all visitors to leave the place, but our hero clearly had no intention of following this decree. Kostya was almost caught by a guard, so he had to quickly go behind a tree and hide from his sight. The guy thought that sooner or later he would be discovered, so he needed to use the skill of stealth. However, as soon as he started using magic, someone suddenly attacked him from behind. The guy barely had time to jump away from the tree when a blow immediately fell there. If he had not managed to do this, then now his body would also be cut, but in several parts like this trunk. The monster held enormous power in his hands. Even the earth cracked under his onslaught. In fact, the monster sensed the use of magic, so it came to check its source. However, the guy replied that he knew him, even called him the Blue Fang tribe, and suggested that the monster's name was Tyler. The gray wolf was very surprised by this guy's strange reaction, and our hero noticed that the wolf was not so familiar with a large number of people, but still managed to forget him. The guy said with a smile that he just wanted to clarify whether it was really his friend, but it turned out to be him. After reuniting, this small company went to the dwarven home itself. While the wolf was calling to a certain old man, the guardians noticed that this guy also had a quest. Kostya replied that he first wanted to meet his old acquaintance, and then watch the quest itself. After some time, a small old man came to the threshold of the house and immediately recognized our hero. The guy was very happy about such a meeting after a long separation. He immediately stood up from his seat and said the old man's real name. This grandfather was also very happy to meet him and called our Kostya hero Choi. The men walked towards each other to greet each other. Kostya heard that the old man had moved to live in another place, but he could not think that this was Earth. To which the old friend noted that, in fact, they did not intend to live here in the first place. He said that one day, 5 years ago, the hero Kostya Choi was called up. At the first meeting, the old man immediately drew attention to the hero's strange sword, which had a blade that was too large for his body, and the handle was too thick. He said that although the material of the sword plays an important role, it is also important whether the blade is suitable for its owner. After the old man tried to pronounce the hero's name several times, he suggested simply calling him Hero Choi. In gratitude for saving his family and tribe, the dwarves decided to upgrade his sword to better suit him. His little granddaughter came out behind them and screamed that her grandfather was called a genius, which appeared once every 100 years, so he was definitely telling the truth. Kostya was amazed at such a bold reaction of this little girl, so he could not ignore the old man's advice. He happily handed his sword to the master and offered to play with the children while the work was going on. In fact, his games were quite strange. They brought children to tears, because the guy was spinning these little dwarves on his shoulders with such force that their bodies simply could not stand it. He was asked to moderate his ardor a little, after which the guy calmed down a little and decided to talk with the older dwarves. The little girl replied that the dwarves did not stay in place until the ore was depleted, but they themselves were on the move and were almost at their destination. The world in which they lived, due to the invasion of demons, began to resemble ruins more. The magic of teleportation, which allows them to move between worlds, spends a large amount of bodily and magical power, and could have been trapped in the eternal universe if they had miscalculated. Therefore, they thought that they were very lucky to get into the kingdom of spirits until they were attacked by ostriches. The whole family was preparing for the inevitability of death until, at the last moment, a hero suddenly appeared and saved them. The granddaughter said that they all survived only thanks to him, but still she doesn't think they will stay here for long. After this, the guy admitted that he himself also did not belong to the kingdom of spirits. He is here only until they get rid of all the demons. In any case, the guardians of this place will not send him back until he wins and achieves his goal. The girl listened carefully to his story and offered her help. She said that she could return the hero back to the world from which he came, which greatly surprised him. I even thought that the guy didn't hear her, so she repeated her offer again. She said that she would need to ask the elders first, but since the hero helped them, she did not think that they would be against it. The hero didn't expect everything to happen so quickly, so he didn't know how to respond to this. He needed some time to think about her proposal and decide. Meanwhile, the granddaughter continued to talk about how they would have to try several times, but mistakes could not be avoided, and they would also need a huge amount of magical powers. The guy suggested that even with a huge amount of power, they would still need to complete the magic that allowed them to travel between dimensions. In addition, even if the probability of making a mistake is almost zero, the risk of getting lost in space still remains. The girl was amazed that the guy knew a lot about their own magic. Therefore, Kostya looked at her with gratitude and decided to refuse their offer, because he believed that he would still be able to return to his homeworld. At that moment, images of his mother and Dasha came into our hero's head. However, the last time he saw them was so long ago that they were blurry, and the guy could not remember anything clearly. At this moment, one of the adults from the tribe approaches them and warns them that the sword is almost ready. This made our hero very happy, so he suggested coming closer and waiting there. He once again expressed his gratitude to this little girl and asked her not to be upset. After some more time, Kostya was surprised that the dwarf family still decided to come to another dimension. The news was told to him by the huge lion, who himself heard it from someone else. Our hero was very happy for his friends, but at the same time he was surprised why they decided to leave so suddenly. Perhaps in that world there were many magical stones that the courtyards really needed. Most of the stones in this world are found inside monsters, and dwarves are not very good at fighting, so digging would be ideal for them. But in the spirit realm, this type of stone is difficult to find. After this conversation, our hero climbed onto the back of his friend the lion. He decided that he definitely needed to say goodbye to his old acquaintances. Lev warned that Maxim was there, helping the tribe to travel their magic through the dimension. Our hero was not very friendly with this Maxim, but promised not to do anything. After which this strange couple immediately went to the village. The huge lion covered long distances in just one jump, so the hero had to hold tightly to his mane. And at this time in the village, the elder was already running towards our Kostya. Both of them were very glad to see each other after quite a long separation. Kostya said that he hoped that the tribe would get used to this place and settle here, but it seems too difficult for them here. He can help them with many things, but he was powerless against the ecosystem. The guy noticed that the old man had tears in the corners of his eyes, ready to flow. He admitted that the hero already helped them a lot. He saved them from death many times. If not for him, they themselves would have become spirits, and would not have tried to travel through dimensions. After these words, another dwarf came out of the crowd and brought out something in his hands. The old man asked to accept this as a small parting gift. This bow was made by one of the best blacksmiths in the history of their tribe. At one time, he was the 7th leader who became famous for his artificial skill. This bow does not need arrows. You can simply pour in magical power, and the arrow will appear on its own. Kostya was amazed and asked if they were sure that they wanted to give him something valuable. However, in response, the elder bowed to him and said that thanks to his courage, they themselves wanted to become better. This is their way of repaying him. He offered it himself because the bow is the treasure of their tribe. However, before this, they all consulted together, so this is a gift from the entire tribe. Only after this, Kostya noticed that now not only the old man, but also absolutely all the inhabitants of this settlement were bowing to him. The magic portal had already been opened, so the old man finally only added that he prayed that in the future, there would be no difficulties on the hero's path. Remembering all this, our hero could barely hold back his tears from the surging emotions. But at this time, the whole company sat in the human world and enjoyed their reunion at the game. The old man admitted that he did not hope that he would be able to see the hero again, so he was really happy. Then he added that he heard that Kostya wanted to ask him for a favor. After that, our hero remembered why he came here in the first place. He handed the elder a note with a drawing and said that he was going to give it to a hunter he knew, so he just needed the device to work, without having to put in a lot of effort. The old man thought for a long time, so the hero even thought that this was too difficult a task. Grandfather explained that the density of magical power on the ground is too weak, so now they cannot activate the brazier using magical power, and the mana cores were damaged in the last move. And they were prepared for the fact that something would go wrong during the spatial transition, so they landed on the ground without any problems. He apologized for the fact that the hero had put so much effort into finding them, but the tribe was defeated. To which the hero remarked with a smile that they had absolutely no need to apologize to him. The elder was surprised by the guy's easy reaction to his words. However, the hero asked his elder friend to come a little closer to him, after which he pointed his hand in his direction and began to exude some kind of magic from it. He used this power to restore his friend. The old man immediately felt that something had happened to his mana core. Kostya explained that he tried to invest magical and life force, although today is the same as before, but it should have been much better. After which he gave his friend a whole glass of golden bee honey, which could help him. The guy admitted that he was lucky and was able to get some, so now he is happy to give some of it to his friend. Kostya said that he would try to make sure that the entire tribe could restore their mana core, but in the middle of the conversation, he noticed that the dwarf began to cry. The guy immediately rushed to find out what happened suddenly that the old man reacted like that. He said that with such help, he would only need 1 day to complete the task. He was very grateful for the help. He looked at the drawing on the sheet and said that he would try to complete everything on time. After which our hero returned home, using his unimaginable power, doing it in the blink of an eye. He immediately received a message from Sergei that the date had finally been determined when they could go on a raid in the dungeon. Kostya continued to talk to him on the phone, and at this time he went inside the restaurant. Sergei said that in 3 days the dungeon itself will appear, and their raid will take place in 7 days. After that, our guy asked if his friend Dasha had told him about this. He was not satisfied with the answer, so he invited Sergei back to his restaurant to discuss the problem. But he could hear absolutely nothing. He only burst into tears while lying on the table. It turned out that Dasha agreed while she was drunk, and then sobered up and simply took back her words. After the party, the girl heard Sergei's proposal again and said that she didn't remember anything. And then she added that she doesn't work in groups at all. Kostya calmed his friend down and said that he should have concluded a written contract with the girl or recorded the conversation while they were drinking. After this, our hero came up with a great idea, so he invited Sergei to have a drink during the day. He added that Dasha herself loves to drink throughout the day. According to their plan, Kostya was supposed to try to negotiate with her, and Sergei was to take advantage of this. After that, our hero immediately dialed his friend's number to ask her to come to the restaurant. The girl did not pick up the phone for quite a long time, but eventually did so. She immediately said that she had warned Sergei yesterday that she would not do anything for him. However, Kostya noticed that he had a different opinion about his friend, who had never broken a promise to someone before. But he himself called for a completely different reason. He just wanted to offer me a drink. After which they agreed on a time to meet and hung up. The first phase was completed successfully. After the end of the conversation, Kostya said that he was able to drag Dasha into the restaurant, so the second stage of the plan was up to Sergei. The young director was very grateful to his friend for what he did for him, after which I left him alone in the hall and went to the kitchen to prepare snacks. At this time, a car stopped outside with a huge squeal of tires. The young businessman shouted to his friend the cook that the girl had arrived. Dasha entered the restaurant and hoped that all preparations for drinking had already been completed. She was very surprised to see Sergei here, because no one warned her about this. The girl was angry that they called her for this, but Kostya said that Sergei was just passing by and decided to come in. He wanted to leave when he heard that Dasha would come here soon, but she caught him on the way out, so he suggested that they both stay. Sergei was grateful for this offer, but asked whether everything would be fine. I was worried about Dasha's reaction, but the girl said that nothing bad would happen. He could stay. After which Sergei sat down at the table and began to discuss the snacks that their mutual friend had recently prepared. However, Daria still noted that she would not change her decision even if they all drank together, because she had never participated in dungeon raids. She is already responsible for the faults, and it is more comfortable for her to work alone, especially since a group of at least 5 people is legally allowed to clear the dungeon. The girl noticed that she and her team tried to work together, but most were focused on their opponents more than she was. They are strong enough alone, so teamwork does not go well. Sergei was jealous that they were strong alone, but the girl did not share his feelings. In fact, she didn't want the whole world to know that the more she used her powers, the more crazy she became. If others found out, they would likely even publish an article saying that the Flame Witch had gone crazy. Before this, she had silenced people with money, but she couldn't imagine how to silence the awakened ones of this wealthy Xinhua guild and their workers. While they were all sitting at the table and eating, the girl muttered something under her breath, after which Kostya noticed that the girl easily breaks promises and refuses without even explaining the reason. He said that Sergei must please his father and not get caught by the yellow press. Everything is so bad that he is forced to ask for help from an unemployed guy from a street restaurant, so he asked to take all this into account. He added that even though what Kostya said was true, Dasha should not feel obligated. The girl tried to appear again, but the guy didn't let her do it. Sergei repeated his phrase, this time emphasizing the word obliged. Dasha immediately realized that she was simply being manipulated, so she was embarrassed. She noted that it was useless to try to put such pressure on someone who had no parents or other family members to impress. To which Kostya noted that in fact Dasha has him and his mother, so she has no right to say that. The girl replied that for a guy who had been missing for 10 years, he had no conscience at all, but she still thought about something. After some time, Dasha said that she would still help Sergei with the dungeon if he stopped behaving like that. To which Kostya noticed that the girl had been constantly changing her mood lately. However, she didn't answer anything. She just continued drinking and praised the taste of the alcohol. Our hero thought that sometimes he doesn't understand his girlfriend at all. However, I noticed a system notification that the quest to conclude a contract for a raid in a dungeon with Dasha was completed. He received 5 million karma for this. Literally a moment later, Dasha and Sergei were already drunk and went on a revelry. While the guys were resting and preparing for future work, Kostya went to the kitchen and decided to clean up a little. The guy was focused on this matter when he noticed that someone was about to enter his restaurant. And literally a moment later the door opened, an elder and a huge gray wolf walked inside. After that, the trio went to a park nearby to see something. Both dwarves were very surprised that in the middle of the city there was a tree of peace growing on the ground. Meanwhile, it had already grown quite tall, even sprouted several branches and illuminated everything around with its magnificent appearance. Kostya said that this is the same tree. The world gave him his seed before he returned. It grows quite well. The elder even noted that the spirit that is responsible for it must live here. Kostya admitted that he couldn't even grow a cactus himself, so he simply made a contract with a spirit nearby, then clapped his hands, urging him to come out. Immediately after this, a small spirit flew out of the crown of a small tree towards the friends. He was very cute. Kostya admitted that he called him Cricket because he was very similar to him. To which the elder noticed that this little spirit did not at all look like a cricket. These words struck our hero to the very heart. However, the grandfather admitted that the spirit had done an excellent job looking after the place, after which the cricket flew up to the wolf and handed him a golden leaf. It was real moongrass, which he never ate because it is very difficult to find. Kostya told him to try it, although the wolf will not be able to regain its true magical power, but it should restore a decent part of it. The huge monster looked at this small leaf, completely not believing in its miraculous powers. However, he still decided to trust his old friend and hastily tossed it into his mouth. As soon as he swallowed it, his mana core immediately felt a surge of power. The wolf noticed that this method worked. His energy immediately increased. Kostya noted that this is a temporary effect, but moongrass grows here, so the wolf can sometimes come here and take it. He also asked his old friend the elder if he could enter into a contract with spirits on Earth. But without waiting for an answer, Kostya stepped a little to the side, bent down and began digging in the ground. After which he pulled the small mole spirit to the surface, offering to try it on him first. He said that if something happened, he would help with his magical power. After that, both of them, the elder and our hero, extended their hands to the spirit. They laid down their magical powers in an attempt to form a contract. This method worked because the little mole immediately greeted his owner and asked for a name. Kostya noticed that as soon as the old man gave him a name, the mole would become his spirit. Grandfather was very embarrassed and decided to name his new mole Gray. Immediately after this, A contract between the old man and the spirit was concluded. That little mole turned into a shiny little ball and disappeared into thin air until he was called. The old man noticed that the hero constantly helps him even in this world. He said that the thing behind the wolf's back was what the guy asked for. Kostya took the burden off his old friend's shoulders and opened the box. He was amazed by the appearance and magical power of this beautiful bow. He was worried that the hero didn't like his gift, but the guy noticed that it even exceeded his expectations. After which our hero decided to try it out first. The guy supported the weapon in his hands and noticed that it was beautiful, like any work of this master. The old man and the wolf looked at their friend and one thought occurred to them. They realized that no matter how much time had passed, this guy remained the same hero they had once met. Looking at this guy, they realized that he most likely chose the right path. He allowed them to live peacefully, so all they can do is help him without question. At this point, the meeting was over. The guy said goodbye until next time. Immediately after this, our hero's phone rang. He thought it was Sergei. However, as soon as he picked up the phone, Kostya almost went deaf from the scream that came from the speaker. He was ready to kill his interlocutor for such a domestic attack, but he restrained himself. Sergei joyfully called him to report that everything worked out for them. He had just reported to his father, and since this is good news, he decided that Kostya should be the first to know about it. He also added that tomorrow he would have to meet his father. The hero was very glad that he could help his friend. His sense of guilt only grew with each new word from Sergei that this was entirely his fault. However, this was not all the news, because the young chairman once mentioned the hero in a conversation with his father. Therefore, he said that he wanted to meet with him. So on the day of the dungeon raid, the whole team would have a snack at their restaurant. This news was so big that Kostya was delighted and at the same time terrified of the upcoming cooking. A few days later, there was a raid. Kostya carried boxes of food on the road. He looked around and thought that too many people had gathered here. Even his mother was tired under the influx of such a huge number of people, so the hero sent her to rest until lunch. He told the woman he could do it alone, but in reality, the guy was terrified of how much work he had to do. Suddenly, a man approached him, wearing a very expensive shining watch on his wrist. He looked very good for his age. His appearance was clearly well looked after. The man introduced himself as Sergei's father and extended his hand to our hero for acquaintance. Kostya was surprised that usually people of higher status do not look at people of lower class. Sergei's father clearly noticed the confusion on our hero's face. When he turned to Kostya, he immediately thought that something terrible would happen. For example, he could order to stop hanging around his son because they live in different rooms. The guy had a low status. In the crowd, he had to humiliate him in his refined aristocratic manner, after which he and his mother would be forced to flee into exile, because that's what they do in the TV series. This happened only in his imagination, but Kostya had already begun to mentally apologize to his mother. He decided that if he apologized first, the man would be more lenient because he would take him by surprise. Therefore, the young guy immediately bowed to the man, hitting his head hard on the table, and instead of all this nonsense, he offered him to work for the company. Sergei's father was amazed at such a strange reaction of our hero, and the guy, who was bleeding from his head, did not expect such a generous offer at all. After some time, when the blood was stopped and ice was applied to the head, both men sat down on a bench nearby and began to talk. First of all, Kostya thanked his friend's father for his experiences and once again apologized for what happened. The man repeated that he would like to work with the young man, but noticed that he was going to refuse. Kostya really noticed that now he wants to devote himself entirely to his family, so he's not sure whether he can cope with his work. To which the man noted that they themselves like to read people by their facial expressions. Or rather, it comes to many people with age and life experience. So he looked carefully at the guy again and said that he makes people put their hopes on him. Kostya was very grateful for this assessment and was even a little embarrassed. They would have continued talking about their business if a whole crowd of people had not suddenly run up to the president. They informed him that a raid on the dungeon would begin soon. Reporters were already waiting for him. The president turned to Kostya and said that he had already understood from the conversation that he had rejected his offer. However, it still remains in force, so I asked our hero to think again, after which he said goodbye and left. After that, Kostya decided that he should go check on the guys just in time. Dasha looked so bad that Kostya even clarified what was happening to her, and the girl replied that she was so nervous that she might even vomit. The hero was surprised that his girlfriend could be nervous, for which he received punishment. The girl noticed that this was indeed her first experience of working in a team, that Kostya noticed that if she refused you again, then Sergei would burst into tears. Dasha admitted to her friend that the more she used fire, the more she lost her sanity, so she was worried that this would cause bad rumors about the Crimson Witch's reputation. Kostya tried to cheer her up and said that she had no reputation anyway. Hearing the words that no one cared about her, The girl flew into a real rage. Meanwhile, Sergei, who led the raid, gave interviews to reporters. He turned his attention to his friend Kostya, who came up to him to say goodbye before leaving. The young entrepreneur immediately noticed that something had happened to his friend's head. In order not to embarrass anyone present, our heroes walked away and stood nearby behind a tree. After that, Kostya carefully examined his friend and noticed that he had been training a lot. The guy was delighted that someone noticed his external changes. He admitted that he was a little nervous and wanted everything to work out, so he did a little preparation in advance. Kostya noted that Sergei always tries his best. This impresses him. Sergei's inner mood noticeably improved from just these encouraging words. In fact, Kostya noticed that his friend had raised the whole class, but something still worried him. In fact, there was a suspiciously frightening aura emanating from their dungeon. Kostya hoped that this was all just his paranoia. By that time, all preparations for the raid had already been completed. Sergei and his team set off, finally asking the cook to prepare food for them before returning. Kostya waved goodbye to his friend, hoping that everything would go well for him. However, after some time and a huge mountain of prepared food, the guy only thought that if his friend returned alive and unharmed, he would kill him himself. Just then his mother finished counting and packing the boxes. The awakened should have already returned, so the guy had to hurry up and clean everything up. Suddenly, a strange feeling of anxiety and danger pierced the entire body of our hero. He was not the only one who felt this, because even the birds decided to leave these places. Kostya looked at the flying flocks and agreed that he was experiencing a frightening feeling. At this moment, even the guardian began heart-rendingly calling for our hero. He was literally screaming that something was clearly wrong with the dungeon. But literally 8 minutes ago, Dasha stood in it, breathing heavily after the fight. The girl had just single-handedly defeated a whole crowd of giant scorpions. She was so strong that everyone else in the raid didn't even have to make any effort. The Crimson Witch at that moment was worried that people were looking at her like she was crazy. After which, Diana noticed that they entered the dungeon only 6 minutes ago. Sergei was also amazed at how strong his new friend turned out to be. After that, the guys went as close as possible to the Crimson Witch to help her if she needed anything. The girl noticed that there were no more monsters nearby, so Sergei allowed her to go outside with the others. He promised that he and Diana would catch up with the remaining team members when they were sure that the cleanup squad had begun work. The Crimson Witch was satisfied with this answer, so she and several other people headed out. All the guys made a promise to each other that they would see each other outside. However, as soon as they left the dungeon, something strange immediately began to happen to him. It seemed as if the sky was covered with cracks and split into several parts. Our hero Kostya immediately felt that something was wrong. He noticed a strange energy. The technical team also detected an anomaly. A fissure appeared right in the dungeon, and in terms of indicators, it was at the level of a catastrophe. Kostya ran to the specialist and tried to find out whether his friends had time to leave the danger zone. The man immediately replied that most of the hunters had left the dungeon, but Sergei, Diana, and the cleanup group were still inside. After that, Kostya immediately threw off his extra apron and gloves and rushed to his friend's aid. At this time, a young businessman, his secretary, and a cleanup team found themselves inside the rift. They all also felt that something was wrong. Not far from them, in front of the cave, they noticed a fissure of frightening force. Looking at him, the guys could immediately tell that they couldn't do it alone. And the cleanup group, which was even weaker, was truly horrified by what was happening. Everyone present was very scared because they did not know what awaited them ahead. However, something had to be done, so Sergei decided to take command. He decided to calm his guys down and ordered them all to prepare for defense. He said that as soon as he and the secretary checked everything, then, if possible, everyone would head towards the exit. He also convinced people that everyone outside should already know about the rift, so once things calmed down, they could assess the situation. He asked everyone present to remain calm, and on behalf of the entire company, declared that he would not let anyone die here. Immediately after this, Sergei and Diana went to reconnaissance of the situation. Sergei admitted that no matter how much he ignored the fact of the strength of this fault, there definitely should have been a bladed panther there. The guy seemed absolutely right, because a huge white predatory cat came out to meet them. The young head immediately realized that this was a catastrophe on the level of the first great cataclysm. The last time in such an incident, there were more than 6,000 victims. 2 entire islands were completely turned into ruins. The chance that the 2 of them could defeat her was close to 0, but the guy didn't expect to win anyway. He only believed and hoped that all his painful training had not gone in vain. They only needed to hold out until reinforcements arrived and the rest of the people were evacuated. At this time, our hero Kostya had just made his way into the rift unnoticed. Finding himself in the dungeon, he immediately found himself on the battlefield. At that moment, Diana stepped forward to hold back the beast's attack, asking the head to cover her from the back. Kostya thought that if Dasha had been here, they would not have been able to take control of the situation. However, if he intervenes, he will then deal with the consequences. Therefore, he urgently needed to figure out how to help his friends. And at this time, literally with one blow, Diana went flying and crashed into a rock. The blow was so strong that the girl clearly suffered serious injuries. Sergei was horrified that even his strong friend was so easily injured. Now he was the only one who needed to protect them both. Seeing such reckless actions of his new friend, Kostya could no longer sit on the sidelines. He took the gift from the elder and threw it with all his strength right in the middle between the monster and Sergei. This caused the young director to jump to the side and lose his balance for a while, but then a voice rang out in his head, ordering him to take the bow in his hands. The guy absolutely did not understand where it was coming from, what kind of bow he was talking about, until he saw a weapon stuck in the ground in front of him. Only after this did the young man notice that the voice was coming from this very bow. He did not know that his friend Kostya was speaking to him through him, who was ordering him to take up arms. Sergei had no choice but to obey this mysterious decree. Then the voice ordered the guy to collect all his mana in one place. Concentrate it in your hand and turn it into the image of an arrow. Sergei himself did not understand how this happened, but as soon as he thought about the arrow, his energy also turned into it. The guy didn't hesitate for a long time, launching his outfit straight at the beast. The arrow flew quickly, hitting the huge panther right in the throat. It had such a strong impact that Sergei immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground. At this time, outside, the father of the young director was shouting that he did not care about the condition of the dungeon and any expenses. He only asked that his son be saved. Things weren't so bad at the rift. The panther was hit with just one blow. Sergei himself was shocked that he managed to defeat such a strong monster so easily. The guy lay on the ground and looked at the defeated enemy. At this time, the monster emitted its last death rattles, after which it completely stopped moving. The young master thought with joy that it was all over now. After that, he immediately remembered that he was not here alone. He rushed to his secretary Diana to check her condition. The head asked the girl if everything was okay with her, if her bones were intact, to which she replied that she was hurt, but overall she was feeling well. She actually looked much better than before. The girl, like Sergei himself, was amazed at how easily they dealt with this powerful monster, after which they could rejoice in their victory without any sense of danger. The young leader was glad that she had defeated the panther, although not without the help of some external circumstances. Although he spoke joyfully, Diana still realized that something was wrong. She turned out to be right, because literally a moment later, without even having time to finish speaking, the guy began to fall back. He had lost too much of the strength he had put into that last blow. Fortunately, the secretary managed to catch her boss before he fell, after which the guy came to his senses a little. He was even able to sit up on his own. Diana noticed that the head of the company would definitely be pleased. She would tell him about what happened. A couple of moments after this, a portal began to appear next to our heroes. A gate opened, allowing everyone locked inside the dungeon to leave. A whole crowd of doctors was already standing outside, and Sergei's father was worried about the condition of his son. He remembered the feeling he felt when he was told that there was a rift on the scale of a catastrophe inside, and no one could contact the people who were stuck in it. At one point, the head of the corporation was even told that the chances of his son returning were 0. However, now the danger had passed. All the hunters were returning home. Sergei and Diana had already left the dungeon and noticed the director nearby. The man immediately rushed to hug his son, which embarrassed him a little. First, he checked to see if everything was okay with his boy, if he was safe. Immediately after this, Sergei reported that he was able to deal with the panther that came out of the rift. Her corpse should have been enough to cover the losses of the guild, but everyone present was more amazed by the fact that the guy dealt with her himself. Diana only confirmed his words, saying that by that time she could no longer fight. The chairman's father noticed that his son had done a good job, but the reason for his excitement was not the panther. In fact, the total would be enough for him to return his son safe and sound. Kostya and Dasha stood nearby and watched the reunion of relatives. A few days later, Sergei joyfully entered our hero's restaurant and presented him with great news. However, Kostya was not so happy about this. He was rather amazed. The young president admitted that he decided to build an institute for the awakened on this site. He added that it was quite difficult to get permission to build outside of a designated residential area. But after his victory over the panther, he was gladly given permission. He also planned to change the location of the guild office, but promised not to touch the alley with his friend's restaurant. But the problem was that Kostya hated loud noises. He hoped to live in this place like a lazy retired billionaire. And Sergei continued to say that he would like his friend to be in charge of food for the builders. However, the guy didn't even have time to agree when a bun flew into his face. Kostya ordered his friend to turn up and get out of this territory, to which Dasha noticed that she and her mother had already agreed to this proposal. The girl said that the hero's mother really liked this idea. The lunch would last only 30 minutes. They would pay for the ingredients, and since there would be a lot of work, they would provide a good assistant. After that, Kostya had no choice but to agree with the proposal of his friend Sergei, who had already eaten the bun. At this time, the Guardian was enjoying the message that they had successfully completed 2 whole quests and received additional points. For them, a whopping 65 million karma points were awarded, which allowed him to immediately rise to the 3rd level, which meant that now he could finally sign the student contract that he had been waiting for so long. It was late in the evening when someone shouted loudly throughout the entire restaurant and asked to take care of him. At this sound, sleepy Kostya came out to check what was happening there. He was not yet fully awake. His mouth was with the remains of saliva, his eyes were crusty. At the entrance to the restaurant, he saw a young girl with a backpack on her shoulders who was talking with his mother. It turned out that this was Miss Olga, who would be helping them with the restaurant for some time. A couple of hours later, we see the main character sitting at the table and looking very gloomy. The keeper pesters the guy with questions about whether he was kicked out of the kitchen, to which the guy snaps and orders him to close his mouth. He remembers his last conversation with Sergei, when he said that they have a very small premises, they should expand, so he should buy the neighboring building. After which he immediately fulfilled his promise, so Kostya was shocked by such a huge number of tables for visitors. The guy was a little angry that everything was decided for him. He even thought that all rich people were like that. The hero did not fall for this. He knew that the Guardian had left last night and returned only at dawn. The wolf was annoyed that, due to Kostya's bad mood, he was now taking it out on him. He actually admitted to going to Tyler, the dwarf, at home. He said that when Kostya helped Seryozha, the keeper increased his level, and now he could sign a student contract. The wolf explained that this is something like how if Tyler gets karma points, then he gets them too, and his level increase has a good effect on Tyler himself. This is something like a connection in a team, to put it in more understandable terms. The Guardian also said that if Kostya can regularly complete quests for him, then he will be able to completely cure his mother of her illness as soon as she reaches level 5. The guy was very happy with this news because it meant that he could help his mother faster. While they were talking to each other, not noticing anything around, the door to the restaurant opened and someone entered it. Kostya had to pretend that he was actually just playing with his dog all this time. In fact, Diana and another man came to the guy because they wanted to turn this premises into a restaurant. He understood that everything depended on the business for which they bought the land, but still clarified what they needed from him. Diana explained that after surveying the entire area, they discovered a vegetable garden in the backyard of this restaurant. Perhaps it should be destroyed. Kostya remembered that he had recently argued with Sergei about this. He didn't care about the safety of this place, but he was worried about the tree of the world. So he said that they grow vegetables there for the restaurant, so he would like to keep the garden. After which Diana proposed to assign this entire territory to the status of an eco-park. After which the secretary said that as soon as they completed the design and expansion, they would begin construction. But Kostya was confused by the man who was sitting next to them. It was Daniel, the foreman who would oversee the construction. The girl brought him with her to introduce him personally. The guy was very cheerful. Despite his suffering appearance, he shook hands with Kostya. The hero was surprised that such a young guy was already the head of a construction team, which embarrassed Daniel. Diana sighed and said that the guy used to work in their guild, but he did not have any unique ability, so he was reassigned to construction. Although he does not have a unique ability, he is still awakened, so he is able to work much more efficiently than ordinary people. Immediately after this, Kostya learned that he had a quest to fulfill a wish to return Daniel back to the guild. At the same time, the guy literally felt with his back how the Guardian was looking at him intently from behind. Our hero learned that the builder had the class of the largest warrior, which was very rare, especially since he had unusual abilities. A larger body meant that the more a person ate, the more fat he accumulated, his bone structure becoming extremely dense. Inflammation meant that stored fat and bone density would be used. And if he had features related to strength, speed, mana, then his mana, defense, and recovery would increase. And the last compression power was the most useful feature. The guy only needed to reach the 8th level. Our hero understood that this guy had the potential to become really strong. And at that moment in the kitchen, Olga and Kostya's mother were having fun and cooking together. Diana continued to talk about how they needed to start with demolition. And since the equipment would be moving, the restaurant's residents might hear loud noises coming from that direction. Kostya agreed, offered to feed all the workers and at the same time get to know them. He said that such work was not a burden to him, and he would only be happy to help the guys. Everyone left after a while. Night fell, but someone still did not sleep. Small gray mice with red eyes ran through the trash cans, squealing pitifully. One of them looked quite unusual, because she had some kind of device attached to her body. This is a mouse, and it behaved a little differently. It even stood on its hind legs and sniffed something. As if sensing danger, the animal immediately began to run. It rushed through the middle of this deserted street as if its life depended on it. But in fact, the mouse had well-developed intuition, because all this time a strange green cat was watching it. However, the animal did not manage to escape, because the predator overtook its prey in one jump. The first thing he did was press the button on the device on the back of the mouse with his strange green paw and claws, after which there was a fairly strong explosion that caused pain to the animal. Licking its wounds, the cat reasoned out loud in a human voice that it was a self-destruction device. He walked literally a few meters, after which he stopped, sat on his hind legs, and began to glow. Suddenly, the same green wings began to appear on the cat's back. A few moments later, there was no trace of the animal left. Instead, a bird soared into the sky. After some time, construction was in full swing. Cranes and building materials were delivered. Workers scurried back and forth, laying out their plans and discussing construction. At this time, life in our hero's restaurant changed dramatically. Every day it was visited by quite a lot of workers who really liked the food in this small establishment. The guy was only too happy to feed all these hard workers, because he really liked to cook. But that didn't change the fact that he still needed to discover Daniel's secret ability and complete the quest. Therefore, between work, our hero ran and looked after his ward. This time, just as he wanted to come up and talk to the guy, something stopped him. In fact, it was one of the brigade leaders who ran up to Daniel and asked him about his well-being. It turned out that just recently Daniel was injured very seriously, which could even lead to a fracture, but there was not a scratch on him. Although the guy was not sure that Daniel was seriously injured, he dissuaded him and calmed him down. After that, Kostya's short break ended, and he went back to the restaurant to cook. And there Olga was already serving the workers today's dish, pork and sweet and sour sauce. While the girl was serving everyone at dinner, our hero did not stop watching Daniel. He lost sight of him for a while, but after just a couple of minutes he found him again. Kostya climbed onto the roof of a building under construction and looked down at his charge. It even seemed to him that sometimes he was going overboard with all this surveillance. The guy was worried about his traumatic plan, but he knew that he wouldn't die from this anyway. Kostya was ready to use his strength and test his ward. But he was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of Olga, who came close to Daniel. Kostya was surprised that these two were hanging out together. He even thought that they were close. Just at this time, Daniel blushed very deeply and sweated with excitement. He looked at the girl and asked her if she had thought about the proposal that he had recently made to her. She clearly did not want to continue this conversation because she hesitated at such a question. The girl looked straight at her colleague and said that this would be a little problematic for her. The guy immediately realized that there was no chance for him here, so he decided to just silently agree. And Olga continued to criticize that although he is a good and kind person, she is embarrassed by their large age difference. They also had differences in many other trifles, and if they cannot even agree on this, then disputes will always arise over other trifles. At that moment, the girl enthusiastically said that she hoped to quickly pay off her student loan. For some reason, Daniel began to apologize, which embarrassed the girl a little. Kostya hid on the roof at this time, realizing that he had heard something unnecessary. He was embarrassed because he came only for the quest, but overheard someone else's personal life. The guy looked down again and saw that Daniel was a little upset, so he decided not to touch him now. All he could think was that it was better for him to leave these two alone for now. However, suddenly something changed in his surroundings. There was a strange sound. Kostya realized that just a second ago he had accidentally used force and moved the beams a little. He tried to warn the sweet couple below, even shouted to them to move aside. However, the girl was very interested in the conversation, so she didn't even pay attention. But Daniel saw all the danger and reacted to it instantly. He immediately rushed towards the fragile girl, stretching his huge arms forward. With all his strength, this guy pushed the girl in the opposite direction. Although her landing was not very soft, it still helped Olga avoid meeting the beams falling on her. There was a deafening blow, after which the girl could not see anything for some time through the rising dust. After a couple of minutes, these clouds dissipated, presenting a terrible picture. At the loud, piercing, desperate cry of the girl, all the people in the area began to come running. Olga sat on her knees and, with tears in her eyes, tried to move the huge, heavy beams to the side. The girl kept calling Daniel, trying to understand whether he was still alive or no longer alive. Her hands were bruised, her nails were broken, although not such serious wounds, but she was also injured. After some time, the rest of the workers reached the scene of the incident, and Kostya looked at this whole picture from top to bottom and realized that it was his fault. At this time, Builders used various methods and devices in order to free their colleague from under the rubble. Our hero was suspiciously calm and thought only that these sufferings and difficulties would become the basis for achieving his goal. A few minutes later, when the ruins were dismantled, a strange picture appeared to the eyes of the builders. Even Olga noticed that it had become suspiciously quiet around, so she decided to see what was happening. Everyone was amazed that instead of the plump Daniel, there was a very thin guy with his appearance lying on the ground. Just by this time, an ambulance arrived, quickly examined the guy, and took him to the hospital. A few days later, Sergei, Diana, and Kostya came to visit him, who were worried about their foreman. On the hospital bed sat a rather thin and athletic guy with long hair, who turned to the window. Having heard his name, he turned his head towards the visitors and greeted the head of the company. From that moment on, everyone was in absolute shock, because they expected to see their old, plump Daniel. A little later, the guy said that he thought it was his peculiarity. He squeezed hard. He recalled that due to the fact that he constantly and continuously ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner, he could not get rid of weight. During rehabilitation therapy, his body only stopped getting thinner when he used a lot of force. He admitted that he even jumped off the roof once to make sure of this. Although it was reckless, it was able to confirm the guy's expectations. At that moment, the door to his room suddenly opened and an excited Olga appeared on the rock. Daniel was very surprised by the presence of this girl here, and everyone present was also a little shocked by how exactly she appeared. And at that moment, the girl herself stopped and threw all her things onto the floor. After that, with tears in her eyes, she rushed towards the hospital bed. She ran close to the patient and leaned on his bed, asking if he was okay. Daniel was shocked that the girl even knew where he was. He wasn't worried about himself at all, so he decided to ask the redhead if everything was okay with her own hand. The girl cried all the time and only said that her hand was completely unimportant now. And they continued to bicker cutely with each other, while our hero in the background made bunnies from red apples. After this, Sergei decided to intervene in their conversation, as the head of their company and employer. The girl was amazed that the guy mastered the hunter only thanks to his powers, and this is his real appearance. In fact, she was worried that the guy had lost so much weight due to severe operations. After this, Daniel asked his boss and said that he had one more feature that he would like to show him, after which he freed one hand from the long sleeve, then extended it forward. The guy began to concentrate all his power in one place gradually. It was after this that his hand began to glow and acquired a purple hue. Daniel said that he initially thought it was just a morphosis, but in fact, it was a slightly different feeling, as if something, ready to explode at any moment, bit into his hand. It's like there's a magical force around him, even though he can't use it. Kostya thought that its potential usefulness and opportunity were simply amazing, and at that time he himself made a butterfly from a red apple. Daniel continued to say that with such a feature, he would be able to do a lot. Sergei stopped him, saying that he understood perfectly well what he was getting at. Therefore, he invited the guy to return to the guild as a full member. He also offered to help Daniel better study his new ability. The guy immediately agreed, saying that he would be very pleased to work in the guild again. Immediately after this, Olga became a little embarrassed and asked to talk to her about what they had recently discussed. Daniel immediately understood what she was talking about and became embarrassed in front of strangers. However, before he could finish speaking, the girl took a full lungful of air and screamed loudly. She came close and admitted to the guy that she agreed to be his girlfriend. They were in a rather piquant situation. The girl continued to ask for only one date. Daniel was surprised because earlier she had told him that she was very busy. But all this was only because she is in a guild and has to work hard. To see the guy, the girl told him her entire short life story. In fact, she admitted that she had never been in a relationship before, so she wanted to fall in love at first sight, as happened in many films and books. While the couple was explaining to each other, our hero in the background made a whole cake out of red apples. Olga at this time ended her speech by saying that all this love at first sight does not really suit her. So she invited Daniel to learn everything from scratch with her and go on a first date. After some time, everyone began to leave the hospital for their homes. Just at this time, Kostya thought that Diana looked quite distracted today, so he went up to talk to her. However, the girl was clearly not in the mood for conversation, so she politely said goodbye to him. Of course, Kostya couldn't take her word for it, but he decided to let her go for now. Instead of talking, our guy decided to simply follow Sergei's secretary. He was very surprised at the place the girl came to immediately after visiting the hospital. It turned out that she went straight to the guild's training center. Diana calmly walked up to the horizontal bar, attached her work pass, and walked on. Kostya couldn't just get into this building, so he approached and asked him to arrange a tour for the awakened ones. Immediately after this, he was registered and given a temporary pass. The guy just managed to go inside in time to notice how the girl changed clothes and went into some room. The sign on the door said that this was the guild's training room. Kostya used his invisibility skill and quietly went inside until the doors closed completely. There he saw Diana standing alone in the middle of an empty room, inside of which your power was growing. At this time, the girl was already fully prepared for battle, reaching for her sword that hung on her belt. Then, with a lightning movement, she pulled it out of its sheath and pointed it forward. She grabbed the handle with both hands and took a defensive position. To begin with, the girl began practicing the most basic movements with a sword. Kostya watched her and thought that her movements were good, and she was not deprived of talent. After that, he recalled the last case of the use of magical powers, be it Sergei with a bow. I even remembered Daniel's recently discovered new excellent ability. It took him quite a long time to compare all these facts. Kostya thought that the girl trains every day because he awakened so many people from her environment. After that, he waited until the end of the training and quietly left the center and went home to feed his guardian. The guy was sitting on the floor on his knees in front of the wolf, and his eyes literally glowed. The keeper looked at the huge portion of food on his plate and immediately thought that this was definitely some kind of bribe. Kostya fell in front of him in a low bow, saying that he had no hidden intentions. He admitted that during the quest he helped Sergei and Daniel, but did not help Diana in any way. Recently, the guild announced the possibility of increasing their rank, so the guy thought that the girl was so upset because everyone around her, except her, grew up as hunters. Kostya asked the keeper if he could help someone without directly influencing them. After that, he asked what method he should use to increase the hunter's rank, after which the keeper advised him to listen to the voice in his head. He could give clues, after which he began to eat. Kostya admitted that the girl is capable, and her equipment is quite good, so if she continues in the same spirit, she will be able to rise to the 5th level of swordsmanship. However, Diana could recognize his voice, so he asked the keeper to help him with at least some roses. Although the guy used to say that he did not want to help others, in fact, for him it was something like a habit. He wanted to help without personal involvement. The guardian did not think for long about this request from his new acquaintance, after which he decided to give a final answer. He promised to help if a quest appeared for Diana, because people have something like destiny. Meeting someone like Kostya is also a kind of fate, and a little extra luck. The hero noticed that these words sounded as if they were being spoken by some stubborn old man. After that, the keeper and Kostya went back to the training center to see the girl in action. They used the invisibility skill and watched her from afar, but they didn't have to wait long, because just at that time a quest from Diana appeared. They needed to increase its level in the next 7 days, after which the keeper promised that he would do it himself. The guardian promised to help the girl with the help of telepathy, so Kostya could go about his business for now and look back later. After such strange behavior, the guy noticed that the guardian's behavior very much reminded him of a tsundere. However, he still decided not to interfere with the wolf doing his job, so he went home. There, he decided to change clothes and go to the conference to which Sergei invited him. The guy quickly had a snack and said goodbye to his mother, after which he went to the company. The woman was glad that her son had been quite busy lately and had even found new friends. And at this time, the opening ceremony of a new office was taking place in the conference hall of the Manhwa Guild. Quite a lot of people gathered there who could cover this event in the media. Several individual journalists were invited, who had already set up their cameras and were ready to film. Kostya came almost to the opening itself, so he was amazed by a large number of people. He decided not to go down, but to stay alone on the balcony and watch everything from above. And just in time, because at that very moment all the poems and the speaker came out on stage. It turned out to be Sergei, who immediately thanked everyone who came to the opening ceremony of the new office and decided to personally see the birth of a new project. Kostya sat on the balcony and thought only that from afar his friend really looked like the son of a very rich family. Meanwhile, Sergei continued to say that along with the move of the guild office, they plan to continue recruiting new people into it. At the same time, giving priority to the potential use of their own characteristics and honing their skills, rather than selecting candidates only by the current rank of their magical power, which greatly surprised the specialists gathered here. The chairman snapped his fingers, drawing attention back to himself. As a first step on this path, he announced that today what is happening is not only the opening of a new office of the Manhwa Guild, but the creation of a private educational institution for hunters. Immediately after this, a forest of hands appeared among people who wanted to ask questions. Sergei chose one of them and asked him to voice his question. One reporter rose from his seat and first of all congratulated the company on establishing a new office. He then said that it was previously mentioned that the company was opening an educational institute, so he clarified whether the criteria for admission to the institute would differ from the worldwide standards for measuring the magic rank of an awakened person. Sergei confirmed this information, adding that the criteria for admission to the institute will be the same as the criteria of the guild itself. Then the guy looked out from the whole crowd at one more person who wanted to ask something. He addressed a young lady in a formal suit and glasses who was sitting in the third row. The girl saw a report that said that during an unexpected awakening, Sergei heard a strange voice, and it was thanks to him that they were able to kill the snow panther. Because of this story, many low-ranking awakened people gained hope. More and more hunters who were quite weak before went to recheck their ranks. However, it is worth assuming that this can only happen to the head of the Manhwa Guild. Therefore, she was interested in whether educational institutes would not be just a simple squeeze of money from the dreamy awakened ones. Kostya was amazed that all the reporters asked such tricky questions. On the other hand, he understood that such questions do not arise out of nowhere. He understood that everything initially became possible only because of his help. However, Sergei was clearly not at a loss from such complex questions. He thanked the reporter and said that such thoughts are quite understandable because he himself constantly asks himself this question. It is possible that a miracle happened to him. Maybe he was so lucky only once in his life. However, he saw this opportunity, so he decided to grab it with all his might. Such a strange wording of the chairman's answer surprised Kostya a little. And the girl reporter herself also clearly did not expect such a detailed answer from the head of the company. At that moment, Sergei called an invited guest onto the stage, which surprised Kostya. And everyone present was also amazed at what appeared before their eyes. In fact, this very invited guest turned out to be Daniel. He stood next to Sergei and amazed everyone with his enormous size compared to him. The guests were clearly impressed by this huge man. Sergei continued to talk about how Daniel was one of the first members of the guild, and they could only find all the information about him by reading a couple of articles from that time. He admitted that the awakened C rank was a label that constantly followed him, as well as Sergei himself. Then he asked to bring to the stage the very bow that helped him in the last battle. Kostya was surprised that these guys were filled with such determination. And at this time on stage, Sergei defiantly took a bow without arrows and seemed to pull the string. On the other side of the stage, Daniel prepared to repel the attack. He took in as much air as possible into his lungs. After that, the guy also stood up, ready for battle. It took literally a couple of moments for Sergei to begin to gather all his strength together. Just like last time, it was not difficult for him to transform it into an arrow. After that, the guy took good aim and warned Daniel that he was about to shoot at him. All the assembled reporters and just guests were horrified by what was happening on stage. Literally a couple of moments, and after a short sigh, Sergei released the bowstring. An arrow of magical power immediately burst out of his bow and went to its target. Some people even screamed in horror that something traumatic would happen before their eyes. Even the cameramen left their cameras and looked at the stage with all their eyes. And at this time, the arrow reached its target and hit Daniel right in the chest. Sergei calmly lowered his bow and exhaled that everything went well. At this time, a cloud of smoke rose on the opposite side of the stage, hiding everything that was happening behind it. Kostya came to the dwarven village and looked for his old friend in his house. He was surprised by his arrival and asked to warn him next time, although he had said before that he could come at any time. After which the old man laughed and said that all this was said out of emotion. He was just heading to the workshop, so Kostya asked to go with him. The old man agreed to go there together, since the young guy wanted to look at her. After this, the keeper suggested splitting up. He himself wanted to go to Tyler. The hero was even glad about this course of circumstances, and smiled very much. The guardian looked at him and said that even without completing the quests, he was not so weak that any person would take care of him. At this time, the old man was completely oblivious to the fact that two people next to him were almost ready to fight. After that, the company went to the workshop, which was filled to the brim with various types of weapons. Some dwarves were just now engaged in forging new products. A huge magical furnace was flooded, which helped them in their work. The guy admitted that it was quite stuffy in the workshop, just as he remembered the last time. The elder announced a short break for all workers, but Kostya could not stand it, and even took off his shirt. After which the old man noticed that an ordinary person would not be able to enter this room because of the heat, because the average temperature rises to 80 degrees. After that, he summoned a huge piece of magic stone from behind the portal and asked him to make a shield out of it. The elder was delighted with the appearance of this stone, because it was an excellent material that would never be seen on Earth. Kostya admitted that he received it after a battle with that huge panther. He remembered that the world had really tried, since he had never encountered such a monster in the spirit realm. The elder looked at this huge stone and said that his old friend's request would be fulfilled. But he admitted that this metal is too tough for the local equipment, because to create an account you need a very high temperature. But due to the structure of the earth and the absence of the spirit of fire here, their capabilities are very limited. Kostya thought for a minute and concluded that they just needed a spirit of fire, like that cute mole. However, the elder noted that such a spirit of the earth was lucky to be born in this world thanks to the tree, and it is unlikely that they will be so lucky again. In addition, they also needed a place that could withstand such temperatures. Kostya was horrified at how expensive this premises could cost them. Kostya was actually indignant that people were so obsessed with money. However, he admitted that in their situation there is still no choice. Just at that moment, one of the workers called the elder over and they talked about something for a short time. The old man asked Kostya to look around himself, but he needed to go away for a while on business. The guy just had time to think about where he could get such a room. For this reason, he even decided to turn to his guardian, who just returned to him. He didn't look very happy, but after a while he admitted that he had an idea. These words were clearly given with difficulty, but the keeper still said that the fiery fox could help them. Kostya was surprised that this divine beast was still on Earth. However, the keeper also added that the fox was very broken, which greatly surprised our hero. The guardian added that the firefox core would give them the required temperature with extra reserve. However, there was one thing that confused the great divine wolf. The guardian clearly did not want to continue this conversation, but he understood that he had no choice. So he was silent for a little longer, then added that the firefox was broken and devoid of reason. He was once the first guardian apostle, named Ralph, who fought alongside him during the Great Cataclysm and exhausted almost all of his magical and physical power. He gave too much, it could not help but leave a mark on him. Kostya listened carefully to everything that the furry guardian told him. Then he decided that he should see everything with his own eyes. He admitted that they would still have to go to him to steal the fox core. After that, the guy squatted down and began to think about their further plan of action. The guardian said that the fox is in the west, in a black valley, where there is a mountain overflowing with demonic energy. There is not a ray of life-giving light there. That cave is teeming with all kinds of monsters. The guy was delighted that he now had the coordinates of Ralph's location. He decided to go there immediately, so he grabbed the keeper by the scruff of the neck, after which he pushed off the ground with force and jumped straight in the direction that the guardian had indicated to him. After some time, they landed not far from the required location. The divine wolf even felt a little seasick from such chaotic movement. However, he quickly came to his senses and began to look around. And there was something to see, because the whole ground was strewn with dead animals. And all this was done by one huge fiery fox, whose mouth was covered in blood. He stood over the small, lifeless animal corpses right in front of them. The guardian was surprised that his former apostle had already come to this. He looked at what was happening, and it seemed to him that he had guessed why reason did not return to Ralph. After all, when divine beasts that do not need food become weak, they instinctively begin to look for something to eat. If he tries to replenish his magical power by absorbing monsters, it leads to only one outcome. Demonic energy is like poison, so if a divine beast swallows a lethal dose, it will suffer an overdose of energy. But before he even had time to finish his sentence, an attack of hot fire immediately flew at him. It went behind him and exploded somewhere behind him, destroying everything in its path. If Kostya had not managed to dodge at the right moment, he would already be dead. The guy was amazed that the fire leaf detected his presence, despite the fact that the guy hit it. However, he was absolutely not going to give him time to think about further actions, preparing for the next attack. In this hot ball of flame, the guy managed to see something strange. He was amazed that divine beasts were using demonic energy instead of divine power. However, at the same time, Kostya needed to defend himself, so he also began to release his energy outward. He had very little time, since the beast had absolutely no intention of waiting for him to prepare. Kostya barely had time to create a shield and protect himself and the guardian from the blow. The wolf only shouted that the fox could not think straight now, so whenever possible, you just need to take away its core without causing harm. Kostya was glad that the guardian was so worried about his former comrade, but noticed that he had not even done anything yet. He also added that if they leave him just like that, it could be a disaster if he becomes a monster. And at this time, the powers of the firefox only increased in volume. Even the ice that Kostya used to freeze his flames began to heat up. With one quick movement towards the guardian, our hero threw him aside as far as possible, after which the shield was destroyed and the attack achieved its goal. The guardian stood aside and just watched as all this flame fell on Kostya. He was horrified that his new friend could die just like that. However, it was too early to give up, because our hero was experienced in this kind of battle. His clothes may have been burnt, but he himself escaped serious consequences. At the last moment, the guy applied force to his legs, which allowed him to jump high into the air. He admitted that the fox's fire was indeed powerful, which was to be expected from someone who had absorbed such a large amount of demonic energy. Kostya decided to first get away from here to somewhere far away and then think about how he could get the core. However, before he even had time to finish his thought, the fox moved into a new phase of the offensive. Our hero, while still in flight, began to be surrounded on all sides by tubers of flame. Therefore, he had to exert quite a lot of force in order to summon a new defensive technique. A whole huge horde of water appeared around the guy, which developed at his order. At this moment, the fiery tubers headed straight towards our hero. They crashed into a huge body of water with which the guy protected himself. This gave Kostya a little time to land calmly on the ground and take a short break. It was at this moment that the hero finally abandoned the idea of preserving the entire forest intact. Even through such a dense shield of water, one of the attacks managed to break through and almost hit our hero. Even such a small blow could cause quite a huge amount of damage behind Kostya's back. The guy noticed that when the body is absorbed by foreign demonic energy, this divine beast is able to demonstrate enormous power. At this moment, our hero was called by the Guardian, who had been standing at a distance all this time. The guy wanted to protect his new friend, so he ordered him not to approach. But the Guardian reminded him that now Ralph should not be perceived as an ordinary living divine beast, because in his current state, he is ready to use any methods and means to achieve his goal. The hero didn't quite understand what exactly the fiery fox wanted to achieve, but she took note of it. The beast suddenly summoned even more of its power and began to approach our hero. It even seemed to Kostya that his whole body had increased somewhat in size. At that moment, he realized that the fox wanted to burn the entire territory to the ground. So in desperation, he rushed towards the Guardian to protect him. The guy clearly didn't have time to run, so he decided to use his magical power. He imprisoned the Guardian in a small space that was completely filled with his mana. Then he placed it in a ball and sent it high into the sky. At this moment, due to the fact that Kostya was no longer using the name of the Guardian, the fox's memory began to revive the memories that he wanted to protect his friend, his master. Making sure that the keeper was safe, Kostya went on the offensive. He opened the portal again, intending to graft his weapon from it. This time it turned out to be his favorite huge sword, which the dwarves had once made for him. Ralph did not stop watching our hero for a second. He only became even more furious because he couldn't get hold of some pathetic person. This next boost made our hero dodge even more often. Kostya stepped a little to the side in order to gain a little time for the attack. He only had a few seconds to come up with his next strategy. The guy grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands, swinging it with all his might. Now he could only wait for the moment when the fox would come close enough to him, after which Kostya dealt him a cutting blow, applying a huge amount of force. The guy thought that this attack would have at least some effect. However, he immediately noticed that there was something strange about the fox's paws that he had just cut. Literally, a moment later, the paws were reunited, as if there had been no injury. The guy realized that no physical residue would work on the firefox. At this time, he only in vain allowed the animal to get even closer to him. He was already practically inside the mouth of this huge monster. Kostya tried to unclench the jaws with his huge sword but failed. A huge fiery fox sent him flying with such force that no normal person would have been able to survive for a long time. As if she felt something, our hero's mother decided to listen to her feelings. Her motherly heart told her something, but the woman thought that she had imagined it. Her intuition did not let her down, because at that moment Kostya was really fighting a very strong opponent. The guy barely came to his senses after such a strong blow from the fiery fox. This was almost the only divine beast left alive, but with all the demonic energy absorbed, the guy was not sure that he could stop it without killing it. Kostya realized that he couldn't get infected with him at half his strength. He needed to take this enemy seriously, but he was still worried about the Guardian's request. And at this time, the fiery fox began to summon a new technique, which was formed into a ball. It was a clot of energy, the very core that Kostya himself was hunting for. The guy looked at the once sacred animal and thought that he should spend as much energy as possible now, so that it would be easier to defeat him later. He hoped that the firefox would pour all the demonic power to the very end into this core. Ralph didn't need anyone's orders, so he himself directed one of his most powerful attacks towards our hero. The guy came up with the idea to cut this clot of energy with his sword. Therefore, he now concentrated only on delivering one precise and clear blow. The core kept approaching our hero with enormous force. At the last moment, the guy realized that he couldn't cut it, so he simply beat it back to the fox. Now the guy realized that it was definitely a core, but he couldn't understand why it was so big. Even the color was too muddy, as if it did not belong to the fiery fox at all. And at this time, the animal seized the moment and attacked the hero with physical force. The guy barely managed to put his sword under the teeth of a huge beast. Meanwhile, right above them, a clot of energy continued to absorb demonic power. The sky became darker and darker from so many dark forces in it. Kostya realized that they were both in danger, and they urgently needed to leave this place. However, the fox held the sword in his teeth and would not let go, so the hero had to come up with another plan. Instead of taking out his sword and running away, he decided to use force and simply move the fox along with him. Of course, the animal didn't like this, so it shook its head and made the guy get off the ground. It was at this moment, as they fought fiercely, that a huge stream of energy shot out from the core. Both Kostya and Ralph were thrown with force in opposite directions. A moment later, Kostya came to his senses and decided to look at the place where the cannonball fell. Literally a few centimeters from his feet, a huge black crater was punched into the ground. Kostya had a hard time seeing from this place how things were going there, so the guy decided to get up and see what was happening there. Before he could do this, a huge stream of energy fell on him from behind. The guy managed to jump off him, then turn around and run into the attack. The fox did not waste time. While the guy came to his senses, he decided to attack. It was still hard for Kostya, but he was glad that the demonic energy had already weakened greatly. And even though you still had to put in a huge amount of effort just to dodge, there was light at the end of the tunnel. The guy dodged, delivered small blows, exhausting his opponent. Some strange feeling overcame our hero. He turned around. Some unusual energy came from exactly the place where the core fell. Now the guy managed to look at him closer, and he clearly realized that something wrong was happening. He knew that it was impossible to reach such a state by simply eating meat with demonic energy for a couple of months. The guy was sure that the fox's core was forcibly filled with dark energy, because it was the embodiment of the soul of a divine beast. If the core is destroyed, then this is a big loss for the beast. If you kill it, the core will be destroyed. The guy tried to guess what kind of demon could do this. The hero heard the voice of a fiery fox, who wondered if he knew Karnas. Kostya was amazed that this beast still retained the remnants of its sanity. The guy decided to check this version, so he asked the fox why he was asking him about this. To which the beast replied that this was the only name that remained in his memory, and as soon as he thought about it, his head was splitting. At this time, the guardian, whom he had been looking for all this time, looked down at him. He was now in a different form and was enclosed in a protective bubble. Gradually, he came closer and closer to the face of the fiery fox, who raised his head up and looked at him. He called Ralph, tried to talk to him to help him recognize him. The fox froze for a while as if listening to his words. Kostya decided to take advantage of the moment and finish what he started. Since the guardian won some time, he had to use it wisely. So the guy immediately turned around and headed straight for the hole in the ground. He extended his hand towards the core and tried to grab it. Just when the guy thought he was about to catch him, something went wrong. The guardian continued to call his former friend, trying to reach him. But instead, the huge fiery fox only opened its mouth wide. It instantly slammed shut. The keeper, along with the ball, was locked between his jaws. Immediately after this, all the demonic energy that had been accumulating in him all this time began to come out of the fox. Now, instead of a small white dog, a huge white wolf appeared before him. Animals that were once friends were now standing opposite each other. Now, having decided in his true form, the keeper tried to talk with his former ward. However, the fox did not recognize him, whether in a small form or in a truly large one. Instead, the fiery animal simply grabbed the guardian's throat with force. Ralph knocked him to the ground, crushing him with his entire body on top, immobilizing him. The guardian was angry and frustrated that his charge could not remember him. However, he still needed to continue to defend against his attacks. So our wolf used water magic, which made the fox jump away. The guardian literally built a shield of water with all his paws, which forced him to let go, after which he jumped up and began frantically calling out to our hero Kostya. He said that the core is half of the soul of the divine beast, so if they win, they will be able to return at least half to it. At this time, our hero fought desperately to free himself from the core. The guy literally extended his hand inside the core, but could not do anything else with it. Meanwhile, the firefox was becoming more and more crazy every minute. His grin became even more menacing. His entire mouth was covered in blood. The guardian looked at her former friend and realized that he was in great pain. He literally watched the demonic energy condensing behind him. The fire beast still did not give up, summoning more and more black demonic flames. In response to this, the guardian summoned light drops of water that could resist fire. And our heroes at this time tried to deal with the core of the core. The deeper it sunk, the stronger the recoil, and if the demonic power was burned from within, it could destroy the core. While it is in this state, the beast is in torment, and at the same time the guy himself still had to simultaneously dodge all the attacks of both animals. The guy was angry because he had such painstaking work, and these two animals acted as if he was not here. The hero tried to concentrate in order to set fire to the foreign body and not lose control. He was very afraid that the core would split, but the keeper said that there was nothing to worry about. After all, in fact, the core of this embodiment of the soul is a firefox. As long as it is not destroyed entirely, the core can regenerate and return to its previous form. After such a message, our hero decided to get away from the two animals. He climbed onto one of the tall stone columns that were located in the forest. After the keeper gave permission to break the core, the guy's task became much easier. Now he did not worry about the safety of the integrity of his soul. He could apply more force. And at this time, the fox began to feel that something wrong was happening to his core. Kostya had already found the right place. All he had to do was literally apply a little more force. But at that moment, the fiery fox turned his attention to him. He decided to remove the source of pain that was causing him to suffer. Therefore, he sent a huge stream of energy directly to the place where our hero was now. And literally at the very last moment, the guardian pushed off from the ground and covered our guy with his body. Of course, Kostya saw what happened, so he was worried about his friend. The keeper only said not to worry about him, but to get on with his work. However, he asked the guy to hurry up, because even his strength was not that much. After that, Kostya concentrated even more, putting in the rest of his strength. It was this last movement that allowed him to finally break the core's defenses and shatter it. Immediately after this, the guy was able to exhale calmly, sweat still rolling down his face. Our hero held in his hand a small fragment of the firefox core. Immediately after this, all the demonic energy of the beast disappeared at once. He fell down. Literally, at the last moment, the keeper managed to substitute his shoulder and soften the blow. Only now could the keeper stop worrying about his old friend. After some time, Kostya came down from the cliff and ran towards his keeper. The guy immediately asked if everything was okay with the fiery fox. The keeper replied that he was simply lost in knowledge, but not for long, so that he would also wake up soon. But in fact, he was more worried about the body of the guardian himself. But what was more important was that the wolf was grateful to the man for the return of his comrade. He even touched his forehead with his nose and promised to get better soon. After this, Kostya demonstrated to his friend that the core had split into several parts. The keeper was satisfied with this situation. In fact, he thought that there would be even more damage. These fragments were enough. The fox would be able to recover if he did not absorb demonic beasts in the future. Just at this time, Ralph stretched sweetly and began to wake up. I had just recovered from a long sleep and still didn't fully understand what had happened. The beast was terribly surprised that he saw his old guardian comrade right in front of him. He was in real shock that his master had come with a man. After this, the wolf asked his ward how he was feeling. He was a little confused by what had happened and did not know how best to explain. Then he began to talk about how he thought that everything that was happening was just a dream. He admitted that he had been consumed by this darkness a long time ago. He thought that he was deep in his dreams and it was already too late. He believed this so much that he would even believe that his master had forgotten him. After which the keeper looked at his ward and said that he could never forget him in the world. The firefox replied that he wanted to believe in it. It betrayed the meaning of his life, in which no one would lend him a helping hand. The hero stood nearby and watched the explanations of the two old friends. After this, the keeper invited his ward to go with him. This proposal made the fiery fox very happy because he no longer needed to be alone. But even so, he decided to refuse this generous offer and remain completely where he was. The guardian assumed that he was worried about the restoration, but the fox only slowly raised his head and looked at the night sky. And then he replied that he first needed to restore everything that he had managed to destroy. He said that he could not let the land where the divine beast lived dry up and die. Then he looked at Kostya and asked if he had come for his core. The guy tried to deny it at first, but then admitted everything. The fox noticed that his words contradicted each other. Everything was too obvious. He added that on any other day, with his character, he would have knocked him down and killed him long ago, tearing him in half. But today he helped him, so he forgives him and gives him life. He also noted that even now the guy is capable of tearing apart a weakened divine beast if he just wishes it. People have an evil nature, so with such power he would not spare him, even if it cost the fox his life. However, the owner intervened and said that it was he who brought this man here. This is a brave man who will protect the earth and take the place of the guardian. After this, only the fox realized that this was the great man about whom the owner spoke in predictions several thousand years ago. After that, he no longer looked at the person that way, although he expressed disappointment. The fox noted that he does not believe in a specific person, but in humanity as a whole. Either way, he was going to stay in this place and focus on recovery. Some hostility immediately arose between the fox and our hero Kostya. The guardians returned to their earthly appearance and promised that even years later, he would definitely return to pick up his comrade. After that, our heroes headed home, leaving the fire beast to rebuild everything it had destroyed. In parting, the keeper added that even if the whole world disappears at once, he will disappear, preserving the memory of his comrade. He promised that he would never be able to forget him, no matter what happened to them. Ralph was delighted with such words from his master. It gave him true joy. After these words, he gladly allowed our heroes to take the remains of his core. Olga had a hard time getting up because she had to carry a lot of things. Beloved guy Daniel turned around at the girl's words and noticed that it was hard for her. Instantly, he ran up to the girl to help her carry her things. Olga was upset that the guy was not caring for her enough. It was an ordinary quarrel between two lovers, which happens to everyone. This situation was witnessed by the head of the company where both of them worked. He asked forgiveness for his subordinate because he carried him with him everywhere. However, the girl did not obey the boss at all. On the contrary, she only shouted at him for being so overworked. She demanded a day off for her boyfriend and also recalled the dangerous performance. That time, everything really worked out with a demonstration of Daniel's strength. His body absorbed the energy and took on its best form. The girl was worried about the fact that in the morning she worked in a restaurant, and in the afternoon she disappeared with business at the guild. She demanded a day off or at least one day when she and Daniel could be together, but he covered her mouth with his hand. Everyone understood that this was not serious at all, so they were not angry. Immediately after this, the driver shouted from the passengers that he needed to leave, so everyone in the group rushed to take their seats. At this time, an abandoned temple stood in the middle of the desert. In its center, there was a dark entrance that allowed one to enter a place never seen before. A small green mouse crept there unnoticed through a gap in the floor. She quietly watched what was happening inside, spied. This strange green mouse had a small camera on its neck that recorded everything that happened. The werewolf looked at what was in front of his eyes and could not understand what these creatures were up to. Very small people rushed back and forth with tools in their hands. A beautiful dark-haired slender woman commanded them menacingly. She was worried that the gate was almost completed, but Pasha was not finished yet. The girl was thinking that everyone was working too slowly at that moment when someone called her from behind. Another little man with glasses ran up to her and said that the gate ball was completed. Raisa looked at the small sphere in his hands and was very happy about it. Then she pulled herself together and praised Pasha for doing such a difficult job. She added later that after this she simply had to treasure him. This cute boy was incredibly embarrassed by such open praise. Raisa did not think that on Earth it would take only 3 months to create a ball, but now she held it in her hands. She added that this is only thanks to such a master as Pasha. Thanks to these words, the boy added that in the future, he would be able to make an even more effective device. He said that he understood the essence in general terms, so it would take him about 2 months. However, the girl turned her eyes and said that Pasha, with his abilities, would be enough for a month. The guy was again embarrassed by such praise and promised to try to cope in a month. After that, the girl smiled joyfully and said that this is exactly how she appreciates him. After that, Pasha went back to his laboratory, and Raisa stood and joyfully waved goodbye to him. She did this until the guy disappeared around the corner. After which the smile disappeared from her face, the girl straightened her hair. She was unhappy that she had to constantly persuade and praise the dwarves so that they would at least do something. Although she understood that for a traitor like her, there was no option to be picky. The girl slowly approached the gate step by step and thought that she would not have another chance. She came close to the stand and realized that even if she had created a gate, without the key and battery, she would simply have wasted her energy. She took the ball in her hand and extended it towards this strange installation. She mentally prayed that this would help them achieve what they wanted. As soon as the ball entered the groove, a gate immediately opened in front of the girl. She was incredibly glad that she managed to do everything right. The girl took the key back and thought that it could be used about 9 more times. She hid the ball in a small bag and secured it to her belt, after which she turned to someone and ordered them to go out and not crowd in the dark. Immediately after these words, boys and girls began to appear out of nowhere. They looked exactly like Raisa, but had different hair and outfits. She told them that she was able to achieve everything only thanks to the dwarves and resources. She also added that they all knew that they had an unenviable position. But today's success should have changed a lot. Her subordinates looked down at the girl and listened carefully to her every word. She stood confidently in front of her followers and talked about their successes. Raisa added that today she was more worried than she expected. Her subordinates did not even immediately understand what the girl was talking about. Literally a second after this, the girl sharply looked up somewhere. She directed the force of her blow to one of the inconspicuous corners in the wall. After that it was destroyed, the girl discovered a green mouse spy. She was furious that she hadn't noticed him sooner. She used her power again, trying to get the spy. However, right before her eyes, the green mouse suddenly sparkled brightly. Literally a second later, huge wings appeared. She rushed right next to Raisa, hitting her painfully somewhere in the waist area. The girl immediately noticed that this strange green bird had stolen her bag with the ball. The result of their long, painstaking work was stolen by some spy. Raisa understood that this could not be allowed at all. She was once again convinced that it was indeed a bag from her belt, after which she ordered to immediately mobilize all forces and find the green eagle. Her subordinates were not supposed to act alone, but to attack in groups. Immediately after this, all the boys and girls gathered here took up arms. They were in excellent physical shape, so they rushed in pursuit of the green bird. This werewolf was in the same group as Dasha, our hero's friend. Although he was unable to gather evidence, the situation was quite serious due to the fact that this group managed to build the gate. They were hunting him, and at that moment the eagle was only thinking about what catastrophe would happen if all the gates were activated. At the moment when he was already pressed into a corner, the eagle began to shine brightly again. And the next moment a huge green paw squeezed the guy's throat. With one blow, he was slammed against the wall so that it left a huge dent. The green hand disappeared, but the white-haired man still could not move after such a blow. The huge animal was now leaning on all its paws and trying to run as far as possible. Due to its size, the gorilla could not be afraid of pursuit, but simply throw enemies to the side. Now all his pursuers were afraid to attack him openly. They tried to avoid a direct confrontation with the same monster. Raisa saw the state her warriors were in after meeting this animal. She realized that the gorilla was trying to break through from the outside of the sector. Therefore, the girl summoned a huge black bow with her power. Then she added a black arrow to it, which was created from the same energy. She ordered all her subordinates to gather on the opposite side and block the spy's path. After that, the girl carefully took aim directly at the fleeing creature. She picked the right moment and held her breath for a while. Then she released the arrow, and it rushed straight to its target with lightning speed. It hit the green-furred spy right in the middle of the thigh. Severe piercing pain made the animal scream sharply. At this time, even more warriors managed to run away, who came to the call of their commander. Raisa ordered them to chase the gorilla, because with such a wound it could not run far. At this time, the spy hung the ball around his neck and tried to run away with all his might. He already felt that this wound would not go unnoticed by him. He understood that he needed to get out, but he saw no light anywhere. The wound occupied more and more thoughts in his head with each passing second. His leg also gradually ceased to obey him well. His consciousness became clouded. His vision became worse, as if he was about to collapse from fatigue. He tried his best just to get the message to his headquarters. Suddenly, a very bright light appeared right in front of his eyes. For a few seconds, he even caused the werewolf to go blind and lose his orientation. Immediately after this, he realized that he had fallen into a trap that had been prepared for him. Right in front of the front stood guards with weapons in their hands, guarding the exit. Above them and on the sides were archers who were ready to shoot at any second. And most importantly, the commander of this detachment came out in front of him. Raisa stood and looked down at the driven green animal. She only shouted that the spy had nowhere else to run. It seemed to her that now he must give up, because there was simply no other way out. To her surprise, the huge gorilla only smiled triumphantly instead. The girl did not expect such a reaction at all, so she could not understand what he was going to do. The spy, with the last of his strength, told her that he had not lost yet, after which the huge green gorilla again glowed with bright light. This time, this transformation quickly caused the entire destroyed temple to shake, because delivering a message to the guild was more important than saving one's own life. Raisa stood and looked in front of her. I don't understand what's going on here. The girl was amazed that the cornered animal did not give up. Instead, the beast began to glow a bright green light again, indicating that it was ready to take on a new form. The last transformation was of such incredible proportions that the entire structure began to shake and threaten to collapse. And at this time, Kostya was somewhere in the middle of the forest and noticed a strange sound. The keeper was surprised that the guy was using the brave man's sword to butcher horned pigs. The hero replied that such an artifact of the legendary class cuts like a legendary one. Thanks to the very abilities of this artifact, the hunt was extremely easy and successful. Kostya reported that he heard a strange roar of an incomprehensible animal and suggested that the keeper check it. Belyash was not delighted with such an offer because he had not even fully recovered yet. And the hero himself fell into this place on the way home and suddenly, for no apparent reason, began to chop up the pigs, declaring that they needed to finish for dinner. However, Kostya still suggested going to look at this beast because fights are the most interesting to watch. The guardian said nothing, but thought that the situation looked too serious to simply be an observer. A huge green tail, all covered with durable scales, developed from side to side. Instead of a gorilla, a gigantic crocodile appeared in the huge hall. He threw his opponents in different directions, swallowing some. The dark elves looked at their enemy and did not dare to attack. They would be amazed at how easily their brethren die in battle. Raisa was unhappy that her subordinates could not gather their courage. The girl ordered them to immediately restore order in the camp. A squad of archers must keep their distance. Spearmen must stand in a row and prevent the beast from leaving the camp. The crocodile was amazed that just one order from the main one was enough, and the system was already in order. The girl reminded that the beast could not use its left leg, so she ordered to attack there and kill it. In any case, they needed to return the gate ball, and she did not care about the fate of the spy himself. Initially, the crocodile planned to take the ball and find out its key properties and deprive him of them. However, he understood that most likely he would not be able to escape with the ball. Therefore, the awakened one threw the bag with his loot as high as possible. Raisa was horrified by such careless handling of such a great artifact. The spy only thought that the elves were too skilled at archery, so there was no point in trying to escape by air. He clearly had a new plan in mind, and the commander-in-chief looked at it and waited for the next step. In fact, the beast realized that its only chance to destroy the ball was to swallow it. The crocodile slammed its mouth shut with great force, hoping that the ball would break inside it. Raisa was horrified that all the work done recently had gone down the drain. The girl literally saw with her own eyes how the ball shattered into small pieces. She stood in the middle of the hall opposite her almost defeated enemy and watched how he managed to deceive her. The girl was truly furious that this green beast managed to so easily destroy their work. The spy had clearly made a huge mistake, as the commander-in-chief was truly furious. In order to somehow implicate the spy, the girl ordered all the archers to aim at him. The crocodile stood silently, completely surrounded on all sides by opponents. At this moment, he was completely prepared for his imminent, inevitable death. Suddenly, a little girl appeared in the man's thoughts, bleeding from her mouth. The man recalled the last minutes of his beloved daughter's life. All he could think about was that he would soon be able to meet his sweet little Anya. However, something clearly went wrong. Instead of being destroyed, the ball began to work. A huge stream of dark energy was released out of the lock. It pierced the insides of the huge green crocodile, quickly being absorbed into its insides. The beast, ready to die, suddenly raised its head high and black smoke poured out to save it. Even Raisa did not expect such a reaction, but she noticed that something strange was happening to the spy. The girl ordered all the archers to shoot at the same time. Immediately after her words, more than 100 beautiful and well-aimed shooters lowered the bowstring. The crocodile was pierced by sharp arrows into literally every part of its body. Suddenly, as if from a crack, a strange thick smoke began to appear. He was getting closer and closer to the elves, making them worry. Many of them sought help and protection from their commander Raisa. However, only turning to her, they noticed that the girl herself was bleeding. A strange clot of energy of incomprehensible color pierced the girl's body right through. Even one of the dark elves could not survive such a wound. While they were worried about their commander-in-chief, dark energy took over the beast's body more and more. The deputy commander was horrified by what was happening and ordered the remaining elves to retreat immediately. All subordinates immediately rushed away from the scene of events, saving their lives. This is exactly the picture that our main character Kostya found, who appeared right above the hole that had formed in the ceiling. The guy had just arrived and was still trying to figure out what was happening here. From this smoke appeared a huge green leg of a monster, which was swollen to incredible sizes. And the once green crocodile himself turned into a huge, strange golem. There wasn't a single living soul left around him. Everyone ran away. One of the elves charged his arrow with dark energy and aimed at the monster. He put a lot of his strength into the last blow, then released the arrow. The elf wanted to avenge his commander-in-chief who died in this battle. However, this was not destined to happen, because at the last moment the monster felt threatened. He turned towards the shooter, which greatly surprised him. A huge beam of energy was suddenly released from the monster's mouth. He was moving straight towards the poor shooter's location. The impact was so powerful that it completely destroyed the entire small balcony on which the elf stood. He would most definitely have been dead if his comrade had not pushed him away at the last moment. The comrade reminded the dark elf that their main task was to prevent information from spreading. The commanders will not return, but they must prevent information leakage and survive. At this moment, the energy began to spread in all directions and strike chaotically. The two elves barely managed to avoid inevitable death and escape deeper into the castle. Our main character calmly watched all this from above. The Guardian even clarified whether Kostya was going to capture these dark elves. However, he noticed that the keeper himself had forbidden him to do this just recently, to which the wolf replied that this does not apply to other races. After all, karma is given in different quantities depending on the reasons and its volume. Kostya realized that last time the Guardian stopped him, because having harmed a person, he could not become a protector god due to changed karma. The guy also thought that the dark elves have the same laws of the world. They value the lives of their relatives and should not kill each other. However, judging by their last reaction and events, the guy was wrong. The Guardian noted that no creature deserves to die. However, the living cannot always avoid conflicts, and this is understandable. Moreover, these dark elves are unlikely to benefit people, which is why he asked Kostya as a person. The hero replied that the Guardian too often asks questions that confuse him. The wolf noticed that the guy was too hostile. He may not want to become a protector god, but even so, such statements and actions only prove his immaturity. The hero was irritated by the gap between them, which was always felt at such moments. The guy spread his hands and said that he partially agreed with the words of the keeper. However, his main goal now is to save Dasha's colleague from a scrape. The guy did not hide the fact that the dark elves also bothered him. However, at the moment, what interested him most was the black demonic energy. After all, at the moment it was very similar to what had recently been hiding in the fiery fox. Kostya was simply interested in what kind of lousy demon was plotting these intrigues. It was unlikely that this was the work of the dark elves. In any case, the hero needed to save the man, so he jumped down. The guy carefully landed right in front of the huge green monster. He just noticed him and slowly turned towards the new enemy. Kostya was not at all afraid of his enemy, turning to Dasha's colleague, locked inside him. The guy called upon his powers in the palm of his hand, promising to free the man soon. Thanks to his abilities, small and large stones began to rise from the ground. More and more of them rose into the air. They glowed with a yellow flame. Gradually, the stones began to twist in a spiral, as if they were in a whirlpool. From such a strain of magical power, even our hero's eyes turned blue. Immediately after this, Kostya directed this entire gigantic flow of energy along with the stones forward. His improvised weapon came closer and closer to the monster, surrounding it. But he did not think of giving up quickly, and again released a clot of energy from his mouth. The monster aimed right at the middle of the stream, intending to reach the enemy. However, his path was blocked by sand and stones that blocked his view. Now he stood completely inside this vortex and looked around. The guy literally imprisoned the monster inside a cluster of stones covered with his energy. It was necessary to cleanse and free this man's core from demonic energy. Therefore, the guy clenched his hands tightly and increased the resistance of the wind and energy. It was a difficult confrontation. The hero decided that he needed to speed up. It must be faster than the cell division of the green beast. But the demonic energy that sat in the man's core was not going to give up. Even in this state, she forced her clots to release and attack our hero. One of them had already taken it out, inflicting a small wound on his left cheek. The guy only managed to dodge when several more new attacks were already rushing towards him. However, this reminded our hero of something from his past. He understood why this reminded him so much of the Firefox's situation, even though the circumstances were different. The guy spread his arms to the side, causing the diameter of the vortex to expand. After this, he noticed that the streams that had previously attacked him began to collapse. After this, the hero realized that he was now moving in the right direction. The time has come to begin the next stage of liberating the green beast. Now he unclenched his fists and concentrated energy in his open palms. The whirlwind gradually subsided, and only a small cloud of dust remained in the air. Gradually, the face of a man with green hair appeared, who was covered in cuts. Only now could Kostya breathe a sigh of relief, but he failed to do so. After all, his friend Dasha's colleague was still lying in front of him, covered in blood. The man was unconscious and clearly in very bad condition. The guy sighed wearily and told the keeper that he had assumed such an outcome of events. What interested him most now was why this man's blood was black. The keeper did not understand why the guy was hesitating. He even shouted at him. And Kostya, meanwhile, carefully squatted down in front of the man. He carefully touched his hand to the leaked black remnant of demonic energy and realized that it was someone's creation. However, the guy decided that he would deal with this a little later. Now he had more important business. Therefore, the hero grabbed the man who was lying unconscious in front of him by the clothes. Kostya carefully placed this man on his shoulder, trying to cause as little pain as possible. The guy noticed that this man's mana core was destroyed, so now he needs to restore it. First of all, it was necessary to find a deserted place, so the hero and the guardian pushed off the ground with force and got out in one jump. After some time, the man began to gradually regain consciousness. He clearly felt tired and overwhelmed, slowly opened his eyes and realized that he was in an unfamiliar place. The man was able to focus his gaze on the young guy who stood in front of him with a white puppy on his shoulder. The awakened one clearly did not expect to see such a strange picture, so he shouted sharply and loudly. Our hero also did not at all expect that the man would come to his senses so quickly, so he screamed along with him. They were lucky that they were in a house in the middle of the forest. Otherwise, someone might have heard them. It took Kostya some time to explain to the man what happened here. The guardian lay and listened all this time. The hero noticed that the man was in critical condition, so he offered to talk about the details after he swallowed the medicine. The green-haired man thought for a while, then asked to convey his words to the association. The man remarked with a resigned air that his life as a whole had no regrets left. However, the hero did not even listen to him to the end, and interrupted, saying that everything was too easy for him. He noticed that he found a man just while walking his dog, and now he wants to die in front of him because he didn't save him, even though he could have. The guy respected the green-haired man's reasons, but said that he would not die today. The man noticed that the guy behaved very impudently for his age. However, the hero noted that he was already 35 years old, after which the man resigned himself and did not appear. He even agreed to take medication and be patient while our hero treated him. The man felt that something had split his mana core in half. Even the best healer from the Hunters Association could not cope with such a severe wound. Kostya knew all this, which is why he used one of the only 3 pills that he grabbed before his return. He ordered the man to put it in his mouth and hold the cloth between his teeth so as not to bite his tongue. The medicine, like a magic chain, must circulate throughout the body for it to be effective. Now the man's mana core is fragmented. The magic chains do not function. Therefore, Kostya himself was going to infuse magical power into the man and help distribute the medicine throughout his body. He added that this pill is like a defibrillator, only resuscitating the flow of mana, not the blood flow. As soon as the man took the pill into his mouth and bit into it, the guy suddenly added that now he should not lose consciousness. But it was already too late, because not even a couple of moments had passed before the awakened one passed out. Kostya remembered that he himself was preparing to die for the first time and fainted 100 times. However, this man could not lose consciousness, so the guy hit him sharply on the head. He ordered to endure until the last, because this green beast is one of the best in the country. He might die as soon as he loses consciousness, but the man already felt his body. He began to hear some strange sounds and was even preparing to die peacefully. However, Kostya ordered him to think about his family, which forced the man to go inside himself. The guy directed his hands to the man's body and began to gradually pour his energy into him. At this moment, a quest appeared from a member of the state-controlled Rainbow Six, the Green Beast, whose real name is Yegor. Often, when they talk about a person with a high position in government agencies and someone who is in the top 6 of the country, they immediately imagine his brilliant past. Yegor's life before becoming the Green Beast was very mediocre. He had a wonderful, loving wife and a beautiful little daughter. The man sincerely considered himself the happiest person on earth. Finally, he had everything he had dreamed of for a very long time. He was an orphan, and his name was firmly rooted in the first lines of the boys' registers. Not only did he not have a single relative, but his birthday was also considered the day he arrived at the shelter. The guy lived his days quietly and peacefully in an orphanage. But everything changed dramatically when one took even one step beyond it. A child without parents, whether a troublemaker or a quiet one, it doesn't matter. They were all called problematic. Because of this prejudice, he was unable to make a single close friend. Therefore, the guy grew up alone without a single close attachment. He felt it only in relation to animals. They lived on the mountain behind the school, where he climbed at every opportunity. Perhaps they were the reason why the guy later became a zoo worker. And to him, the man who preferred animals to people, wonderful words were later addressed. The girl admitted that she likes how Yegor always takes care of animals like people. She was very embarrassed, but still took the first step and invited the guy to meet. He was also very embarrassed by what was happening, because it was his first time, but he agreed. And it was this girl, and later their daughter, who gave Yegor the opportunity to return to the human world again. A man, deeply immersed in his thoughts and memories, was brought out of this state by his little daughter. Yegor asks his Anya not to cling to him like a monkey when she sits on his neck. The man took the girl off, moved her into his arms in front, and told her to look to the side. The girl reluctantly obeyed her father and slowly looked around. At the moment, they were standing right at the foot of a beautiful waterfall. The girl was delighted to see a rainbow so close to her for the first time. Yegor explained to his daughter that this is a waterfall. Water from the lake at the top of the mountain collects in one place and falls down. Anya was interested in what was happening to the fish that live on the top of the mountain. The man joked that they were diligently swimming up the falling water back home. The girl did not believe her father, but promised to check with her mother later. She asked to buy her a chocolate bar if it turned out that the man had lied, and he suggested replacing everything with vitamin juice so that their mother would not scold for such harmful things. Just at that moment, the girl found her husband and daughter and ran up to them. She was worried because she couldn't find him for a long time, and Igor was simply showing his daughter the waterfall. Although her parents initially assumed this and even suggested that the girl relax and wait. The wife said that there was a beautiful rainbow in front of the waterfall, so she would like to submit photographs. Yegor had the camera and they all headed together closer to the water. People struck a pose and began looking for the best shot. The girl had to work hard to make the rainbow clearly visible. To begin with, she made a family portrait of her parents and husband with their daughter. She really liked the photo, so the girl suggested taking a few more pictures. Meanwhile, her parents were chatting with their granddaughter, trying to make her laugh. The girl screamed the smiles of her relatives until they ran out of fuse. After that, Yegor handed his daughter into her arms and asked her to take his place. The girl ran to her parents so that she could take a photo with them herself. Little Anya began to teach her grandparents how to make a heart with their fingers. She even made two hearts at once with both hands and addressed them to her loved ones. Meanwhile, Yegor was catching good shots and taking pictures of his joyful family. The guy did not notice at all how something strange began to happen with a waterfall not far from them. The space in front of him began to literally crack into pieces, like glass. Igor noticed the crack only when it had already reached a fairly large size. The next moment, space split and a huge black hole appeared in it. Then this happened several more times near the first fault. From one of them appeared the head of a huge shark with yellow eyes, which immediately attacked the first person it came across. A huge bear crawled out of the other and immediately knocked down and pinned some guy to the ground. All this happened before the eyes of Yegor, who was just beginning to understand that he had built an ideal life. He subconsciously believed that this happiness would leave him sooner or later. After all, nothing is given for free, and for him, such a life is a luxury. Therefore, he thought that someday it would definitely be taken away from him. And the only thing the guy wanted all this time did not come true. He desperately prayed that if something terrible happened, then it would not be in front of his eyes. However, he was unlucky because behind his beloved family was the biggest crack. A huge insect immediately got out of it and rushed at the nearest people. The guy was desperately trying to stop the monster from harming his loved ones. Yegor rushed with all his might to help his family, hoping to save them. The man saw from afar that his beloved wife was wounded. There was a huge, deep cut on her back. At first, the guy even tried to convince himself that the girl had simply gotten dirty in something. And during his delay, the monster had already managed to completely get out of the crack. Now it hung directly over Yegor's relatives, who were now all lying on the ground unconscious. The guy realized that this huge mantis had deprived him of everything with one blow. Yegor fell to his knees and began desperately calling his beloved wife by name. He looked at the girl's back and his whole body was shaking with fear and awareness of misfortune. As soon as the guy decided and found the strength to touch his wife's body, he was not allowed to do so. The huge mantis lashed out with its claw, cutting through the air with incredible speed. He hit right at the place where Yegor was literally a second ago. The guy was thrown back with incredible force and speed. It seemed to him that from just one contact with such claws, his body was torn apart. However, this was not the case. The guy flew quite a long distance and landed hard on the ground. And at this time, the monster raised its head up and let out a victorious cry. It stood right above the green beast's family and waved its huge claws menacingly. The love for his family, and especially for his daughter, made our guy come to his senses. He rose to his feet and was ready to fight the monster. The green beast rushed towards the huge mantis. After what happened to this family, the guy was no longer afraid of this monster. On the way, he kept swearing at the monster and picked up some kind of sharp stick as a weapon. The guy had nothing to lose, so he attacked the monster with such zeal. Just at that moment, when Yegor ran past the bodies of my family, he heard a familiar voice. The guy looked back and noticed that his daughter was still alive, protected by her mother's body. This all happened literally in an instant when the guy could no longer stop. He noticed that the girl had come to her senses and was very scared. And the very next moment, the guy had to defend himself from an attack by a praying mantis. His claws were very sharp, and Yegor's weapon was useless. Therefore, the guy fell to the ground, and his stick was easily cut into pieces. Mantis continued to advance on the green beast without stopping. This time, his claws pierced the ground right next to the guy's head. Yegor's entire consciousness was now absorbed only by the thought that his daughter was still alive. And the girl was already sitting next to her mother and crying with fear. She was calling for her beloved daddy when a huge shadow covered her. Anya slowly turned around to see what was happening behind her. Yegor understood that he could now lose the last survivor of his family. At that moment, something arose deep inside him. Some strange feeling grew stronger and stronger with every step he took. It appeared in his chest, but now it was spreading throughout his body. A strange energy and green glow enveloped the entire guy from head to toe, and the claw of the huge praying mantis was already a few millimeters from the girl's body. One more step, and it is not the human foot that steps on the ground, but the paw of the beast. The monster's huge, sharp claw was torn off with one strong jerk. A huge green tiger carried her away in its powerful teeth. Anya, with tears in her eyes out of fear, clung to her mother's body. The tiger stopped nearby, holding the severed claw of a praying mantis in my mouth. At that time, he roared in pain and became furious from his wounds. Something green and striped quickly flashed before the monster's eyes. This huge tiger spat out his claw and rushed back to the monster. This time, his target was the head of a monster with two huge yellow eyes. The tiger opened his mouth wide and sank his sharp fangs right into the neck of the mantis. Not even a moment passed before the headless monster fell to the ground, and the tiger rushed away, carrying in its jaws part of the enemy it had defeated. He stopped nearby, walking inside and looking at the monster. Another moment and Yegor in human form is rushing towards his daughter. He ran to Anya, hoping that everything was okay with her. However, the man immediately realized that he was late. His hands began to tremble. In front of him on the ground lay his dead beloved wife and wounded daughter. The young man looked at the body of his wife, which became paler every minute. Then he turned his gaze to the little girl who lay unconscious next to her. The man was already sweating from tension. His whole body was becoming more expensive from fear. He looked at what was left of his family, tears flowing from his eyes. Yegor saw that his daughter was still alive, but she was too weak to even sit up on her own. The man had to carefully put his hand under the baby's head and help her rise. He tried to calm the baby down, all the time promising her that he would think of something. Anya complained that her stomach hurt very badly and the man could not stop the bleeding. He held his little daughter in his arms and understood that she would die any minute. Under the girl there was already a whole pool of blood that flowed out of the wound on her stomach. The girl said that she felt cold, so Yegor tried to hug his daughter as tightly as possible and warm her up. Anya was glad that Dad came to her aid and did not leave her alone. She even laughed. The girl smiled and said that she loved her daddy more than anything in the world. She wanted to touch her father's face with her hand, but the strength left her. Anya no longer made a single sound. Yegor realized that his daughter had just died in his arms. It took him a few seconds for the thought to sink into his head. Then the man burst into tears, leaned over to the girl and said that Dad also loved her more than anything in the world. After some time, the men carefully shifted the girl to the ground. Now in front of him lay the dead bodies of his beloved daughter, wife, father-in-law, and mother-in-law. It was at this moment that Yegor dreamed that God, if he exists, would turn out to be an unsuspecting fool. He was ready to follow his will with pleasure if he, as a reward, would allow him to save the lives of the people he loved. Yegor was grateful that he was able to meet people born in love, and promised to devote himself entirely to this goal, after which he turned into a huge green elephant and rushed to protect the people remaining in the park. Kostya realized that this thought was driving the man when he burst into the dark elf base. He could see all this in the man's head while he lay unconscious and thought about his family. Finally, after some time, after the medicine took effect, the man came to his senses and opened his eyes. I asked the guy how long he spent unconscious, but Kostya replied that all the most dangerous things were left behind. Kostya looked at the man and was disappointed that he chose this path. Yegor just turned his back to the guy and added that he had nothing to say to such a boy. Kostya realized that the man felt bad. He was going to die. This was clearly reflected on his face. He was silent for a while. Why did he say that he recognized this feeling? I remembered myself at a time when I had only recently found myself in the world of spirits. It wasn't the same feeling, but he thought they might be similar and smugly concluded it. The guy recalled the feeling when he stood in the pouring rain, which helped hide his tears. He added that death leaves nothing behind. When someone dies, there must be someone left to remember the dead person. But now the only one who will remember all this is Kostya. All these little things that Yegor's wife and daughter loved, that made them happy, that made them happy. Now he alone remembers absolutely all these little things that make up a person's personality. These words made a huge impression on the green beast, who was still lying with his back to the heroes. For some time they remained in silence. Yegor lay facing the wall, and Kostya sat behind him. After which the guy sighed heavily and decided that he was minding his own business. He asked Yegor to forget about his last words. He simply said it for moral reasons. However, these words still had an effect on the man. He sat down and asked the guy to help him restore his mana core. Kostya was surprised that the man still chose to continue living. Yegor still could not immediately answer this question. He sat thinking for a long time. And then he said that he still has a lot of things to do, and there are people who rely only on him. Kostya was surprised by such an accurate answer, but agreed with him. A light came on in a house in the middle of the forest, which marked the beginning of a new life for the green beast. Some time later, Kostya was furious that they decided to throw a party in his restaurant to mark the release of the green beast 3 weeks later. Therefore, the guy had to urgently prepare a lot of food. His mother and assistant had to run around with boxes. He cursed at Dasha because his family wanted to live in peace, and she was throwing another party, although she reassured him that there should only be 3 people, herself, the beast, and Kostya. The hero tried to calm down, because he had a long history of friendship with this girl. If he starts to be indignant now, she will come running and mock him. Instead, he will suggest finding a more reliable place, because information from the conversations of such guests should not leak out. However, Dasha noticed that there is no more secluded and reliable place in Seoul than this restaurant. Therefore, the girl promised to come tomorrow and agree on the date and time of the reception. The devil's vine, its size justifies its name, is strong enough to swallow even a black bear, which represents the first rank of danger at once. She's just looking for a beast that the demons will keep as a pet. However, even demons can be in danger if they let their guard down before the monster of disaster. Kostya sits at the table, holding his head in his hands and thinking that he should have just ordered pizza. The keeper was amazed that the guy was awake simply because of some pizza. But for Kostya, this was very serious. He even asked Belyash what was most important in pizza. The guardian was not going to succumb to provocation and answer him. He ordered him to go to bed. However, he did not listen to him at all. He jumped up and shouted that the most important thing was cheese. That is why he needed the devil's vine. And the keeper did not understand how he came to this conclusion. Demonic vine, one of the disaster-class demonic beasts. Although in the human world this plant is called a cannibal plant. There are not many of them left in this world. They mainly grow on Gangwon Island. Kostya did not know that these plants still remained in their world, because he was sure of the opposite. The guardian added that the animals are specially lured to this area so that the plants will deal with them. The hero was amazed that someone was feeding these monsters on purpose, because they should have become gigantic. The keeper confirmed his assumption, and was puzzled as to why the guy was so worried. Kostya explained that although this monster looks like a plant, it is still a monster. And with such excellent nutrition, he should very quickly grow to incredible sizes. After this, its roots harden, after which they replace its legs. This species is reaching the size of the Earth at this rate, and is using all the planets as a pot. Neither the keeper nor our hero were absolutely happy about this prospect. There was even a slight panic. Kostya ordered the keeper to quickly call Taylor for help. He suggested giving the wolf some real training, and at the same time hunting for cheese. Therefore, the guys went straight to Taylor, and then towards the island they needed. The whole company stood on the shore and watched as the water flooded many buildings. This whole area basically looked abandoned. These guys also came at night. Kostya was warming up, the keeper was yawning, and Taylor was asking why he was called here in the first place. Kostya said that the wolf doesn't have to ask anything, just beat and destroy everything. Taylor looked around and was surprised that he was allowed to crumble everything. He was just glad, because he just didn't have a place to test his increased strength. The hero added that if a place left unattended suddenly disappeared, no one would worry much about it. Their beloved country has long closed its eyes to the existence of this place, and the main character himself promised to give the wolf excellent pizza in gratitude for the help provided. Taylor was confused because he had absolutely no idea what pizza had to do with it, and the hero explained to his friend that it was all about that same devilish vine. She had round bags located right under the big bud. Inside, they were so delicious that even blue cheese couldn't stand next to them. There was no flour in the spirit world, but all this time the guy desperately dreamed of cooking something. Since it's here, he can make a pizza that will leave a mark on the history of Korean cuisine. And although the keeper was unhappy that everything came down to pizza again, he could at least check how strong Taylor had become. Belyash added that if it were not for this opportunity, he would not even have come here. He looked at his student and told him not to worry about anything. Just do what is convenient for him. The wolf clarified whether a change in his strength could really affect the master. The keeper once again confirmed, adding that even if nothing comes of it, all he needs to do is force Kostya to complete several tasks. Our hero didn't like work, so he decided to conduct training for Taylor. After this, Kostya and the guardian began to quarrel again because the latter climbed into the hero's head and read what was there. Kostya sincerely believed that this was an abuse of power on the part of the keeper. However, the latter objected that this was just his ability, which had nothing to do with powers. However, before he had time to finish his last thought, he suddenly fell silent and froze. Someone's huge shadow bent right over our hero, covering him from the light of the moon. This would be a great opportunity for Taylor to test his new powers. Therefore, the wolf rushed to attack the unknown creature with lightning speed, delivering one strong blow, after which he landed with a crash on the other side of the monster. Now his claws were sharp enough, and his paws strong enough to knock down an enemy with one blow. However, this was far from the end. Now everything in the area was roaring and the earth was shaking. Literally a moment later, a whole horde of the same monsters appeared in front of our heroes. Kostya and the Guardian were both shocked by the huge number of monsters that appeared in front of them. This was great training for the wolf, allowing him to test his new strength. Still, even for him there were too many monsters here. Taylor was out of breath from the workload. The wolf stood in the middle of the horde of monsters he had defeated and asked if Kostya and the Guardian were okay. Our hero was impressed by the work done by his old friend. Taylor had become much stronger than he thought, which the Guardian agreed with. The wolf noticed that the guys were exaggerating. Now even his legs were giving way due to severe trembling. Then he noticed that Kostya himself dealt with half of all the monsters. At this time, the hero looked around and noticed that they had walked about 10 kilometers. Their destination was on a mountain with a popular hiking trail leading to the top. From a distance, it was noticeable that over so many years the plant had simply grown to gigantic proportions. The wolf noticed that, most likely, it was from this flower that all the others that filled this entire area came from. Kostya noticed that the wolf seemed to know about the earth even more than he did. even though he was born here. In any case, the most important thing now was to get to the right place. Then the hero himself would figure it out. The wolf apologized for not being able to help the hero all the time. However, he added that there was no need to force himself. It was already clear to him that Taylor had reached his limit. As soon as he said this, the whole company felt a huge energy that scared them. The wolf was amazed that there were monsters here that were so strong. Kostya immediately recognized this energy because he had recently encountered something similar. He wanted to warn his friend that there were many wolf-monkey monsters hiding here. But he didn't have time to do this because one of them had already dug into Taylor's neck and dragged him away. The hero could only watch as his tired friend was carried away into the distance. He was about to give chase when suddenly something distracted him. The whole earth trembled under his feet, and a new monster appeared from under it. It sent its tentacles towards the hero, but he managed to escape at the last moment. The guy pushed off the ground with force and soared high into the air. The tentacles crashed so hard into the place where the hero stood a second ago that they forgave the asphalt. Without wasting time, they immediately rushed back up, catching up with Kostya. It was obvious to our hero that they were targeting him and were not going to be left behind. It didn't look like the plant had eyes, which meant they simply decided to cohabitate together. Kostya decided not to waste time and summoned his favorite sword from his inventory. He realized that even in the spirit world, he had never seen a devilish vine of such gigantic size. The guy realized that they needed to separate, so he made a request to his guardian. He said he had to stay here and grab the devil's vine. Therefore, he asked the keeper to go and instead help Taylor, who was already very exhausted. The guardian assured the guy that it would not be a problem to go, but he was not sure that the hero himself would be able to withstand the battle. After all, since he returned from the spirit world, his strength continues to weaken. The hero was sincerely amazed that Belyash managed to notice this. But Kostya wouldn't be Kostya if he hadn't joked at that moment. He asked if the custodian would be willing to remove him from the list of candidates for new protectors. With this, he enraged the white wolf and then placed him in a protective ball. The guy noticed that even when he trains and tries his best, he still remains human. And his body cannot handle all the power that only divine beasts and spirits can handle. He became stronger by passing through himself the divine spiritual power that exists in nature. Of course, unlike the spirit world, here the guy did not absorb divine spiritual power, so half of his original powers were gone. However, even taking these points into account, it was still very strong. The keeper listened carefully to the guy and did not know what to answer. In the end, the wolf decided to go to help Taylor, although he was still worried about the hero. Kostya carefully watched as the ball with the guardian headed in the direction where his student rushed off. The guy sighed heavily, because he didn't think that with his experience, there was still something that he didn't get to see. The situation was aggravated by the fact that at that time, he was on Earth. However, there was nothing to be done about this, so our hero could only act. He clutched his favorite sword tightly in his hand and rushed to attack the huge monster that was waiting for him at the top of the mountain. And at this time, the keeper was trying to mentally contact his student Taylor. After some time, he managed to get to his subordinate. He was fine. The wounds were shallow and insignificant, but he was worried about the number of enemies. Wolf monkeys are something like his ancestors, so he is very familiar with their habits. They had gathered a whole tribe, and now Taylor was not sure that he could cope with them. In this case, the guardian had no choice but to leave his protective cocoon. He appeared before his student in his true form as a huge white wolf. Now they could fight together against an entire army of bestial monsters. Taylor was no longer alone. His own teacher helped him, which means they had a chance to win. And at this time, Kostya was getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain where his enemy was waiting for him. He realized that the plants were using the entire huge mountain as a flower pot. The guy was truly amazed by the size of this huge carnivorous flower. He was glad that he discovered the plants right now, because in a couple of months they would even begin to walk. If this were the spirit world, the guy would have cut the flower with one blow thanks to his true strength. However, now he had neither divine nor spiritual power for this. The only option left to him was to get closer, gradually cutting off the parts. Before the hero even had time to fully come up with a plan, the flower immediately spat out a huge amount of some liquid material at him. Kostya literally managed to jump to the side at the last moment and return. The guy was shocked that even so, this strange mixture got on him. A small amount of this mucus stained the tip of his left slipper. The guy was truly horrified by the fact that the strange purple slime fell on him. It had a very specific color and smelled very strongly, which means it was obviously poisonous. Kostya even cursed at the flower because, according to the rules, it was forbidden to attack when the main character was talking or thinking. The guy wanted to forget about what happened, but this fetid smell did not leave him. He pulled his left leg closer to his face and sniffed carefully again, after which he removed his foot away from his face, because a disgusting smell really emanated from the shoe, even worse than it was in the spiritual world. The guy thought for a long time what this flower would emit on Earth, but it turned out to be the smell of rot. Up close, he infuriated him even more, so the hero forcibly squeezed his sword in his hands. He tried to concentrate and summon his strength from deep within his body. It was a fiery power that now surrounded the entire sword and developed from behind the hero's back. In fact, at this moment, the hero changed his body attribute to fire. First of all, he decided to try to burn this carnivorous flower entirely. Therefore, the hero collected a huge amount of his energy at the tip of his sword and forcefully threw a stream of fire straight into the core. The flame hit exactly one of the main petals of this terrible plant. The sword, making a huge hole in the petal, spun in the air. Then he returned exactly to our hero's hand, as if his favorite boomerang. The guy hoped that this fire would spread further throughout the plant. However, this did not happen at all. The flames slowly died out without causing much harm. The hero looked at the consequences of his blow and did not understand why the flames went out. It was at this moment that an unexpected guest appeared from behind the flower. The hero clearly did not expect to see this girl here, because this was not typical for this type of monster. A beautiful aquatic creature with incredibly beautiful long hair appeared in front of him. It was Udina, the spirit of water, whom the hero had previously met in the world of spirits. However, the girl was not at all friendly towards our guy. A small water bubble began to form from the tips of her nails, which then turned into a strong, powerful stream of water that attacked our hero right in the chest. It was a rather strong blow, which caused minor internal damage to our hero. The guy was amazed that he was again faced with the absorption of demonic energy by the spirit. He even thought that it was a fashion or an infection, since everyone was obsessed. But he didn't have time to think for long, because more and more water bubbles began to form around the hero. The hero realized that it would be difficult for him to cope with the symbiosis of Ondine and the devilish vine alone. So he mentally called his guardian friend for help. At this time, he continued to fight off the attacks of the water spirit, waiting for help. To attract more attention, the hero launched fiery fireworks into the sky. At this time, the water spirit did not waste a minute, constantly forming more and more bubbles, which then turned into very sharp water streams and attacked the hero. However, the girl was late, because the huge fireworks had already attracted the attention of the keeper. He and Taylor had just dealt with all the monsters in the area. The guardian immediately guessed that the fireworks were set off specifically for his ward heroes. He and the wolf guessed that something had happened to the hero, since he was calling them back. They defeated a huge number of monsters, so their strength was also running low. The keeper even asked Taylor if he was able to move at all. The gray wolf at first tried to appear strong, but then collapsed in exhaustion and apologized for his weakness. And at this time, the hero had to use more and more different magical abilities in his battle. This time he could no longer manage by simply avoiding attacks. He needed a shield. The girl was too strong and fast to simply dodge. It was a confrontation between two truly strong rivals who were in no way inferior to each other. Kostya, even with his remaining strength, was no weaker than the water spirit that was in the human world. Moreover, it was a confrontation between two essentially different elements. The fire that Kostya controlled opposed the water that Ondine controlled. Even the Guardian was shocked by how powerful this battle was. The water spirit attacked our hero with great speed, but he dodged at the last moment. Sometimes it was easier for him to repel attacks flying at him with his sword. Sometimes the hero even managed to deliver some kind of blow to reduce the power of the devilish dose. And sometimes he only had time to quickly put up a shield and cover himself. But the water spirit still did not reduce its pressure and continued to attack. In addition to water bubbles, the girl herself actively attacked our hero. Kostya fought literally to the limit of his capabilities because he was already very tired before that. The girl was also not going to give up and attacked her opponent at every opportunity. The hero was already completely wet from head to toe, which did not add anything good to him. The guy was clearly tired, he was breathing heavily. One of his eyes had been blackened earlier. During this time, he became convinced that the girl was indeed under the control of a demon. Besides the battle with the flower itself, she also caused him a lot of trouble. The hero lowered his sword down, preparing to strike again, when something stopped him. Ondine looked straight into his eyes and said that he was attacking her body, so she would not give him up just like that. The hero was amazed by this news, because he did not expect such a development of events at all. For the first time in his life, he saw a water spirit who could talk, and the flower took advantage of his confusion and twisted him around his legs and arms. The hero was amazed that the girl could speak, but she preferred to talk nonsense. He tried to reach her consciousness, saying that spirits are looking for a host only because of demonic energy. The hero promised to help the girl and provide her with housing next to the world tree. However, she did not listen to him at all. At that time, she formed a huge clot of water energy. The guy was still bound by the branches of the devilish vine and could not move. And at this time, a huge number of water streams were already flying at him, which could kill him. But at the last moment, an ally of the protagonist appeared and saved him. It was the Guardian who took the brunt of the blow and covered the hero with it. The white wolf carefully grabbed our guy with his fangs and carried him away. The hero was glad at such a timely appearance of his guardian. He managed to notice that the man was fighting against an Undine, who was absorbed by demonic energy. The Guardians carefully lowered our hero, giving him the opportunity to move freely again. The wolf agreed that a demon was directly involved in all the recent incidents. The hero asked the Guardian to stop Undine's movement for a short time, so that the hero can get rid of the demonic vine once and for all. Having received the consent of his friend, Kostya began to accumulate a fairly large amount of energy, and then he again carefully let it through the hilt into the blade of his sword. And here again, our hero was surrounded by streams of scorching flames. And at this time, the girl was surprised by the fact that another enemy appeared in front of her. The Guardian rushed to the water spirit with lightning speed and grabbed him with his powerful jaws. Without wasting a second of precious time, our hero concentrated all his energy into one blow. The guy needed enormous strength and spiritual concentration in order to carry out this attack. It was a real fiery whirlwind created by the inner strength of our hero. The attack was so powerful that the devil vine could not survive it. Even from afar, it was clear that a huge flame was shooting up among the mountains. A few moments later, the hero's sword stuck deep into the ground. The guy could finally breathe out calmly due to the fact that he had finally gotten rid of at least one enemy. Now he needed a second free hand, so the hero returned the shield back to his inventory. Instead, he concentrated his fiery energy in the center of his palm. The heroes rushed to cut across their guardian friend, who was still holding the water spirit in his teeth. The girl noticed the second enemy approaching her too late, so she could not do anything. And at this time, Kostya directed his energy directly to the center of the girl's body. This is how he hoped to bring her to her senses and rid her of the devilish energy. Immediately after this blow, Undine found herself encased in a huge block of ice. The girl could no longer move and fell into a rather deep sleep. It took some time before she was able to wake up again. When the girl opened her eyes again, nothing was holding her back. The water spirit carefully and slowly sat down. She was waist deep in water. Next to her, on the nearest large stone, our hero lay exhausted. The girl looked at the guy and did not understand what happened here. She didn't even remember how she ended up here, and why there was a man sitting in front of her. The hero was amazed that the girl could actually speak. It only meant that Udina was definitely a spirit who was born on Earth. The girl was not at all happy with her awakening. She had a headache. Kostya noticed that he had to forcefully extract demonic energy from her body. In any case, he asked the girl what was the last thing she remembered. Undine told our hero about how she met the demon. Then she remembered how she touched a huge flower. However, after this, no matter how hard she tried, the girl could not remember anything. At this moment, the Guardians entered into a conversation and introduced themselves to the water spirit. He noticed that the girl lived a free and calm life here. If she doesn't mind, then he could prepare another place to live for the girl. Undine listened carefully to this proposal and became thoughtful. Then the girl, still not saying anything, glowed and began to shrink. She remained very small, after which she flew up to the hero and stopped near his shoulder. Kostya was amazed at this, because in fact it is easy to get a positive response from the spirits, after which they all went to his house. Dasha talked to our hero on the phone and promised to come tomorrow at noon. He was very unhappy with this. The guy tried to pretend that he didn't remember anything, but the girl said that he promised to cook pizza. After some time, our hero gave up and realized that he could not avoid the meeting. The next day, the weather was clear and beautiful. The sun was shining in the sky. Our hero finally washed his favorite slippers after the battle with the devil's flower. Now it came to an amusement park, in the center of which there was a beautiful pond. He was grateful that this happy garden had been made for them. This was the initiative of Sergei, who wanted to thank Kostya and his family for their help. Our hero carefully looked around so that no one would see or follow him. Then he looked straight into the water in front of him and called to Undine. Suddenly, a ripple appeared across the water surface, and a small bubble emerged from it. Gradually, he became larger and larger until he turned into a translucent girl. Her body became more and more dense until it finally recovered. Undine was right in front of our hero and was glad to see him. The guy visited his old friend and asked if she was living well here. The girl looked back and looked at the tree of life, which protected her. She admitted that she liked being near the world tree, even though it was a little boring. The only thing she does all day long is water various plants. The girl admitted that she was really annoyed by this and cursed, which surprised Kostya. The water spirit admitted that she heard these words from the red-haired woman. The hero asked the girl to be patient a little, because she would be able to enter only after she had fully recovered. And he himself asked her to do him a favor and give him some water with a good taste. He was going to use it later to make pizza. The hero, with a smile on his face, turned to the water spirit and asked if she wanted to come and try it herself. The girl was very bored, so she agreed, after which they all headed to the restaurant together. Ondine was sitting at the table with food on a plate in front of her. The girl had never tasted human food before, so she didn't know what it was. Kostya approached the spirit and asked if she thought this pizza was very appetizing. The girl looked at the substance in front of her, then asked the guy what this word meant. The hero tried to explain to the girl that this dish smells delicious, but she had no sense of smell. He racked his brain for a long time, trying to figure out how to explain the meaning of these words to the spirit. The girl was a little sad that so many people could feel these feelings. Kostya agreed with this because it was food that people eat. The girl added that the demon who devours in the darkness lived in her, and he has many demonic forms. Demons can easily turn into a person and accept all his feelings. And since she was one of them, she should also be able to do it. The girl suddenly lit up and her body began to change its shape. A moment later, a completely ordinary human girl with blue hair appeared in front of our hero. Ondine opened her eyes, and the first thing she felt was a wonderful smell, which she reported to the hero. The guy was glad that now the spirit would be able to try his pizza and note to himself that the girl was very beautiful. Ondine carefully took one piece of pizza in her hand and guided it into her mouth. Kostya literally stared at these actions of the girl, amazed by her beauty. After a couple of minutes, the girl finished a slice of pizza, then smiled sweetly and said that the food was very tasty. This compliment and the unearthly beauty of the spirit struck the hero to the very heart. The girl asked for another piece, and Kostya in response was ready to give her even his soul. Then Ondine wanted to try something else. The hero offered her cola from the refrigerator. So they spent the rest of the day. The girl tried more and more new dishes for herself, and Kostya watched her reaction. Towards evening, when the moon was already clearly visible in the sky, new guests arrived at the restaurant. The door opened and a young red-haired girl appeared on the threshold. It was Dasha, who came to visit her friends and found a rather unusual picture. A beautiful girl with blue hair was sitting at a table in a restaurant. Kostya was feeding her. Dasha didn't expect to meet more visitors here, so she asked what Kostya was doing. After this, the Crimson Witch realized that the stranger was the same spirit from the park, but looked like a person. The girl, to whom Dasha gave the nickname Ring, admitted that the hero prepared a lot of delicious food for her. The Crimson Witch looked first at her friend and then at Ondine. She looked from one to the other several times. From such a strange reaction, our hero began to worry. He even began to sweat. Dasha said that Kostya fell in love with the spirit, but he only admitted that it was because of her reaction to food. If Dasha says that his cooking is delicious, then he will cook for her day and night. Meanwhile, the spirit asked the girl what her words about falling in love meant. Dasha replied that Kostya thinks the spirit is amazing and wants to make her his partner, after which Ondine replied that she did not have a gender, but if she had one, she would prefer a male one. She greatly amused Dasha and shocked Kostya, who both did not expect such an answer. The Crimson Witch's laugh was so loud that it could have woken up someone from the neighboring house. The night has passed. A new day of life has come in our favorite restaurant. There was a knock on the door, then it opened, and the Crimson Witch, already well known to us, entered. Directly behind her was a green beast who had recovered from his injuries. Kostya went out to his friends and said that everything would be ready in just 5 minutes. They just needed to wait a little. At this moment, the green beast looked at the guy the Crimson Witch was addressing and stopped in shock. Kostya also looked at this man and realized that before that he had been hiding his identity. The green beast and our hero stood and silently looked at each other, while the girl did not suspect anything and calmly walked into the depths of the restaurant. Yegor grabbed his head, as if some memories were causing him pain. He turned to his friend Dasha, who did not suspect anything. He asked her in a whisper what her friend did for a living. The girl loudly replied that he was an ordinary slacker who suffers from nonsense all day long. In response to this, Kostya added that Dasha is his crazy friend. Then he looked straight into the man's eyes, extended his hand, introduced himself and said that he would be pleased to meet his female colleague. He added that he disappeared 10 years ago and returned only recently. These words struck the green beast, because this happened even before the start of the Great Cataclysm. Yegor pretended that this was the first time he had met such a person, so he simply shook the hand extended to him. Kostya admitted that he was very surprised when he returned back to this world. When he woke up, 10 years had already passed, Seoul was completely destroyed. The guy heard that many people were injured or died during the Great Cataclysm. Thanks to this, I didn't have to make much effort to restore my personal information, even though he showed up 10 years later. He noted that if someone who was counted among the dead returned after a few years, this would invalidate their status. In any case, it wasn't every day that someone like him, an ordinary person, met such a celebrity as the Green Beast. Yegor was grateful that the guy acted as if he didn't know him at all. However, what bothered him was how this guy was able to hide his energy. After all, last time he had just an incredibly huge amount of mana, and at this new meeting of theirs, he looked just like an ordinary person. Yegor decided to leave these thoughts aside for now, instead asking Dasha when Jenny should join them. The girl replied that she had received an urgent call, so she would quickly sort it out and come. She would be about 30 minutes late. However, before she had time to speak this phrase, another pretty girl ran into their restaurant. It turned out to be Jenny who was supposed to be late. The girl immediately threw herself on Yegor's neck because she was very bored. She really didn't want the rest of their group to join them. The Supreme Sword and the Sun God hovered around and politely refused. Cyrena simply said that she could not come because of work at headquarters. Yegor carefully removed the girl from his neck and said that he would still like to listen to their opinion. Jenny was still hanging in his arms. She didn't want to tear herself away from him. She had already heard that Yegor witnessed an artificial dungeon. The guy was silent for a while, then answered in the affirmative. The truth was that even the smartest people on Earth were gathered there, but they could not find out how the dungeon gates opened, what conditions opened them, or the logic behind it. But this makes sense, because someone can still skip this whole process and immediately create a dungeon. The girl finally sat down on a chair and said that this story was hard to believe. Yegor agreed with this remark, because only he saw all this and could not obtain evidence. However, Dasha immediately noticed that they still believed their friend. Jenny also added that they were all here today only because of his words. When it comes to people's safety, Yegor could always be trusted. The other members think the same, because if it weren't for digging into the situation, they would have happily joined them at the restaurant. Yegor noticed that when he returned, the Black Sky shelter was already empty. Now that the appearance of an artistic dungeon has surfaced, they must be busy looking for the next hideout. The man didn't think they would clean up so well before leaving. He replayed the memories of that day in his head over and over again. After waking up, the man first wrote and submitted his report. The authorities carefully read this report and called him to their office. They told him they couldn't investigate the case without clear evidence. Jenny remarked that it sounded too suspicious, and everyone else agreed with her. Dasha even had the feeling that their superiors were openly hiding this. Since everyone in the world is hunting for this knowledge, it can be said that it is worth an astronomical amount. If a group of people attracts attention, it will be difficult for them to monopolize the creation of artificial dungeons. Based on this situation, it can be rightly said that the government is already involved in this, in which case the remaining members of the group will find it difficult to help the heroes since they belong to the headquarters. Therefore, the assembled trio, who are freelancers, must first figure this out on their own. An artificial dungeon must first be activated before it can become a resource. Yegor plunged into memories and noted that the artificial dungeon he saw was at the level of a disaster of such magnitude that they would have to sacrifice one city, even if there were 3 of them. Many people can die so many because they entered. Because it is such a valuable resource, the government will take the position of sacrificing many for the common good. Therefore, to stop this, they need to make the knowledge of the artificial underground public. The girls supported their friend's idea and said that it sounded very exciting. Kostya heard absolutely every word they said and was not entirely happy about it. He didn't understand why the guys were talking about such important things here. The guy didn't want to attract attention to his restaurant at all and dreamed of just living in peace. A few days later, when there was the same beautiful sunny weather, it happened at one of the Seoul subway stations. Somewhere in the depths of the depot, where it was dark and damp, gray rats were running. There, among the dirt and fetid odors, a detachment of elves passed. Their new commander-in-chief asked his subordinates how far they had come. The creation of the dungeon gate had finally stabilized. The efforts of about 50 dwarves who had been working on it for 2 months had finally yielded some results. The commander did not understand at all how they could belong to the same race if it takes as many as 50 to catch up with the work of one person. Now that Raisa was dead, they could no longer rely on Philip. However, they were able to somehow compensate for this huge difference. The new commander-in-chief tiredly leaned his hands on his waist and sighed heavily. He then slowly turned to face his subordinates. The dark elf clapped his hands to attract the attention of everyone gathered. He spoke loudly and asked everyone to pay attention to certain details. As they all already knew, before the great entrance, the great warrior Raisa died in battle. Therefore, the dark elf announced that he would become a demon contractor in her place. All those present were very worried about what happened to the girl. That's why they had to rebuild the dungeon they created. The dark elf promised that this time they would definitely succeed. Everything they have gone through up to this point to get to Earth and survive. He ordered his subordinates to never forget all the humiliation of suffering they went through. He promised them that they would definitely survive, no matter how dirty or difficult it was for them. In this new place, they will start all over again. Everyone gathered united. All this happened in underground tunnels, and right above them was now the mother of our hero. The woman even looked back. because she thought she heard some noise. Belyash began to bark heartrendingly, attracting the woman's attention. He tried to get her to return home, but she wanted to walk a little more. She wanted to give Kostya and Dasha, as well as their new friends, some free time, because they were talking about important things. The keeper tried to mentally shout to the woman so that she would immediately go home. He did not feel at all comfortable in this area, and he turned out to be right, because not far from them, one could feel the radiation of some strange energy. A few moments later, a rather strange noise was heard coming from the direction of the road. Our main character's mother even looked back to see what that sound was. And at this time, right in the middle of the road, on which cars were still driving, a huge hole appeared. Gradually, one by one, elves in black cloaks began to crawl out of it. The Guardian immediately guessed that these were the same elves from the last battle. Meanwhile, they opened their bags or took out strange objects from them. The Guardian watched as the Dark Elves began to build some kind of device. Suddenly, one of the cars stopped and a man got out. The man turned to the violators and noticed that they were blocking the road. The elf woman just looked at him with a wild look, trying to scare him away. She wanted to force the man to leave, but another elf took her by the shoulder and told her not to worry about anything. The awakened man was furious at being simply ignored. Other people also began to stop and observe the situation. The awakened one looked around and realized that this situation was even better for him. After all, his throwing weapons will be very effective against the Dark Elves. He was glad that this happened. When people come home from work, many are now watching. The awakened one hoped that he would attract a lot of attention and the headquarters would send him reinforcements. Until this happens, he will be remembered by everyone as the main defender. Therefore, the man, without hesitation for long, turned his body into stone and turned to the Dark Elf. However, they were already tired of enduring his impudent treatment and this time decided to respond. Before the man had time to finish speaking, his body was pierced through by the same arrow. The guy didn't even immediately realize that he had been seriously wounded. He didn't mind such an insult and attacked first, although the others were not very happy about it. The first to notice the attack was a girl with bangs, who began to scream heartrendingly. Standing very close to her was our hero's mother, who was still holding the Guardian in her arms. The Dark Elves were no longer afraid to attract attention to themselves. People began to run away in horror in different directions away from this place. The elf girl lamented that she did not have the right to simply kill everyone. Her partner, who had recently been restraining the girl, simply waved his hand. He said that now it doesn't matter anymore, and he can do whatever he wants there. Therefore, the Dark Elf climbed onto one of the cars and began to shoot people. She launched her arrows of energy theme at everyone she could hit. Just at this time, an unidentified dungeon was announced on TV in the restaurant. The rank of the threat was determined as a disaster. The camera footage from the scene showed a close-up of our hero's mother. The presenter said that at this level, this place would not be safe. Before he even had time to fully announce the news, our hero was already running out of the restaurant as fast as he could. The guy was the first to ask for attention to the fact that his mother and guardian were in the frame. He rushed to the scene as quickly as he could. Dasha followed the breaking news that was shown on TV. The girl didn't even immediately realize what had happened when Kostya suddenly took off. She froze for a few moments and continued to sit in her chair. However, then she quickly came to her senses and rushed to catch up with our hero. And at this time, a car with special passengers was already moving towards the scene of the incident. The gray-haired man was amazed that the awakened one was killed with one shot, even though he was supposed to be stronger than the Dark Elves. His subordinate confirmed that the video was not edited. Dark Elves are among the weakest of all low-ranking monsters. The man still could not believe the veracity of what was happening. The Dark Elves were clearly up to something, and it seemed that it had to do with breaking news about the dungeon. The chief was furious with the realization that they had been outwitted by some elves. He looked at the photo, which was taken just a few minutes ago at the scene, and decided to be more careful. If this corresponds to what the Green Beast was talking about when he claimed that an artificial dungeon had been successfully created, even though he told him back then that they couldn't investigate without any evidence. However, the man did not expect that his story would be true. In any case, he needed to personally appear at the scene and inspect everything. The car arrived at its destination and stopped. The chief got out of it first. Something incredible was happening right in front of him in the middle of the road. The elves were surrounded by military men, defending the dungeon, and shot at everyone. The man was unhappy that the army had still not managed to take full control of the situation. The approaching fighter reported that they were slowly closing the distance to the elves and putting pressure on them. However, the weapons they use seem very powerful. These are magic arrows, a coating of dark magic that elves should not be able to use. Also, these dark elves themselves were much stronger than usual. They were better with a bow. They also have a 120% increase in the sensitivity of their 5 senses during combat. The commander was annoyed by such a leisurely conduct of the battle and the fighter's report. He even asked for forgiveness for the fact that they could not suppress some dark elves. The boss noticed that they appeared out of nowhere in such a crowded place, which means they had prepared in advance for this. Therefore, the next step he ordered was to double the strength of the human army. And at this time, a terrible hand began to crawl out of a huge portal that hung in the sky. Then a second similar palm appeared. Together they were holding something. None of the military knew what it was, but it looked like some kind of number. At first there was a Roman numeral 10 on the left, and only a dash on the right. Then the numbers changed, and now there is 9 on the left and 59 on the right. The boss guessed almost at first glance that these numbers meant a countdown. And at this time, in the center of the roadway, one of the elves turned to his brothers and sisters. He shouted that there was only one step left before the revolution for their entire race. He inspired the elves to continue the battle and maintain their positions. He called for the protection of this place until darkness falls. The chief also heard these screams and guessed that now the elves would be even more dangerous. He ordered all the assembled military men not to relax, but to take up fighting positions as quickly as possible. Their commander tried to object because they did not receive an order from above, but the commander told them to act. He pointed out to the commander the countdown that the elves were making until the opening of the artificial dungeon. And even though they did not know what awaited people after this, they understood that it was clearly nothing good. Therefore, the boss gave everyone the order to destroy the elves and stop the countdown. Before he could finish speaking, the elves began to attack the military with renewed vigor. Their arrows fell into the smallest gaps between the strong shields of the people. Although the wounds were not all fatal, they incapacitated more and more people. The boss was furious that they were losing to some dark elves. He realized that their leader was deliberately aiming only at the feet of the military. He intentionally wounds them rather than kill them, hoping to cause more pain and prolong the pleasure. The chief guessed that now the main goal of the elves was not battle. They needed to buy as much time as possible at this point, and all in order for the countdown to complete before the opening of the artificial dungeon. The boss didn't know what it was, but he understood that it was very dangerous for them. Meanwhile, only 6 minutes 49 seconds remained on the timer. The dark elves continued to shoot at the military and inflict wounds of varying severity on them. The doctors worked harmoniously and quickly provided first aid to all the victims. Meanwhile, the timer had a little more than a minute left. This greatly unnerved the chief of staff, who himself had already been wounded in the leg. There were too many casualties around. The commander asked the man to give the order to retreat. He even said that it might be better to declare an evacuation for the entire city of Seoul. The commander confirmed that the evacuation order had recently been issued, but there would be no order to retreat. The detachment commander and the doctors standing nearby were shocked by this decision, because there were a lot of wounded. However, the commander did not want to retreat even a meter, forcing the soldiers to hold the line. The dark elves looked at the people who still continued to resist, and the chief shouted that the lives of the people of this country rest on the shoulders of the soldiers. He didn't believe that they became soldiers of this country with such weak determination. Now it's time to prove that although they are not awakened, they can still protect their side. Even if the damage is small, they must do this even if things go very badly. May all the injuries, efforts, and sacrifices of their comrades be worthy. With one speech, the chief inspired the soldiers not to give up and continue to defend the city. The elves were angry because the resistance was dragging on and they had less and less strength. They were annoyed because they expected people to give up quickly. In response to this, the dark elves began to shoot the military with even greater force. There was less than a minute left on the timer before the dungeon was activated. The elves noticed that the strength and power of the military attack was concentrated on the gate. The commander ordered the use of all ammunition available to destroy this timer. In turn, the dark elf ordered all arrows to be used to neutralize the people's ammunition. Now this confrontation has reached a new level, with each side dreaming of suppressing the other. The elves were at the limit of their capabilities. Their hands were already tired of holding a bow and shooting arrows, and now even one of the shooters could not hit his target because his arms could not withstand the tension. In this regard, it was easier for the military because they only needed to use automatic weapons. The tired elves noticed that they could not repel one of the human projectiles. He flew right on the timer and could have damaged it irrevocably. This really happened. The projectile hit the target, causing a reaction. After this, a huge explosion occurred. White light flooded everything around. The elves looked at the place where the timer used to be located and hoped that their device had time to work. They clearly did not expect such a reaction, but still believed in their victory. When the smoke cleared, it turned out that the timer had expired, but the space had cracked. Some kind of black slime was oozing from this huge celestial crack. The dark elves looked at what was happening and did not know how to react. The first to guess what was happening was their commander-in-chief, who turned to his brothers. He announced that their plan was a success. They had not risked their lives in vain. Even if they lose their lives here, they will still remain in history. At this time, a huge amount of black mucus began to gradually absorb everyone caught in it. At this time, a company was already running up to the scene of the incident, hurrying here from the restaurant. A green beast flew above the ground, turning its arms into wings. He was followed by Dasha, who helped Jenny get there. The guys stood on the roof of the building and looked down at what had happened in the last 5 minutes. They could not believe their eyes because the order to evacuate the city had been given just a few minutes ago. Jenny thought that she had never seen such a brutal massacre. Dasha looked at everything from above and was worried that they might not be able to cope on their own. Yegor was afraid that he would not be able to save his teammates if they needed help. In front of them stood a huge black block that exuded demonic energy. The first to go into battle was Jenny, who simply jumped from the roof. The girl had no plan, so her comrades were worried about her. They believed that they should at least wait and analyze the situation. However, the girl could no longer be stopped. She began to use her powers right in flight. And then a huge armored leg fell to the ground, easily crushing the asphalt. Little Jenny suddenly turned into a huge warrior in armor. She had a small mask on her face, and her eyes shone with light from within. The girl first turned to the monster, hoping to understand whether he understood her. The monster slowly turned around and looked straight at the girl. Then the place where his head should have been was distorted by a huge smile. The monster said that the girl looked more appetizing than these dark people who had gathered below. He hoped that the girl was very strong and therefore would be fantastically tasty. Kostya used his invisibility skill and watched the battle from above. He wanted to be there to help his friends and family, but he didn't plan on exposing himself whenever possible. He was sure that there must be several bomb shelters nearby. They are evenly distributed throughout the city to rescue people during natural disasters. At that moment, the guy noticed how his mother was arguing with some person. The man tried to force her to go to safety. However, the woman was eager to return and help the children who were still in danger. The policeman tried to reason with her and leave this matter to the special forces, to which the woman replied that these people were more concerned about a hole in the ground than the lives of citizens. Kostya looked at all this and dreamed only that it was not his mother. To begin with, the guy decided to mentally contact the guardian, who was still sitting in the woman's arms. He was very angry that the guy was delayed so much. Kostya even asked the guardian to make his mother lose consciousness in order to send her to safety. The guardian could have done this easily, but he was also worried about the children. Then Kostya admitted that he had already taken them to a safe place. Only after this did the guardian agree to use his power on our hero's mother. He gradually began to exude a small amount of energy that surrounded the woman. The policeman did not even immediately understand why this strange lady stopped arguing with him and became silent. He already thought that something had happened to the woman because she suddenly just fell to the ground unconscious. After this, the keeper was able to leave the woman in good hands and join Kostya. After that, grabbing the guardian with his own hands, our hero rushed towards the direction from which the dark energy was leaving. In fact, this was not the only thing that bothered him. Something else was bothering him. He was even going to tell the keeper about this, but at the last moment he changed his mind and fell silent. At this time, Jenny fought with a creature consisting of dark matter. In her full form, the girl had unusually high strength. This allowed her to fight huge monsters with her bare hands. Her blows were so powerful that they forced even such huge monsters to retreat. In this matter, she was helped by a green beast, which again turned into a huge crocodile. He used his powerful jaws to hinder the monster's movements. Also in his arsenal was a very strong tail, which delivered blows. Having made a series of blows, the guys stepped aside a little to assess the consequences. In fact, they had long noticed one small oddity behind this monster. Now their fears were confirmed, because not a single attack of theirs resulted in any damage. The guys realized that the monster had a sufficiently large concentration of mana and magic for them to take shape. His body seemed to consist of two parts, which had to be attacked simultaneously. They were desperately looking for a way out of this situation, because now their attacks were not working. The monster was not taking any damage despite their best efforts. The guys realized that he was waiting until they were completely exhausted. They guessed that the monster was going to absorb their energy after that, just like he had already done with those dark elves who summoned him. However, this did not mean at all that the guys would not try to attack further. On the contrary, they looked for and tried more and more new methods and ways to cause damage. So this time, the green beast turned into a huge bird and soared high up. Jenny concentrated a huge amount of energy into her palm. The lightning-fast girl came close to the monster. Then she crawled under his arm and took her opponent's body in a grip. The girl again used her serious physical strength. The monster of the earth tried to tear it off. At this time, Yegor flew high enough to then deliver a crushing blow. Jenny knocked her opponent over her shoulder, slamming him hard onto the asphalt. A second after that, Igor struck from above with a powerful blow. Jenny barely managed to roll to the side to avoid being attacked. Then the girl got up from the floor and began to call her friend the green beast. She made it possible for him to survive after such a strong blow to the ground. Finally, the smoke cleared, and a not very pleasant picture appeared before the girl. Her friend managed to turn into someone from the cat family and calmly landed. However, the monster managed to pierce his entire body with its spikes. From these blows and wounds, the green beast lost consciousness and turned back into a human. Right now, the monster opened its huge mouth and intended to devour him. Jenny was horrified by what happened and wanted to stop this monster. The girl rushed forward in desperation, hoping to make it in time. Jenny was called the Gold Giant and was a former member of the youth judo team. Thanks to her abilities as well as her friendly and fair character, she became popular among the Rainbow Six circles and beyond. However, the girl was still the youngest member of this team. Due to her age, she was quite rash and eccentric. The girl could commit rash acts if she believed that they were justified. Now, hoping to save her friend, Jenny rushed straight into the monster's mouth. The girl hoped to save her comrade, but did not calculate her strength. The monster's mouth began to grow and became even larger than it was before. It seemed that a little more and the monster would be able to swallow the girl whole. However, it was definitely not Jenny's plan to give up so early. She had to use all her remarkable strength just to get out of the trap. Literally, at the last moment, the girl was able to catch her hand on one of the monster's teeth and push herself out. The huge jaws closed, almost snatching off a piece of her leg. We can say that Jenny literally miraculously managed to avoid death. The girl even herself was shocked by the danger she managed to avoid. However, this was far from the end, because the monster's body began to shoot sharp needles. They were directed exactly towards the young awakened one. The girl again had to use her strength in order to jump to the side and not get hit. At the same time, she did not forget about her friend the green beast during her escape. Jenny reached out and grabbed her friend, who was still lying unconscious on the ground. She did it just in time because the monster's body literally turned into a cluster of sharp spikes that hit the ground. Even taking into account her incredible strength and speed, the girl barely managed to escape. Jenny turned to Dasha and asked how much time she still needed to prepare. Their task was to distract the monster, but the green beast was already wounded. And at this time, Dasha still continued to stand on the roof where they had all arrived together recently. It took the girl some time to gather all her energy into one ball. Now he had reached an incredible size and Dasha was holding him above her head. The people gathered below were amazed at how huge it was. Even the ball of the earth was distinct and unified, and its power was amazing. Concentrating such a large amount of energy required Dasha's enormous strength. She would like to help her partner now, but first she needed to finish the technique. The girl could only watch as her friends fought the monster below. With all her desire, she could not drop everything and go to their aid. Seeing that the green beast had not yet regained consciousness, Jenny had to take matters into her own hands. If she couldn't escape from the attacks, she had to fight. The girl only hoped that Dasha would finish the technique as quickly as possible and come to their aid. Even though the giantess could not do any harm to the monster, she could still delay him. This is exactly what was required of her now to gain some time. Therefore, the girl endured the pain and continued to fight, no matter what. And at this time, the magic ball that Dasha created became larger and larger. Even the monster felt the approach of a huge clot of energy and was distracted by it. Finally, Dasha's technique was completed. A staggeringly large stream of energy rained down on the monster from above. There was an explosion of enormous force, which caused a large shockwave. It seemed that even the air around him became somehow hot after the impact. And at this time, Dasha fell on one knee on the roof and tried to catch her breath. The girl had used the strongest of her skills, so now she prayed that it would work. This idea was suggested by the green beast when he noticed that the monster was entirely made of mana and had no tangible flesh. However, they see it with the naked eye due to the high concentration of energy and water vapor, just like during the formation of clouds. This was just his guess, so the guy decided to go back for Jenny and check it out. Even if the guy knew he was making a mistake, he still had to end the monster before it grew in size. Now Dasha looked at the results of her work and could not believe her eyes. At that time, Kostya was in another place and stepped into some kind of slurry. The guy was clearly pleased with such a mess and decided to go down the stairs next time rather than jump. However, even despite this dirt, he was pleased with what he found here. There was a real summoning machine in the air right in front of him. It was a strange installation that looked like a huge wooden cube. The guy immediately felt that the main energy was coming from another place. So he left his comrades to fight the monster outside while he went in search. Having reached the goal, Kostya finally released the Guardian and put him on the ground. He immediately guessed that the guy was going to give him the artifact and go down alone. The hero was again unhappy that the Guardian could easily read his thoughts. However, even so, his decision was no longer possible to change. Therefore, the Guardian began the formation of a small red ball, which was an artifact. Kostya said that his friend Dasha is taking over the case. then everything will be fine. The Guardian felt a strange energy underground, but did not dissuade the hero, since his nose was now like stone. Belyash took on his true form and carefully touched the tip of his nose to our hero's head. Every time he did this, it seemed to Kostya that he looked like a real keeper, to which he irritably replied that he was the real keeper. The hero knew that both of them were connected with the earth by special warm feelings. The guy sincerely admitted that he would prefer to die on Earth. However, he added that it would be even better to stay here forever with his family. While they were talking, the Guardian climbed into the red bubble that was supposed to protect him. Kostya looked at his friend and smiled as if he had seen him for the last time. Literally a moment later, the guy pushed off the ground with force and ran away. At this time, a black executive car was standing a little behind in a traffic jam. Its passengers saw on the news that their road was blocked ahead. Diana looked out the window and thought she noticed something strange. Sergei noticed his secretary's confusion. However, the girl did not explain anything and said to continue driving straight anyway. Instead of long conversations, she carefully reached for what was in her pocket. She held a small red ball in her hands and said that she needed to give it to Dasha. By this time, our hero had already managed to reach the source of strange energy. He made his way through the underground tunnels of the old metro, where there was not a soul now. The guy clearly felt that he was far from alone here. He turned out to be right, because the head of a monster suddenly appeared from around the corner. It turned out to be exactly the same monster, consisting of black mucus. The guy immediately guessed that this monster was walking around here and absorbing everything. It looked like this little guy could absorb a lot more than the monster above. He was just attracted by the huge amount of magic that Kostya concealed within himself. Therefore, the monster greedily attacked our hero at the first opportunity. He was much faster and stronger than his brother who remained on the surface. Our hero barely had enough time to summon his favorite sword from his inventory. Only thanks to his great skill was he able to repel the monster's attacks. He noticed that the giant outside was slower and less aggressive. This could only mean that the first one was a fake, and the monster with whom Kostya was now fighting was real. Thanks to his strength and speed, the guy had no difficulty cutting off the monster's sharp thorns. They constantly fell behind him one after another without ceasing. However, even these small victories did not particularly help our hero, because as soon as he cut off one thorn, another one grew in its place. However, the hero Kostya himself was clearly not very worried about this. At least he could inflict enormous pain on the monster, which he had not experienced before. The guy decided not to delay, because the bigger the monster, the bigger it grows. Kostya decided to take this battle seriously, so she called up her shield from her inventory. Immediately after this, he changed his energy and now controlled white light. The guy guessed that these attacks could cause the greatest harm to the monster. These changes also took place internally, because they allowed us to control more energy. This was also reflected in the appearance of our hero. His hair became white. The guy realized that the monsters were not even close to the third rank. His speed increased many times, allowing him to instantly get closer to the monster's body. The monster clearly did not expect this, and did not even have time to react as it should. This gave our hero a slight advantage in their heated battle. Now Kostya could deliver lightning-fast blows of enormous power even more often. However, the monster was like a worm. It moved even if it was cut down. Therefore, the guy suddenly came up with a slightly different tactic. Instead of several quick blows, he decided to deliver one powerful one, cutting all the tentacles at once. This allowed him to gain literally a few moments while the monster was recovering. This meant that Kostya had enough time to accumulate even more energy. The guy intended to burn the monster to the ground with his white flame. He braced himself for it, then grabbed the handle of his ball tighter. Then he rushed to attack the monster until he finally came to his senses. However, what happened next was something the guy did not expect at all. Literally, at the last moment before the strike, the monster screamed and asked for help. Our hero was surprised by this behavior of the monster, but did not have time to do anything. With one strong blow, he cut the monster in half, and that childish voice did not come from his head. And during this time, Sergei and Diana managed to get to the scene of the incident, and were now trying to get closer. The policeman stopped them from going and said that entry into this area was currently prohibited. Sergei said that they need to come in early and study the situation before the hunter unit arrives here. The young man introduced himself and said that he had the right to command the guild's troops. However, the policeman still refused to make an exception and corrected it and let him through. While they were trying to negotiate, Diana simply stepped aside and broke through the fence. She shouted to the policeman that she had already broken the rules, so she would be held accountable later. And now the girl, deftly pushing away from various obstacles, headed straight into the depths of the battle. Sergei looked at the behavior of his subordinate and did not understand where such agility came from in her. However, he noticed that now a falling building was flying straight towards the girl. Diana no longer had time to jump to the side and was preparing for a strong blow. However, the same Sergei came to her aid, charging the magic bow with his energy. The guy fired one accurate shot, which he rushed far ahead. The arrow, which consisted of energy, carried like a whirlwind across a huge distance. She easily broke the falling building exactly in half. This allowed Diana to move on to her destination unhindered. The cop was impressed that the guy managed to cut through the building with one blow. He was also struck by the girl's fearlessness, who rushed straight into the center of danger. Dasha also continued to stand on the roof of the building and look down at the monster she was fighting. Diana landed on a nearby building, not far from the girl herself. She took a deep breath and screamed with all her might, trying to attract Dasha's attention. The Crimson Witch did not even immediately realize that someone was calling her name. However, then the girl began to look around and look for where that sound came from. After that, she noticed Diana, who was on a nearby building and was calling her. Despite everything dangerous, the girl climbed here in order to give her something valuable. Diana swung with all her strength and threw a small red ball towards the Crimson Witch. Dasha had natural dexterity, so it was not difficult for her to catch the artifact. The secretary shouted that this thing has the ability to increase the strength of its holder, which means she could help the girl fight more effectively against the monster. Dasha looked at the small red ball in her hand and couldn't believe it. However, she decided to trust her friend who told her this. The Guardian still continued to travel in his red protective bubble. Now he flew up and stopped right above Jenny lying on the ground. Initially, he planned to inhabit the body and deal with the situation on his own. He remembered his last conversation, which he had with Diana. Then the wolf was in his true form as a huge white beast. Diana thought that this was the same dog that helped her develop her skills. Gratitude for this, the girl promised to hand over this item to Dasha herself. This allowed the custodian not to waste time and do other things. Now he noticed that Jenny had lost all her strength and needed help. The Guardian used his power and used it to heal the girl. Previously, it had been too easy for him to even worry about people, let alone help save this planet. He kept hiding behind excuses about how it wasn't his fault. However, everything changed as he gradually regained his strength. The Guardian continued to stay close to people, and his attitude towards them changed. Jenny came to her senses and was even able to open her eyes on her own. The girl was enveloped by a huge amount of unfamiliar energy. She slowly sat down. Jenny felt that the spent mana core had been completely restored. The girl was glad that now she could finally fight. Her entire body was lifted with energy, as if the previous exhausting battle had never happened. Jenny immediately rose to her feet and reached towards her opponent, and the Guardian admitted that he had no choice but to protect people to the very end. He realized this again, and now intended to go back to Kostya to help. At this time, he continued to fight alone with a real monster. Their battle lasted quite a long time and managed to wear the guy down quite a bit. He was lucky that so far not a single person had come to the station and could stop them. Our hero decided to change his powers again, this time to sacred water. Immediately after this, all his weapons were covered with a thin layer of water. The course of the battle changed a little after Kostya first heard a human voice from the monster. So he tried to reach his consciousness and talk to the monster. First of all, he was interested in whether he really devoured all the dark elves that were in this place. The monster didn't answer him, just smiled bloodthirstily. Kostya was amazed that the monster had the audacity to laugh right in his face. The monster found this situation very funny and did not see any problems. He explained to the guy that the dark elves themselves voluntarily became part of him. He also said that they had one last wish at that moment. They begged him to give eternal torment to those people who did not accept it. The monster found it funny that Kostya himself rejected the elves, and now he was worried that they had been devoured. The guy admitted that dark elves are different from ordinary elves. Dark elves mainly worship, deify, and present their wealth to the demon. And the problem is that in the process, there is not enough land and wealth. Therefore, the souls of other times or all their lands are sacrificed. Therefore, if their ways of existence do not change, then they will be welcome neither on this planet nor anywhere else. Plus, they didn't ask the young children's consent when they chose this path, so he no longer intends to protect them. Immediately after this, the hero pushed off the ground with force and headed towards the monster. He moved his hand with the sword in it back, intending to strike. The monster clearly did not intend to sit idle and responded by attacking the guy himself. However, even this was not a particular obstacle for our hero. He just grabbed his sword more comfortably in his hand and promised to burn the monster from the inside. Kostya was heading straight into the middle of the monster's mouth, which was preparing to swallow him. Right before this, the guy managed to use his power of the sacred fire. Therefore, he fell straight into the monster's mouth and immediately released all the accumulated energy. The monster was clearly not wildly delighted with this situation. Kostya was amazed that this monster managed to devour his flames. He didn't understand how this happened, because the attribute of darkness was supposed to be weak against white flames. However, instead, the monster only began to attack our hero with more and more tentacles. But this time, the guy barely managed to put up a shield to protect his face. After the attack, some strange spots remained on the surface of the metal, which gave our hero an idea. He realized that he was fighting against a leech spirit because he had encountered one before. One of them just stuck to his shield and didn't want to fall off. While the guy hesitated, more and more spirits attacked him from above. Kostya had to use all his internal energy to create a protective field around himself. The hero quickly realized that he must not give this parasite the opportunity to spread. Therefore, he will decide to absorb everything spiritually and the energy that is here. At the same time, he still needed to continue to fight off the monster's attacks. The guy barely had enough strength to do several things at the same time. He had to put more and more effort into this each time. One of the monster's severed tentacles ended up right behind our hero. He had a mind of his own, so he tried to detain the guy. However, the hero was not so simple and used his power of white flames to free himself. All this time, he also did not forget to absorb the energy released here. The monster looked at his opponent and was truly amazed at his durability. Even he thought this guy was too reckless to be human. Kostya had already managed to stand up during their battle and was now breathing heavily. The boy noted that if this battle was intended to slowly drain his stamina, then it was quite successful. However, this did not mean that the guy was going to give up right then and there. He still continued to bravely fight alone against the monster. However, he missed the moment when one of the spirits managed to attach to his leg. Immediately after this, a huge amount of strength left the guy at once, forcing him to fall to his knees. Kostya couldn't believe that he had made such a stupid mistake and fallen into a trap. The monster looked at his opponent and smiled bloodthirstily. As soon as he saw the guy, he immediately smelled the blood of his people. He admitted that he could exist here as long as he had enough wealth and a catalyst. However, judging by the smell of the guy's blood, the wise decision for him would be to run away from here. However, now the hero looked different than then, so the monster began to absorb him. His entire structure was much higher than that of a human, but even with that, he was still a human. As he returned to the environment of the earth, his body slowly adapted to it again. So the hero would have remained in the hands of the monster if Ondine had not attacked him at that moment. The water spirit pierced the monster's body with one blow, which helped the hero. It took him a few moments to spit out all the black mucus that had accumulated in him and catch his breath. At this time, the girl took on her original form and protected the guy. He was glad that his new acquaintance appeared in this place at such a timely time. If it weren't for her, then everything would have ended very tragically for him. The girl's attack allowed our guy to free himself from being absorbed by the demon. He had almost come to his senses while the monster was deciding what to do with them next. The guy realized that he had practically said goodbye to his long life. He was indeed very lucky that the water spirit came to his aid. Ondine smelled the demon, so she rushed to this place. The girl was glad that she decided not to ignore this feeling and went to investigate. Now she understood that together with Kostya, they had a much better chance of defeating the demon. The guy also decided not to refuse extra help and join forces with the water spirit. The monster, meanwhile, did not relax either, but quickly found its bearings and attacked the guys, forcing them to separate. Kostya shouted that demons are much weaker against high-frequency flames than against water. Using water at high frequency also helped, but was not very effective. However, this thought prompted the guy to try another new method. Therefore, the guy immediately asked the girl to share the power of the spirits with him. He wanted to use it to turn his own magic into fire. Ondine immediately understood what he was talking about and shared her power. However, the monster did not want to allow this, so he tried to attack the girl as quickly as possible. He pierced her body in many places right through with his tentacles. Immediately after this, the monster decided to focus all its attention on the water spirit. He directed all his tentacles directly at the girl, piercing her entire body many times. Kostya even began to worry about the safety of the water spirit. However, the girl was also not as simple as it might seem at first glance. She grabbed the monster's tentacles with both hands and directed her water streams towards him. This allowed her to quickly weaken the monster for a short time and free herself. Ondine decided not to waste time and continue doing what she was interrupted. The girl concentrated all her power in one hand and directed it towards our hero. Kostya almost immediately felt an incredible surge of magical powers. The monster, meanwhile, did not stop attacking the guys again and again. Kostya needed to seize the moment to attack, but so far he could only dodge. The monster delivered a huge number of blows per minute, making the guy sweat. He had to fully concentrate on this battle so as not to miss a single blow. This went on for some time. The monster attacked, Kostya repelled all his attacks. The monster was amazed that the guy was able to withstand all his blows, but according to his calculations, he should have run out of all his strength long ago. However, Kostya could not only withstand the blow, but even reflect it. Suddenly, the guy let go of his sword and shouted something about a crack. He then quickly channeled his remaining energy into the blades of the blade. He grabbed the handle with both hands and drove the sword straight into the monster's tentacle. This attack made the monster worry because he could not move. The fire quickly spread through his body, so he had no choice but to cut off his tentacle himself. However, Undine, who attacked with a stream of water, did not allow him to do this. The girl moved into the background and chose the best time to attack. The monster was furious that some earthly people managed to resist him. Meanwhile, Kostya did not relax. On the contrary, he pumped more and more energy into the blow. At this time, a huge loud explosion occurred on the ground. The green beast was a little to the side and was wrapping its wound with a fresh bandage. Jenny also fought the monster and worried about the remaining members of her team. Daria was high in the air all this time and struck from there. She immediately shouted to her partners that the explosion was not caused by her. The girl noticed that her magic was replenished and circulated very quickly. She even thought that the artifact was intended for people without abilities. At this moment, she was distracted and almost missed the monster's attack. Dasha noticed that the monster was not initially fast, but now it suddenly began to rush around even more violently. She took a close look at how the monster behaved during the battle. The girl noticed that the monster began to behave a little differently. Now he even began to recover much more slowly than he did before. Dasha breathed more air into her lungs and began calling Jenny loudly. She showed her the number 36 using her fingers. Dasha asked her friend to knock the monster down in 36 seconds. The girl added that if Jenny couldn't knock down this piece of clay, she would completely burn it herself. Jenny immediately responded seriously to her senior colleague's request. She also shouted to the green beast about this so that he would act together. At this time, Igor had already turned into a huge bird again and was flying nearby. Jenny decided to use different types of attacks on the monster. To begin with, she kicked him straight in the chest and practically cut him in half. The girl was surprised that she could do it so easily now. However, then a slightly different new problem appeared. Jenny hopped on one leg, and pieces of monster slime remained on the other. After a moment, she came up with a very good idea to try. Jenny headed straight towards the monster, which had still not recovered. The girl hit him with her left hand directly in the head area. However, her hand immediately seemed to get stuck again in this black, vile slime. Then the monster tried to quietly reach out and grab the giantess with it. However, the girl noticed his movement and grabbed the monster's hand. Immediately after this, the monster began to disintegrate into small individual pieces of liquid. Yegor didn't know whether the monster was doing this on purpose or whether he was like this on his own. However, he realized that if Jenny could immobilize him, then they could win. He explained to the girl that they needed to deliver one targeted joint strike. She needed to deliver a targeted strike and drive the monster into the ground to give Dasha a chance. He reminded the girl that they only had 13 seconds of time left. This helped Jenny come to her senses and remember the Crimson Witch's request. The girl again concentrated all her remaining strength in one of her coats, and then she pulled it back as far as possible to achieve a large amplitude. Following this, she extended her right fist forward with great speed. With this, the girl dealt one blow of incredible strength to the monster right in the face. At first, he even continued to smile because of how weak the blow was. However, Jenny did not lose heart, because this was not the whole secret of her attack. The first rather weak blow was followed by a second, which drove the monster into the ground. The monster fell on his back, and the girl's hand stuck right next to his head in the asphalt. Jenny quickly pulled her hand back and raised it again for another blow. The girl mentally counted the time and knew that she only had 4 seconds left. Suddenly, the asphalt directly below the monster began to crumble from the previous impact. At that moment, Jenny said that they had 3 seconds left. The monster sank deeper and deeper and could not get back up. With just 2 seconds left, he was attacked by a green beast in the form of a bird. He cut off the monster's arms with his wing and did not give him the opportunity to rise. Immediately after this, the green beast rushed as far as possible from this place. There was only 1 second left before the final blow. The monster was driven into a corner. The sky directly above him was covered with countless small flashes. Time ran out. Dasha was finally able to gather the necessary amount of strength for her final blow. Immediately after this, a huge amount of flame fell directly into the pit where the monster was located. Another new calm and quiet day has come in the life of a cute restaurant. Kostya slowly opened the door to the kitchen and walked out of his room barefoot. He turned to his mother and asked her if it would be possible for them not to receive visitors for a while. His mother and assistant Maria were very happy about the appearance of our guy. The woman asked her beloved son about his health and wounds, and the assistant was cursing because the guy was so unfortunate in spilling boiling water on himself. This really happened at the wrong time because thanks to Dasha, they had a lot of visitors. The guy didn't understand why there was so much interest in their small restaurant. Masha said that the newspapers wrote that their food had increased magical powers. They say that if you eat the same food as those who have magical powers, then others can have them increase. After what happened with the Dark Elves, the Rainbow Six gained many fans. That's why all the restaurants they go to are crowded with people. They don't even need to spend money on advertising, which gave the owner an idea. She turned to her son and assistant and asked if they should consider expanding the menu. The hostess did not want to disappoint the people. The assistant agreed with her on this. She already had several ideas, and Kostya was only anticipating the amount of work. The guardian listened to everything and was glad that all the dangers were behind. After many days of discussion, it was decided that the new dish on the menu would be tonkatsu. At first, the hostess doubted it for some time because this was a rather simple and old dish. However, Kostya assured her that he could cook it in a special way. Moreover, you can serve it with a bunch of different sauces to earn extra money from it. It would be better if they made a couple in advance to try out the pen, so Perry went grocery shopping. And at this time, the Crimson Witch was at home with the artifact. The girl sat in front of a large red stone and looked at it from all sides. She recalled how she used to always refuse to purchase an artifact. She even claimed that their use was only for weaklings. However, now she was using it herself, so her pride was truly hurt. But since she had acquired an artifact, she needed to find a use for it. The only problem was that her class was more of a warrior than a magician. Therefore, now the Crimson Witch was spinning this ball in her hands and looking for a use for it. She noticed that the artifact was so huge that it could have killed someone itself. Right while she was thinking, the girl's phone rang in her hand. Without thinking, the Crimson Witch picked up the phone and brought it to her ear. However, the girl almost went deaf from how loudly they screamed on the other side of the line. Dasha even dropped her new phone on the hard floor and it cracked. The girl was annoyed that because of her interlocutor, she would have to repair her device. Kostya asked not to pay attention to extraneous sounds and asked what she needed. Dasha threatened that if he spilled the beans that she was asking him for help, then something bad would happen to him. The guy was silent on the phone, so the girl had to make a threatening voice and force him to agree. Kostya himself was no longer happy that his old friend offered his help. The girl turned to him because she needed the help of the gnomes, and the guy communicated with them. At that time, Kostya was flying through the air and fighting off the birds that were preventing him from listening to his interlocutor. The Crimson Witch admitted that she received her artifact from Diana. Initially, she only wanted to pay her for using this artifact. However, the girl then objected and replied that she simply found him herself. The Crimson Witch was surprised that such a thing appeared at the right time and in the right place. She felt a surge of strength even just holding the stone in her hands. This artifact seemed to sense her magical power, as if they were connected. Diana just smiled and offered to consider it a gift to the Crimson Witch. The girl didn't want to admit this to her old friend, so she also said that she just found him. Kostya replied that he had not seen her artifact, but he had a very skilled acquaintance, a master gnome. While Dasha was changing clothes, she managed to find out the name of the workshop she needed, after which she ended the conversation. Kostya was glad that now he did not need to create the appearance that he was just going out shopping. However, he was that the girl, as usual, hung up and didn't even say goodbye. The keeper asked to stop because this method of moving made him sick. Kostya thought that this great beast looked like a puppy that had been walked all day. He was amazed that the Crimson Witch decided to hand over the artifact instead of using it herself. Therefore, the guy decided to visit the workshop himself later. In the meantime, he looked around in search of the ingredient he needed. Finally, the guy saw a huge desert alligator, which was right below him. Meanwhile, someone was barely dragging their feet and breathing heavily after each step. This creature was completely smeared in mud. Its body was covered in wounds. The little gnome walked forward with all his strength and thought that he did not want to die. He walked, and all those moments when he was beaten before surfaced in his memory, or those when his friends died from exhaustion, without food or water. Having experienced so much danger in his life, the guy did not want to give up just like that. And at that moment, a huge white beast flashed right above him. The boy raised his head up and thought that his days were now numbered. And meanwhile, a huge white beast landed on the ground right in front of him. The dwarf fell to his knees and began to beg the monster not to eat him. At first, the huge beast seemed very scary to him, because the sun blinded his eyes and prevented him from seeing. However, it turned out to be not a monster, but Kostya, who was surprised to meet a gnome in these places. The boy also did not expect to stumble upon an ordinary person here. He bowed his head forward and began to tell what he got confused in these places. However, the guys didn't trust him at all because they noticed something strange. From under his clothes, a special black mark could be seen on his left hand. It absolutely meant that this dwarf had entered into a contract with a demon. Therefore, to begin with, they decided to ask the gnome how he ended up here in the first place. The guy said that he was a slave. He was kidnapped by a criminal organization, and he had to repair various things for them, and then he ran away. Kostya noticed that the boy had clearly been beaten often, judging by the wounds on his body. It was dangerous to stay here alone, so he offered to take the dwarf to a safe zone. He knew that those who make contracts with demons are unclean in soul. However, such people are often simply deceived. Their innermost desires are used. They offer less than fair deals to those in need. Moreover, it was not often possible to meet gnomes in such a position. The guy was simply interested in listening to his story. Together, they all sat on the back of a huge white wolf and rushed off into the distance. Before the last leaf had time to fall to the ground, a huge green animal landed in this place. It turned out to be the previously familiar huge green beast in the form of a cheetah. He carefully leaned right down to the red blood stain on the ground and sniffed it. However, the beast also felt some other smell, in addition to the main one. He realized that the escaped prisoner had encountered someone else on the way. This dwarf was the only one of those who remained alive from the Blackvine tribe. Therefore, the cheetah needed to find him at all costs. At this time, Kostya, the guardian, and the little gnome came to the gnome's workshop. The old man was just sitting and dealing with the artifact at the table in his office. He was very surprised by the sudden appearance of his old acquaintance. Kostya introduced him to Petya, whom he found in the Dark Zone. He was kidnapped by a criminal organization. However, mentally, the guy conveyed to his friend the information that this gnome had entered into a contract with the demon. The old man was horrified that such a gnome appeared in his workshop. Kostya said that everything was fine because he attached a protective device to the guy. However, before he could finish speaking, he heard a very familiar speech outside the door. There was a lot of excitement in the park because the green beast from the Rainbow Six had visited. He persistently asked for an audience with the leader of the gnomes, although it was not recorded in advance. However, the master refused him because first he had to get permission. However, Yegor tried to go inside the workshop, bypassing the rules. Kostya noticed that his new acquaintance Petya began to shake violently with fear. He mentally asked the elder to let the green beast into the workshop. So the old man got down from his chair and went to greet the guests. Yegor was still trying to break through the master when the boss himself came out to him. The elder turned to a member of the Rainbow Six and asked why he came here. At this time, Kostya covered the dwarf's mouth with his hand and made them both invisible. Yegor admitted that he was pursuing the villain and followed in his footsteps right here. He walked confidently into the workshop to look around. The man walked through the doors and stopped right in the center of the room. He looked around, but did not see anyone here except the chief master. Yegor admitted that he felt a familiar aroma in this room, after which the ruler admitted that a crimson witch had recently visited him and brought him an artifact. After that, only Yegor calmed down a little and apologized for his intrusion. He also reached into his breast pocket and pulled out his business card. The villain could be nearby, so Yegor asked the foreman to tell him if he noticed anything suspicious. Immediately after this, the green beast again turned into a huge bird. He thought that he had completely lost the trail and flew away from this village. Immediately after this, Kostya was able to remove his invisibility mastery. He released the poor gnome to the ground and asked if he would tell them the truth. The old man was also not delighted with such lies to the awakened hunter. Kostya ordered the gnome to tell him why he is considered a villain and is being pursued by the Rainbow Six. The guy looked very sad but did not look like a villain at all. He decided that he no longer had the slightest opportunity to hide the truth. Petya began to slowly unbutton his overalls and took off his shirt. Only after this, Kostya and the elder noticed that the guy had a soul stone in his chest. Our hero was amazed at this discovery because he did not expect such a turn of events. With tears in his eyes, he begged not to extradite him because he only had 6 months to live. The main thing for him was to hold out for this period, and after that he was ready to suffer any punishment. The soul stone, as its name suggests, is a stone that stores souls, as well as one of the main and most common ways a demon uses dark magic. All these stones always differed in color and brightness. The brighter the stone burned, the greater the number of souls contained in it. After that, Petya plunged deep into his memories and began a sad story. Once upon a time, he argued with his master, father, and Chief Tony. At that time, this young guy was only 15 years old. His mentor was so angry that he didn't even want to talk to him anymore. The leader was clearly dissatisfied with something, and this was not the first time they had argued. He forbade the young guy to engage in any nonsense. However, Petya sincerely believed that dark magic would help their tribe move on. Then they will no longer have to forge any stupid swords and shields. They will be able to learn to use and master real magical power. However, this conversation angered the leader of his tribe to the core. Now the man understood why everyone called this guy a goner. He ordered Petya to get all these stupid thoughts out of his head. Immediately after this, return to your work and no longer anger the leader. But instead, Petya went not to the workshop, but to his room at home. The guy was upset because these stubborn sheep did not listen to him. Times are changing. There was no need for them to cling to outdated traditions and foundations that no longer mean anything. The guy believed that gnomes would never be recognized if they continued to stagnate in one place. Therefore, the guy collected the necessary things, then put them in a backpack and hung them on his back. He decided to leave home and learn dark magic on his own. The guy was determined. He even got ready and went out into the yard. The point was that he wanted to become his father's successor, and he absolutely did not want to give up this opportunity to his younger brother. He didn't care if his brother was considered a genius. His abilities would mean nothing compared to his dark magic. However, the guy didn't knock on the door of various workshops. They didn't recognize him anywhere. Everyone just pointed a threatening finger at him and drove him away. Poor Petya walked like this for a very long time. Even his clothes were already worn out. One day, the guy simply fell to the ground in the middle of the road from fatigue. He continued to lie there for some time, not even trying to get up. Petya was annoyed that everything turned out differently than he had imagined. Dwarves had never before enjoyed anyone's respect on this planet. His tribe was no exception, and they were too stubborn and conservative. Petya wasted 3 months. He spent all the money he had. Nobody needed a gnome, unable to even make a normal kitchen knife. The guy sat and cried because he just wanted to learn the element of dark magic. This would have solved absolutely all his problems, but nothing worked. Suddenly, Petya realized that it was not he who said the last part of the phrase. A beautiful demoness appeared right in front of him and came out of the portal. The guy looked up at the attractive girl and asked who she was. However, she replied that her identity did not matter. She saw in this gnome despair, but at the same time an abundance of curiosity that no one shared with him. Petya confirmed her words and said that he wants to change everything, but does not know where to move next. After which, the girl promised to show him the way if he agreed to take this path. The same guy rose to his feet and promised that he would be infinitely grateful for the help. The girl smiled widely. There was something frightening in her smile. She used some kind of power and asked the guy to simply sincerely make his wish. Petya stood up straight and looked straight into the girl's eyes, and then said that he wanted to learn the elements of dark magic. Immediately after this, something inexplicable happened. Some kind of energy filled his body. Petya wanted to learn witchcraft that no one could surpass. After some time, the young man returned back to his village. He came there in the most terrible shape, all shabby and tired. The first person he met on his way was his father. The guy looked absolutely terrible. All his hands were covered in wounds. His face was overgrown with stubble. The father was glad that his son returned unharmed. However, the young guy's head was occupied with completely different thoughts. He looked around and asked what kind of holiday they had in the village. The little girl replied that they were celebrating the appointment of a new leader, his brother Robin. Father sighed and said that since Petya returned safe and sound, they could postpone the holiday. He added that Robin missed his missing brother very much. He had just come out to meet him and check on Petya's condition. After all, initially it was he who was supposed to become the next leader of the tribe. However, Petya admitted that he returned in order to challenge his brother to a duel. Robin tried to put it off until a later time, but Petya did not agree. He wanted to challenge his little brother right now and in this place. According to the rules of the duel, they both had to forge their own swords, then clash with them in battle to prove whose blade is stronger. Robin agreed to his brother's proposal, surprising their common father. The guy looked straight into Petya's eyes and said that he accepted his challenge. The village masters gathered in front of the table to evaluate the 2 swords that the 2 brothers had made. In this case, the craftsman unanimously decided that Petit's sword looked much worse than the second. Compared to his brother's beautiful, successful sword, Petya did a rather poor job. However, the gnome objected and asked not to judge his work only by its appearance. He added that everything will be seen only after the battle, whose work was better. Robin confirmed his brother's words and suggested starting the fight. The guys approached the table and each took in his hand the sword that he himself had made. Then they went to the center of the square and stood exactly opposite each other. After that, the guys announced the start of the fight and clashed in the first blow. Petit's sword looked much worse, but in the battle it shone with a special light. Everything that happened looked as if strong magic was sewn into it from the inside. Without much effort, this weak-looking sword cut through Robin's weapon. The guy was only left standing alone with a broken weapon in his hands. Petya had absolutely no plans to continue the battle any further, so he stopped. He was only glad that everything ended so quickly in his favor. However, what happened next was something the guy never expected to see. The sword dealt 1,000 crushing blows with its magic, cutting Robin into small pieces. At the same moment, a portal opened in the square, and the same demoness appeared from it. She turned to Petya and said that it was his turn to pay his debts. Using her magic, the girl inflicted serious injuries on everyone present. The villagers were cut into small pieces in a second. Petya was on his knees and with tears in his eyes, begged for mercy for his family and friends. They didn't do anything wrong, but the girl didn't care. Petya sobbed and said that everything that happened was only his fault. The demoness agreed with the little gnome because he was too greedy. Now that he got what he wanted, it was time to pay with what was most dear to him. The guy was horrified by the realization of the disaster that had come to their village. The girl was going to take him and his fellow tribesmen to hell, but she offered another option. She gathered the souls of all the gnomes she killed into one and invited Petya to serve her for 10 years. She promised that if he was obedient, she would free the souls of his relatives. She shouldn't have made such concessions without Lord Amon's knowledge, but he might even like it. Petya got down on one knee and said that he was ready to serve for this entire term. The demoness smiled, and her smile was again truly creepy. She placed the soul stone into the dwarf's body and declared that their contract was concluded from that moment on. Kostya knew that Aemon was the name of one of the 7 main demon lords. When he was still in the spirit realm, he only killed 2 of them. This meant that at least one of the remaining 5 was now in soul. Petya didn't care about his death, but he didn't want the souls of his fellow tribesmen, imprisoned in stone, to go to hell. Kostya asked the crying guy how long he had been serving the demoness. Petya replied that he only had about 6 months left to live. He wanted Kostya to protect him from the kingdom of demons and members of the Rainbow Six for 6 months, and in return, he promised to tell everything about them. The hero decided that if he found the information useless, he would hand the guy over to the beast. Petya signed a contract with Belita, the leader of one of the units of Satan's army, Aemon's closest henchwoman. He served her all this time along with the Dark Elves. According to Kostya's recollections, the Demon Lord commanded 12 detachments, and they were all divided into 4 different directions, like the Black Vine, which is engaged in recreating demonic power. Petya created a power source for them that controls the artificial dungeon. Kostya did not believe that such a small gnome could have enough strength and skills for this. Petya agreed with him, but there were enough of them. The hero suggested that there were other directions under the leadership of the rest of the demon lords around the world. He thought that they were scattered across different countries, but the dwarf said that they were all in Korea. Kostya at first thought that he had heard this answer. However, then he realized that the dwarf was clearly not joking and was telling the truth. The guy was amazed that they all gathered on such a small piece of land. The dwarf added that he heard from someone that a divine revelation had come to the rulers. It said that a warrior would appear in Korea who would save the entire earth. That is why all the rulers were now searching for this very hero. Petya learned all this information when he sometimes drank with the demoness Belita. However, the guy added that this was all the information he had. However, Kostya admitted that even this was enough for them. An elder intervened in the conversation and said that he had a proposal. He asked the hero if it would be normal to arrange for Petya to work in his workshop. The dwarf was amazed that this old man was ready to accept him into his team of masters. The elder had a lot of work, so he believed that Petya could be useful to him. Kostya could not refuse his old friend when he smiled so sincerely. Night had fallen in Seoul. Only the moon shone lonely in the firmament. 2 men in black suits with weapons in their hands walked through the back streets and killed the living creatures they encountered. The subordinate was unhappy that they opened a headquarters in a government-declared danger zone. The boss replied that because of the monsters, there weren't many places they could do business from. Any enterprise on a common territory was doomed to failure from the very beginning. He also reminded his subordinate not to forget his manners. After all, they were not going somewhere now, but to talk with their leader. Diego was the boss of Korea's largest gang, Dongchun, and the leader of the Blue Sky Syndicate. The men came into his office, bowed, and began to report on the dungeon. It may have been fake, but the dark demonic energy was amazing. It couldn't compare to the energy of a real dungeon, but everything worked perfectly. Diego was unhappy that such a stupid gang took the place of the leader. His right-hand man and chief assistant handed over an important document to his boss. He reported that their red candy project was rejected. Diego was not happy about this news, but he initially suspected that he was doomed to failure. However, the secretary added that the blue candy project has already prepared its first prototype. It was a small blue capsule, which consisted of 2 parts. Diego was pleased and clarified when it was made, after which he wished to immediately go and check out this project. He was interested to know about all the results of this experiment. So the men got together, got into their cars, and went to the base in the middle of the night. It was a closed training ground, surrounded by a high fence on all sides. Security was at a high level. Sleep inside was only possible through massive doors. Diego, surrounded by his assistants, calmly passed the security point and got inside. There, a laboratory assistant ran to meet him, getting dressed as he went. He suggested that Mr. Chairman conduct an inspection of the base. The company moved deeper into the structure, and Diego asked the researcher about the results obtained. He answered something that it would be better for a man to see everything with his own eyes. He read that no report can fully convey the complete picture. Diego was in the laboratory, and right in front of him hung a huge beast connected to various tubes. The man was pleasantly surprised by the werewolf he saw. The laboratory assistant explained that about 12 minutes had passed since he ate the blue candy. He decided to demonstrate the difference between the blue and red prototypes clearly. The man walked up to the dashboard and began to turn some sensors and press various buttons. Diego walked up to the laboratory assistant and looked at the graphs and diagrams that he displayed on the screen. It was obvious to him that 100 mana growth and physical strength were far superior to the red candy. A werewolf could remain in this state for an hour, and then he would lose his mind, fall into madness, and die. Diego put his hand on the researcher's shoulder and said that his result was simply excellent. The guy even managed to rejoice at his boss's reaction. But that was not all. Mr. Chairman forcefully released his hand on the laboratory assistant's shoulder. He announced that their next prototype would have to last at least 3 hours. The guy was truly horrified by the atmosphere that surrounded his boss. He still remembered how the last time he grabbed his predecessor in this position by the throat. Diego simply threw the guy into the sewer when he didn't meet his demands. Now it dawned on him that now he himself found himself in the place of that unfortunate man. The researcher did not want to end his life the same way and fell to his knees out of fear. Now all responsibility for this project lay solely on his shoulders. And at this time, our hero Kostya was in a hurry somewhere with all his might. He didn't keep track of time at all and was now terribly late. The guy was lost in thought when he heard that Dasha would use the artifact that the Elder and Petya were now working on. It was already late at night when the hero reached his favorite restaurant. He went inside and immediately apologized to his mom for being late. He wanted to add something about the ingredients for tonkatsu, but he was not allowed to say. The firecracker exploded loudly and cheerful laughter was heard. Kostya's mother and assistant congratulated the guy on his birthday, holding a cake in their hands. The guy fell a little into a stupor because he did not expect such a reception. He completely forgot that today, the 1st of May, was his birthday. After all, over the past 10 years, he himself has never celebrated it. Kostya's mother replied that until last year she missed her son every day. And now she finally had the opportunity to congratulate him. She threw herself on her son's neck and thanked him for growing up so good. At first, the hero was a little embarrassed by this manifestation of feelings. However, he then hugged his mother back tightly and pressed her closer to his chest. He thanked the woman for his birth and asked her to always remain healthy and never leave him. They stood there hugging each other for several minutes, still unable to let go of each other. The guardian tried to mentally call our hero, but he did not even answer him right away. He drew the guy's attention to the emergence of a new quest. It was his own wish that his beloved mother would make a full recovery. It was necessary to ensure that the woman, who due to prolonged 10-year stress caused by her unlucky son, began to recover. If her condition improves by 10%, then 10 million karma will be awarded and 100 million for complete recovery. The guardian still could not believe that such a good-for-nothing son had become the protector of the earth. Kostya wanted notifications about quests to be shown to him themselves, because due to the guardian, he often finds out about them only after completion. This happened last time, although the guy would have gone to the right place anyway because of his mother. In any case, the guardian's level has now increased significantly, and the mother's health has improved. Kostya didn't know that it was fashionable to put some kind of sound on notifications. He didn't understand at all why such a highly developed intellect needed any alarm clocks. The keeper asked not to belittle his merits, but still complied with the guy's request. But instead of a melody, he left a very loud and nasty sound. Dasha's voice resounded in the hero's head and ordered him to urgently get out and complete the quest. Kostya didn't understand why Belyash chose the girl's voice for this role. They mentally continued to swear. The hero stopped watching his facial expression. His mother noticed this and asked if he was okay. She offered to open the gifts that she and Masha had prepared for him. Kostya suggested in response to this that they start preparing a festive dinner. The assistant was annoyed and asked the hero if he even knew how to cook. The guy immediately rushed towards the kitchen, all inspired. He said that a trial tonkatsu would pass for a holiday dinner, and for now mom could rest. He knew that the troubles associated with the holiday were difficult, so he decided to take on the food himself. Masha admitted that she used to consider him a good-for-nothing son who had been sitting on his neck for 30 years. The guy didn't answer anything and just went to the kitchen to cook. The girl believed that such a guy would also turn out to be a good-for-nothing chairman. Kostya's mom didn't understand what she was talking about, but supported the idea. Their conversation sounded like complete nonsense, but the hero was happy to see his mother smiling. The first thing he did was open the refrigerator and take out a loaf of sliced bread. Then the hero carefully put some of it into a bowl and put the rest back in its place. He decided to lay out the base for the dish from breadcrumb. Then he called from his inventory the meat of a wild animal he had recently caught, added some Epsom salt and pink pepper to the boar tenderloin. Then he threw a piece of meat on the table and coated it thoroughly in spices. I beat it a little for softness and cut it shallowly with a mesh, after which the ordinary piece of meat took on a rather appetizing appearance. The guy poured oil into the pan and also prepared a batter from beaten eggs. Then I went straight to layering the various ingredients. I rolled it in batter, then in breadcrumbs and sent it to fry in hot oil. After some time, a very pleasant aroma of ready-made food began to be heard from the kitchen. Kostya served small dishes with his new menu item and went out to the tables. On a plate, he brought out festive tonkatsu for his beloved mother. The dish looked so delicious that even Masha was pleasantly surprised. The guy also prepared the sauce, but asked me to try it without it first. He carefully cut the dish into several parts and allowed the first sample to be taken. The assistant and the hostess simultaneously put a piece of tonkatsu into their mouths. They simultaneously turned to each other and admired his refined taste. The guy was pleased that he had proven to Masha his ability to cook. After that, he asked the girl why she looked away and hid her gift. In fact, she thought that the hero did not know how to cook at all, and bought him a book on the basics of cooking. But just in case, I decided to bake him a birthday cake. Now the mother gave her son new cutlery, because she thought that he would have to use the old ones. The hero already understands his hands to the gift, when at that moment the phone on his bracelet rang. The guy was unhappy that such a sweet moment was interrupted. He put the call on speakerphone, and Dasha first asked to call his mother. She congratulated the woman on her son's birthday and said that she was already on her way to them. He began to praise the hostess for putting a lot of effort into raising her son. Kostya interrupted the girl and asked if she forgot to say something. For example, congratulate him on his birthday since she called his phone. The Crimson Witch's voice changed after these words. She congratulated her friend with displeasure and asked him to smoke some snacks with his beer. Kostya was dissatisfied that the girl had the impudence to ask him to leave after such a solemn congratulation. He announced that they had tonkatsu, and therefore he was not going to go anywhere. The hostess added that they still have a cake that Masha prepared. Literally a couple of minutes after this, the girl rushed over with bottles of beer, and the guys began to celebrate the hero's birthday. After a while, we see Boss Diego twirling some kind of blue ball in his hands. He was riding in the backseat of the car and talking with his driver and assistant. He announced that from now on he was closing the Red Candy project. Instead, he plans to replace them with blue candies soon. The assistant commented on what sounded like a rebrand, which made his boss laugh. They continued to silently drive further along the deserted streets of the city. Diego slowly opened the automatic window in the moving car and threw out the ball. He was very interested to see what would come of it all. Dasha extended her hand to someone and talked about how pleased she was to meet this person. Ondine looked at the girl with an expression of complete incomprehension on her face. The water spirit did not understand why the Crimson Witch was suddenly behaving this way. Kostya mentally asked him to meet the girl halfway and pretend to be someone else. He noticed that it was better for her to hide her spiritual essence on Earth. People like her are not treated very well here. Many consider spirits to be evil. The guy explained that this gesture is called a handshake among people. Ondine should take Dasha's hand and shake it a little, which she did. She called Wun by her new name, so Kostya had to intervene and say that she was a foreigner. Misha even joked that only there could a guy dig up such a beauty. One wanted to say that she was 3,700 years old, but stopped in time. She thought for a moment and replied that she was now 38. Masha was amazed at this, because she believed that they were about the same age. Kostya was glad that the spirit realized in time not to reveal her real age. Masha immediately began addressing her new friend in a more respectful tone. This is how their first acquaintance took place during the celebration of the hero's birthday. The girl said she came to this place because she really liked the cheesy food. The pizza was excellent, and Masha was indignant that she did not know about this regular customer. There was no pizza today, but Kostya still invited the girl to join them for dinner. He added that alcohol is very harmful on an empty stomach, so it's better to just eat. Their idyll was disrupted by a strange sound coming from the street. Not everyone heard him. Kostya was the first to notice. Then the water spirit Ondine, or Wun, as she was now called, joined him. The girl mentally turned to the hero. They needed to discuss what was happening. In that atmosphere, getting out of the house would have been too problematic for him. Therefore, Kostya had no choice but to come up with a reason. With his powers, he picked up a huge stone from the ground and threw it at the car. This time all the guests heard the noise, including Dasha herself. The girl immediately got up and ran outside to check what was happening there. She was horrified that someone had damaged her beloved car. However, immediately after this, another creature attracted the witch's attention. A huge toad was discovered near the restaurant. She was so big that she towered over Dasha several times. The girl did not expect to see a witch toad in the city at such a time, and the huge green monster did not waste a second of time. He immediately brought his giant paw down on the girl, who managed to dodge at the last moment. Dasha couldn't understand why this toad was so large and blamed it all on a mutation. Kostya came out to hear the noise and asked his friend what was happening there. The girl tried to protect her friend as much as possible and forbade him to go outside. She ordered to hide somewhere safe, and she herself repelled the monster's attacks. Kostya looked at the toad and did not understand why such a large clot of demonic energy was hidden in it. For the girl, the main task now was to protect her family from the monster. Therefore, she was glad when the hero listened to her advice and disappeared into the restaurant building. During these seconds, Dasha had already begun to create a protective barrier. She conjured a huge fire grid. Her task was to create it in such a size that it could completely surround the toad. The girl managed to do this, and now she was throwing her creation at the monster. The Crimson Witch hugged that even for her, it would not be easy to hold such a healthy creature. However, she believed that she could cope with the task on her own. The girl began to tighten the net more and more, but it suddenly broke. The toad suddenly changed its green color to black and started smoking. The Crimson Witch at first thought that she had shed her skin, but then brushed the idea aside. The girl was puzzled, because usually witch toads did not behave this way. Before Dasha had time to come to her senses, the monster's huge paw was already rushing towards her. The girl did not understand what happened, but suddenly a blue light flashed in front of her. Someone cut off the monster's paw with one very precise and strong blow. Diana appeared right in front of the Crimson Witch and asked her what was happening here. Diana was amazed that an ordinary witch's toad had grown to such a huge size. Her purple tongue was very long and flexible. This allowed the monster to use it as a weapon against its enemies. However, Diana was still able to inflict a wound on the monster with her sharp sword. The girl cut out a piece of the toad's tongue in the same way as she had easily cut off its paw before, after which the Crimson Witch and the secretary rushed away from the monster. Diana admitted that she was not here on guild business, but just came to drink beer. The girls had already run far enough, but Dasha noticed the pursuit. They both barely managed to dodge to the side and avoid the blow of the toad's tongue. However, she still managed to touch Diana's leg and burn her skin with her poison. The girl mentally cursed because she had forgotten about this feature of the monster. However, something strange happened, and clean water suddenly appeared at the site of the wound. It came out of nowhere and helped clean the burn from the remnants of the monster's poisonous saliva. Undyne had regained her water spirit form and was observing the situation from above. While Diana was recovering, the witch distracted the toad and fought it alone. For some reason, fire techniques did not work on the monster the way they usually did. With each blow, Dasha had to use more and more of her strength. The girl regretted that she had not taken a new artifact with her and asked Diana to distract the monster for a while. The secretary already felt quite well and immediately understood the witch's idea. The Rainbow Six members stepped away from the battle and began casting a special spell, and the vine forcefully pushed off the ground with its good leg and rushed at the monster with a sword. They worked very harmoniously, as if they had been members of the same team for a long time. While one was preparing to deliver a crushing blow, the second at that time served as bait for the monster. Diana did not waste any time. Even distracting the toad, she managed to inflict damage on it. The biggest problem was the monster's quirky tongue, and the girl found a solution. She forced the toad to attack her from a distance, and at the right moment she pierced its tongue and chained it to the ground. After which the secretary looked at her partner and nodded to her as a sign of her readiness. The Crimson Witch realized that it was now her turn to act. The girl immediately released all the energy accumulated during this time. She brought down a huge fiery cube directly on the toad, pinning it to the ground. Even Diana was amazed by her friend's amazing abilities. Dasha's scarlet hair fluttered against the background of the fire, and the secretary understood why she was nicknamed the Crimson Witch. Although the battle was over, something haunted the girl. Even Kostya himself and the Guardian had already climbed out of their hiding place. The hero looked at what was left after the monster and noticed the expression on his friend's face. The girl was extremely serious, although she should have been happy about her victory. The guy sincerely believed that she was proud to be among the top 6 in the country. All the people of Korea are ready to literally carry it in their arms and love it very much. After all, there are about 50 million defeated people in the world, and Dasha is one of the best among them. The witch was aware of her strengths, but believed that she still had room to grow further. Kostya knew perfectly well what she was thinking about now, so he loudly thanked his friend for saving her. He realized that he was too deep in his thoughts and wanted to distract the girl from them. Dasha seemed to wake up from a dream and asked to repeat what he had said earlier. Kostya admitted that if it weren't for her, they would all have died, and the restaurant was not damaged. If Dasha had not been here, the hero's birthday would have turned into the anniversary of his death. The girl was pleased that her close people recognized her strength, so she just smiled broadly and made a victory sign with her fingers. After that, everyone turned their attention to Diana's sudden appearance. The Guardian was truly amazed that the Crimson Witch was becoming stronger every day. The entire company, consisting of the hero's family and friends, went back to the restaurant. Dasha finally let go of her sad thoughts, and the girl had fun from the bottom of her heart. The assistant reported to Diego the first results of the blue candy test. They placed 10 samples in the sewer, but only 9 were later discovered. The boss ordered to look further, because they should have figured out earlier, as fashionably, whether this was a defect. On the table in front of the man were 9 different reports about 9 mutants that had appeared. His attention is drawn to one of them, which featured a witch's toad. The object managed to mutate twice, after which it was immediately eliminated. This was done by the Crimson Witch, one of the members of the Rainbow Six. Diego noted that after such news, the scientific department would definitely have more work. No matter how strong the witch was, they needed something that would be able to withstand her. He indicated that the witch toad incident was a priority from now on. He didn't need half measures, so Diego ordered the science department to continue working. Kostya traveled through the world of spirits with his dragon friend. Suddenly, the guy stopped and looked at the picture that lay at his feet. The world said that this is a herd of low-level monsters called three-hoofed bison. The hero was surprised by such a strange animal, but something couldn't get out of his head. The guy looked at the bison and could not take his eyes off them. The dragon hoped that Kostya was not going to exterminate all the bison, like the horned boars before. The hero turned to face his friend, and he saw that the guy was already drooling down his chin. Kostya wanted to try the meat of these monsters. Pork and beef were so different. As soon as he got permission to hunt from the dragon, the hero immediately disappeared. Kostya found out that Sergei wants to organize a corporate evening in their restaurant. It was supposed to be dedicated to the completion of the guild headquarters in a week. The hero wondered how they were all going to fit into such a small establishment. Although Sergei admitted that this was only an excuse to meet his friend, the hero realized that he and the head had not really seen each other for a long time. Although he didn't follow the news, he knew that their guild was very popular. The guy was afraid of the influx of people, because they had just gotten rid of the consequences of Dasha's action. However, Sergei on the other side of the gap was silent and did not answer anything. After this, Kostya sighed and agreed to hold a corporate evening. He promised to organize a buffet, as he did the last time for a mission trip. However, Sergei replied that all of his employees would prefer a grill party to a buffet. Kostya was not so important what to arrange, so he agreed to a replacement. But in return, he demanded that Sergei independently search for additional tables for the event. The hostess heard the entire conversation and was happy about such a large-scale evening. After the renovation of the building was completed, the construction site, along with Maria, was supposed to disappear. But she told in confidence that projects to maintain and improve the alley around will continue anyway, and her brother also told her that he was also going to build a school for hunters. By that time, the restaurant will have already grown, although Kostya thought that this was a one-time event. The woman hardly believed in such a scale, but she was not against making something like a business trip buffet. Masha had some other information that had not yet been officially confirmed. If the construction of the school is approved, the company will open restaurants and cafes in this alley, turning it into a gastronomic alley, and I will turn their restaurant into the main attraction. Kostya was angry, and his mother believed that they would not be able to afford such financial investments. The woman was already pleased with how things were going, and she was also completely satisfied with the flow of clients. But she wasn't sure that the restaurant could last that long, and she wouldn't be able to open a new one. However, Masha added that their guild will be involved in the project and will take full responsibility for all finances. The restaurant has already been verified. They will only need to make a good impression. Kostya didn't understand who cared about their old restaurant, but Masha called him stupid. In the old days, the quiet alley of restaurants was empty, but suddenly a crowd of people suddenly rushed there. For any place to become profitable, you need something to lure customers there. Kostya guessed that they would be lured to the new alley with a restaurant. The chairman himself would be attending this corporate event, so they needed to stand out and make a good impression. The girl suggested adding a twist to the grill party to make the event memorable. Kostya was amazed that Masha came up with this whole plan after the conversation she had just heard. The girl believed that they should thank her for such a first-class idea. The hero decided that there was logic in the girl's words, so he accepted her offer. He announced that he would take over the corporate evening and headed off somewhere. He said that he would go for groceries, and at the same time we would take a walk with the puppy. The guardian knew where the three-hoofed bison lived, so he could take the hero to them. Kostya asked to remind him to take rock salt, after which he grabbed the puppy and ran away. The guy turned around the corner of the restaurant, where no one would have noticed him, and jumped high into the air. Moving through the air at great speed was his favorite. It allowed him to get to the place he needed in the shortest possible time, although the keeper did not like it. And now the hero quickly reached the desired location and looked around in search of bison. A few minutes later, he found a whole herd of animals in a field nearby. However, among these ungulates there was also one unusual abode. On the ground in a small nest sat a yellow little chick called Peng. The guardian did not feel the energy of a divine being in him, but only a mystical creature. Kostya did not think that he would meet a mystical creature on Earth. He wanted to save the chick from evil monsters, so he used his energy. Thanks to this, he created a huge fire whirlwind and threw all the bison away. The guardian only sighed heavily, looking at such arbitrariness of the hero. And at that moment, the chick noticed our guy and called him Mom. Kostya did not expect such a turn of events at all, so he froze in one place. Our hero did not at all expect that the chick would consider him its mother. After some time, when the guy dealt with the bison, he had to return home. The restaurant owner did not expect her son to return so early. The guy appeared at the restaurant's door, carrying several bags with him. In his left hand, he was holding something very heavy, and the woman did not understand what it was. Kostya said that he bought the stone marble from the elder, and that it was made from salted ore. Now you don't have to suffer, but simply take pieces of meat and rub them with salt. He also took samples of such meat with him. He will try it in the evening and see. Masha was glad that she, too, could try this unusual dish. The guy was talking further about all his purchases when a strange sound came from his pocket. The hero did not expect that the little yellow chick would make itself known so early. The owner of the restaurant also heard this sound and was surprised by it. Masha also realized that she had misheard herself, so she demanded an explanation. While the hero went hunting and then visited the gnome's workshop, evening fell outside the window. The little yellow chick of the divine bird Peng was placed on a small gray cushion. Masha believed that her boss acted like a junior school student. He explained that the chick had lost its mother and was crying, so he took it. The restaurant owner was unhappy that her son brought a bird to their home. She ordered it to be sold at the market, because if the chicken is left without a mother, it will be very lonely and die. The woman hit her son on the back and reminded him that in elementary school he also brought home a chicken, and it died. The owner was also worried that their puppy might eat this chick. He was afraid that the chick would turn out to be a spirit or an intelligent being. Over time, when he grows up, he may well become a golden phoenix. Guardians theorize that this chick is a descendant of the creature that once protected Joseon. At some point, he simply went blind, then left one egg and disappeared. The keeper decided to attract the owner's attention, so he approached her and began to bark. The woman realized that the puppy clearly wanted to be held. She carefully picked up the fluffy animal and slowly brought it to the chick. The owner was worried that he might eat him, but the keeper only licked the yellow baby. Kostya was happy with this reaction and promised to build a chicken coop at the back entrance. The woman didn't know what to do with the 35-year-old little boy, so she allowed it. Kostya was so happy about this that he even clenched his fist in honor of the victory. That if he doesn't forget to grow up with them, he can become big and strong, perhaps even more powerful than his ancestor. The guy was already anticipating that the chick would grow up and be the best of the best. However, the Guardian noted that it takes about 300 years for a golden phoenix to mature. The man was covered in sweat with fear and shouted something about a mistake. He was hung by his feet right above a barrel of wastewater. Researchers claimed that the effect of blue candy can last up to 10 hours. Diego smiled and said that such a smart guy could not live in exile. He added that if a guy doesn't understand anything when someone tells him something, then he should just listen. The boss promised that he would find out how he died only in the other world. The researcher begged to give him a little more time and promised to make the perfect medicine. He added that even the lowest beings can evolve and destroy. Eventually, the man noticed that his wife and little daughter were waiting for him at home. However, Diego was not so easily moved to pity by bitter tears. He raised his finger to his lips and ordered the laboratory assistant to shut up and listen carefully. He recalled that the previous scientist's accident was not due to shortcomings in his research. In this case, the guy did not understand at all why they wanted to kill him now. Diego replied that one must be careful with secrets. There is no other way except the death of a person who is no longer needed. He asked the laboratory assistant not to be offended, because now he knew the reason. The boss asked the scientist if he had heard a rumor that he was making deals with the devil. The guy remembered that he himself had previously suppressed such conversations in the laboratory. However, his boss said that they were truthful and began to unfasten his cufflinks. He showed off his black mark, which was the distinctive symbol of the devil. However, the man noticed that the devil was not trying to destroy the earth. He added that the devil loves to eat human souls. He especially loves tormented souls because various trials make a person stronger. In addition, the devil is pretty tired of running the farm alone, so he enters into contracts. That is why Diego became his deputy, who makes human souls stronger and runs the farm. Tests harden people, which is why blue candy was invented. In any case, the boss no longer needed the researcher. He felt sorry for the guy because he never received the Nobel Prize. The scientist at least asked to protect his family because they thought that he worked in an ordinary pharmaceutical factory. The boss smiled and noticed that he was a very loyal and devoted person. The scientist was glad that at least his family would be safe. However, Diego then smiled bloodthirstily and said that his wife and daughter would die too. The man was horrified by such news, but did not have time to do anything. In one of the quiet night corners, something strange was happening. Some gray creature with spikes on its tail walked and killed its relatives. It had already reached incredible sizes. There was a white horn on its head. After each murder, something incredible began to happen to the body of this creature. Inside, there was a small blue bead that required more and more energy. It was she who allowed this creature to be so strong and fast. After Diego dealt with the scientist, he moved on. He and his assistant showed up to meet other lab technicians in the middle of the night. He was given a diplomat containing about 100 blue candies. All the corpses of the test subjects were found in the black zone underground. They were piled in one place. Diego praised the workers and asked about the whereabouts of the lost blue candies. The laboratory assistant was horrified and shook, but wanted to answer the man something. He failed to do this because a hole opened right below him, from which a monster emerged. The assistant wanted to protect his master, whose suitcase was cut open and fell open. All the medicines from it fell to the ground in the most chaotic order. Diego noticed that this huge rhinoceros mole was looking right at him. The creature was simply incredibly huge in size, which was unusual for him. Without much hesitation, the monster reached back towards the man. Diego barely managed to dodge the monster's attack at the very last moment. He guessed that it was this creature that swallowed the lost blue candy. The man was not a weakling, so he ordered his assistant to join the fight. The secretary hesitated a little at first, but then understood his master's order. Diego was powerful and controlled the overwhelming power of pure ice. His assistant used twin daggers coated with an electrical charge. A huge enraged monster was now acting against these two people. His main weapon was his spiked tail, which had to be stopped first. That is why the boss's assistant began to surround the creature with chains. Finally, he managed to catch one of the daggers on the monster's tail. Immediately after this, the man activated his ability to manipulate electricity. The charge was transmitted along a metal chain to the creature and caused it to struggle in agony. However, even this was not enough to stop the monster. Then Diego himself entered the game, directing his ice blocks downwards. The man turned the entire space under the monster into one continuous skating rink. The creature's paws were frozen, which allowed it to be immobilized. Diego was sure that the monster was not alone here. He informed his assistant that they could not let the monster escape. Immediately after this, the chairman pushed off the ground and headed into battle. Ice blocks and sharp daggers could no longer restrain the monster. Therefore, the assistant decided to return his weapon and attack again. But this time he decided to use not one blade, but two at once. The man spun them with all his might and directed them towards the huge monster. The daggers sank deep into the creature's face, right next to its huge horn. Immediately after this, an electrical discharge was sent directly to the brain. After the creature was completely immobilized, it was Diego's turn. The man went into a trance and used his power of submission against the monster. This allowed him to quickly get close to this huge creature. For a few moments, absolutely nothing else happened on this quiet street. At this moment, Diego mentally fought with the consciousness of the monster. The man definitely emerged victorious, so the monster's eyes dimmed. After the battle was over, both men began praising each other for a job well done. The secretary came closer and tried to pull his daggers out of the monster's head. However, for some reason, he failed to do this. It was extremely strange. But before the long-haired man could do anything, the monster attacked him. He shook his head and threw the man up when he was not expecting it, after which the monster opened its mouth very wide and swallowed the guy whole. From the smile on Diego's face, one could guess that he did this on his orders. The man once again proved that for him there are no irreplaceable people. The garden behind our hero's restaurant was beautiful. The little beetle, guardian of the tree of the world, was surprised by his new neighbor. He had beautiful sparkling yellow wings, which he was just showing off. Kostya named the chick Kolbin, which translated as a debilitating chronic disease. The guy believed that it would be useful for the chick to gain strength from a large tree. He would like the chick to grow up in a normal environment, so he asked for the help of the spirit. He was not going to refuse, but did not understand how he should be raised. At that moment, something incredible happened. The roots of the tree began to move. The little yellow chick was completely surrounded by young shoots. Kostya sincerely did not believe that if the little bird had been a little bigger, he would have been able to control life on the entire planet. The guy looked at the cage of bars and realized that Kolbin was in the right place. A large light truck drove up to a restaurant we knew and stopped. Kostya ran out of it immediately to meet the guests who had arrived. At the wheel of this truck sat an elder dwarf, his old friend. First of all, the guy apologized to the old man for asking him to lie for him. The man noticed that the artifact was finished anyway and was just asking to use it in business. He noticed that Petya unexpectedly had more talent than he initially thought. Lately, the guy has lived up to expectations, and there's almost no trace left of his gloomy look. Kostya was happy about this and promised to find time later and bring a bunch of delicious ribs. The elder's mouth watered at the mere memory of those beautiful ribs they ate in the spirit world. At that moment, the guy was asked about something from the restaurant, so he got distracted. The elder walked around the car in a circle and asked where he could stay. Now the guys were all together in front of the new huge guild building. They gradually walked around unloading the car and setting up brand new tables and chairs. It was at this moment that Sergey and Diana came up to them to say hello. Kostya was glad to see his friend, because he was always busy with school. They joked and rejoiced at this meeting, agreeing to sit down for a drink. The guys were worried because they had too much work lately. Sergey had heard a lot about how their little restaurant had been very popular lately for its ribs. He also noted the excellent subtle taste of their new tonkatsu dish. Kostya admitted that he just made them one day for his visitors, and he got lucky. The guy didn't have time to finish because Dasha attacked him from behind. She simply slammed her feet into the guy's back and knocked him to the ground, surprising everyone. The elder saw his customer and said that he was just about to visit her. He reported that the artifact she entrusted to him last time was ready. He promised that he would finish his work by lunchtime and return it to the owner, which made her very happy. And at this time, the girl completely forgot about her friend, whom she left lying unconscious. A little later, the presenter announced the beginning of the ceremony for the completion of the construction of the new main headquarters of the guild. This festival brought together a lot of people from completely different professions. The presenter asked all visitors to calmly take their seats. It was time for Sergei to go on stage, so he said goodbye to his friends. The guy was glad that he had chosen a day with such good weather for the ceremony. However, suddenly a very loud and scary squeak was heard from somewhere. It was through the city system that they announced an emergency in their area. The announcer said that a monster of an unregistered species had appeared, and a high level of power was observed. The Crimson Witch was puzzled by the fact that this was not an ordinary alarm, but a signal about a monster. However, it was our hero Kostya who was most irritated from this company. The guy didn't like the fact that the appearance of monsters always happened so suddenly. To this, the Crimson Witch answered him that they were in the middle of an unstable zone. The ground shook under the guy's feet, and they saw a huge creature appear from afar. Neither Kostya nor Dasha had ever seen such a strange monster before. It was the most ordinary rhinoceros mole, but of absolutely incredible size. The Crimson Witch was worried that she might not be able to cope with him alone. She was about to call for help when the elder called the girl. He threw her a small staff to which her artifact was attached. The girl caught him, after which Dasha pointed her finger at Sergei and called him. She ordered the guy to gather people from the guild and run away with them immediately while she distracted the monster. Sergei immediately realized that it would be better for him to listen to this girl. After this, the Crimson Witch immediately turned to face her friend Kostya. She told the guy to take his mother's hand, prepare dinner, and wait for her. Immediately after this, the girl jumped into her white sports car. She pressed the gas pedal to the floor with her foot and abruptly jumped out of her parking space. The girl was in a very big hurry, so she allowed herself to break traffic rules. Only this driving style allowed her to quickly reach the monster's location. Suddenly, Dasha heard whose voice it was, which said that the girl would die here. A man was waist-deep with a huge monster and was on his head. He knew that this girl was a Crimson Witch from the Rainbow Six. The huge monster immediately attacked Dasha with its tail with sharp spikes. The girl barely had time to dodge and realized that she had seen this man before. He turned out to be the most wanted man in all of South Korea, Diego. The man was even a little pleased that the girl was able to quickly remember him. Dasha immediately admitted that she did not understand what was happening here at all. However, she promised the criminal that she would not leave him and his pet just like that. The monster's strength was so great that after each of its blows, dents were left on the ground. Even Dasha, with her unusually high speed, found it difficult to keep up with dodging. Besides this, she needed to find time somewhere to attack. The girl's main goal now was to cause maximum harm to the man, and now Dasha swung her new staff, hoping to strike him. However, at the last moment, this attack was blocked by the monster with its claws. At the point of impact, an explosion of fiery energy from the Crimson Witch immediately occurred. The man looked at his rival and became more and more irritated by the minute. He didn't like how ignorantly the girl was using Wanda's artifact. Maximum squeezing of the handle of this staff increases its firepower many times over. At the same time, he also had the ability to work like explosives. However, the side effect was that it made your arms get tired quickly. Dasha was worried because she didn't have time to ask how to use the staff. The girl used it for the first time and had no idea how to handle it. However, she was able to notice during the fight that he still increased her strength. Previously, the power was scattered throughout her body, and now it was concentrated in the staff. The girl realized that he was collecting all her chaotic magical energy. After this realization, it became easier for the Crimson Witches to control the energy. Now the girl knew exactly at what moment she could quickly release it. This helped her get to the head of the huge, scary monster even faster. However, because of the monster, the girl completely forgot about another of her rivals. After all, the most wanted criminal in Korea could also use magic. This was an outstanding confrontation between two very powerful battle wizards. Diego's crystal-clear ice collided with Dasha's hot flame in one battle. The grown man was very annoyed at one point. He was also an extremely rare awakened person in the entire world of the highest S-class. But such an absurd difference in their strength made him very nervous and infuriated. Meanwhile, our witch Dasha tried not to be distracted by anything. The girl still continued to attack the fusion of monster and human again and again. She easily dodged their attack, unaware of the mental torment of her opponent. And the man could only think that nothing compares to his strength in all of Korea. It was at that moment that the Crimson Witch unleashed one of her attacks right in front of him. The man saw the enormous damage that the girl caused to his monster. The man was very annoyed that she was still stronger than him. That is why he decided to feed the monster absolutely all the blue candies. He dreamed that the monster would become a real walking disaster that would plunge everyone into hell. He forced the monster to open its mouth wide and swallow a whole bottle of medicine. Immediately after this, the monster absorbed their energy and glowed blue. Initially, the man was happy because he felt his strength increasing. However, then something unusual began to happen below, and it attracted his attention. Dasha also noticed that changes were happening to the monster and the man. A huge number of new connections tried to absorb the criminal. This creature stopped recognizing its owner and required more and more energy. In the end, the man was completely engulfed and could not move. The Crimson Witch stood and watched as Diego tried to resist and screamed in pain. After some time, the man's voice completely disappeared and there was silence. Dasha even thought that he had finally been completely swallowed up by the monster. The girl suddenly realized that the magic all this time was not for him, but she was on the side of the spirits. Immediately after consuming its host, the monster transformed into its next version. Now there were even more thorns on his body. His claws became larger, longer, and sharper. All this was filmed and broadcast on television by local media. Kostya realized that the strength and size of this monster was in no way comparable to last time. He knew that all he could do from this monster was turn around and try to escape. However, the guy looked at the TV screen again and realized that not everyone thought so. Instead of attempting to escape, the Crimson Witch took her magic to an even stronger level. The hero realized that his dear friend did not see any obstacles in battle. The remaining consciousness in the monster's body suddenly sensed a high level of danger. The monster pushed off with all its paws from the ground and flew into the air. The Crimson Witch joked that a small touch was like a blow to him, so she pointed her staff towards the monster and advised him to stay away from her. Being in the air, the monster had even less chance of dodging an attack. The girl knew that she needed to take advantage of this opportunity while she had it. Therefore, Dasha pointed her staff towards the monster and called upon the power of white flame. She placed a powerful emphasis on the ground with her feet so that the enormous force would not knock her down. Immediately after this, there was a huge explosion of blinding white flame. It might even seem to people in the area that it illuminated the entire area. During this stunning explosion, everything within a kilometer radius lost its color. The Crimson Witch knew that no one in this world could survive such a powerful blow. The girl was glad that she was able to finally complete this battle. Dasha stood and watched as her defeated enemy fell to the ground. However, during the fall, it split and a blue substance began to flow out of it, which surprised the witch. Kostya immediately realized that any jokes were bad with this slurry. The guy used the power of the earth with lightning speed and sent the spirit towards the incident. It was only thanks to him that the ground around the monster's body was suddenly cut off and sank down. Dasha didn't know what kind of substance it was, but she was going to attack it. But before the girl had time to do anything, her staff was immediately shrouded in ice. The same thing happened to her body. Her legs and right arm were covered with an ice crust. Kostya immediately called for help from Ondine, who could heal with water. The guy held the girl from behind so that she wouldn't fall on the asphalt and break. Some strange voice said that the monsters were becoming stronger. The balance was upset. The people's strength has cracked. A new owner has appeared, who has now emerged from the monster's body. He instantly climbed into the body of our hero while he was busy helping his girlfriend. After treatment with the water spirit, Dasha began to come to her senses and grabbed her head. Only after this the girl noticed that her friend had lost consciousness and fallen to the ground. No matter how hard she tried, she never managed to shout to Kostya. Meanwhile, our hero plunged deep into his subconscious. There was only him and some small clot of blue substance. The hero stood at full height opposite his unknown new opponent. He looked at this strange creature and could not understand how it ended up here. There were only two of them in this place. There was only emptiness around them. It took Kostya a little time to guess that it was a rhinoceros mole. After his defeat at the hands of the Crimson Witch, he became a blue slime. Suddenly, this small clump of blue substance began to take on a new shape. Gradually, its outlines became more and more obvious and guessable. The blue slime turned into an exact copy of our hero Bones. The guy looked at him as if he saw his reflection in the mirror. However, this only made our hero laugh, which irritated his double. Kostya was surprised there that he even knew how to speak, and was not just a slime. The double admitted that all this was his doing, and the guy was next in line. He was going to kill Kostya in his own subconscious and take possession of this body. The double was clearly serious and did not respond to the original's jokes at all. Kostya saw that he did not succumb to his provocations, so he stopped doing it. He asked his double how he managed to penetrate his consciousness. Until this moment, the hero could only see spirits when he was in their world. The double was annoyed that Kostya called him just an ordinary parasite. He was a parasitic spirit who cannot exist in the world without a master. Therefore, now he suggested that everything should be discussed well before the hero's soul disappeared. To begin with, the parasite took advantage of its power over our guy's consciousness. He made magical ropes appear out of nowhere and tightened Bones' wrists and legs. It was still difficult for the hero to get used to the fact that such things were happening on his territory. The parasite noticed that he had already absorbed 2 very strong people and dozens of other weak souls. Thanks to this, he became a supreme being, possessing the power of an entire dynasty of kings and hereditary magicians. He was sorry that Diego would die, but he still found a fairly useful new body. Kostya was amazed that this uninvited guest had developed a whole plan. He noticed that his consciousness was not a place where the spirit could gain strength and develop. Such impudent treatment from the guy without a drop of fear irritated the parasite. It infuriated him that usually a person a little stronger than a dog dared to lecture him. He knew that this guy's power level was unstable, falling and then rising again. Kostya could not deny all this now, because all his strength had disappeared. That is why he no longer had any mana or any strength left. The guy didn't know at all whether he would be of any use at all without them. The parasite admitted that he is a creature that is capable of controlling all powers. It is also constantly evolving and has the power to accept, absorb, and change various energies. That's why he promised to make sure that Kostya's soul died. The parasite believed that this speech should have impressed our hero. The guy noticed that if the parasite absorbs all his powers, the hero will simply destroy him. He asked the spirit if there was any way for him to restore his imbalance. The parasite laughed and said that the subconscious world would never be a good place to live. The guy's soul was filled with suffering that still captured him. Besides, he did not understand how the hero was going to destroy him with his hands and feet tied. Kostya did not understand what kind of tied hands and feet we were talking about if he could easily remove the ropes. The parasite fell into a stupor that the guy managed to free himself from control so easily. Moreover, Kostya noticed that he had not suffered at all before, as his double believed. The guy replied that his soul is his real fortress, because he is a man. The world of knowledge is just a place that was completely immersed in darkness. It is always and for everyone located approximately somewhere between consciousness and subconsciousness. This is a place that has its own laws of space and time. This is the same world that is completely different from reality. But even in such a complex and secret place, there are absolute laws. These were the laws of imagination, the laws of concentration, and also the laws of faith. The parasite did not understand how an ordinary person could move in the world of the subconscious. He was still trying to resist our hero, being in his body at that time. However, the strength of the parasitic spirit was not enough for this, and the world of the subconscious began to collapse. Dasha bent very low over her friend and tried to shout to him. Kostya came to his senses, lying surrounded by his friends from the world of spirits and people. The guy slowly tried to take a vertical position and rise. The hero tried to laugh it off lightly, but Dasha was frightened by his fall. Kostya felt pretty good and was going to tell his friend about it. However, suddenly a terrible sharp pain pierced his entire body. The world around him seemed to have lost all its colors and suddenly became gray. The keeper said that the guy's heart should be wrapped in some kind of blue clot. He doubted it would start beating again and looked sad about it. The hero looked very shabby and very quietly called the guardian by name. The sky above the guy's head was gloomier than ever at the moment when he asked Karnas for help. A woman ran through a hospital emergency room wearing only her shoe. The owner of the restaurant burst into tears and was on the verge of hysterics. The witch Dasha, who was dressed in hospital pajamas, hurried towards her. The girl looked extremely excited and worried about her named mother. The woman grabbed onto the Crimson Witch's forearms with great strength. She was worried that the girl had been unconscious for 2 days and only called her now. The owner was crying because her son Kostya had also not been in touch all this time. Dasha could not even imagine what this poor thing had to go through. She hugged her mother, trying to calm her down, and promised that she would find Kostya. The woman insisted that if he disappeared again, then she would not be able to bear it again. She still remembered the desperation with which she searched for her son the first time. I remembered the feeling with which I returned every day to an empty, dark, and lonely house. She remembered that very feeling when her life suddenly lost all meaning. Dasha absolutely did not want her mother to relive these dark times again. The girl asked the woman to stop crying and kept promising to find Kostya. She remembered exactly the moment when the guy was put on a stretcher and loaded into an ambulance. First of all, the girl picked up her phone and called Sergey. She reported her problem and asked him to come as quickly as possible. The guy knew that the reporters would act immediately, so he asked the girl to tell him everything she knew. Dasha understood everything, described what had happened, and hung up, angry at Kostya for his action. The tree of peace that grew in the park behind the restaurant was already quite large. Its trunk was powerful, and its wide crown could provide shelter from the burning sun on a hot day. But the greatest power all this time was hidden in the roots of this divine tree. There, somewhere deep underground, among the thick roots, our hero was located. The guy had been in agony for a long time from the very moment he came to his senses. The parasites that took over his body began to absorb all the sins and suffering of their master. With a non-beating heart, he had 24 to 36 hours to live at most. But the most important threat was not even the loss of precious life itself. The parasite was going to first deprive Kostya of all his powers and then take over his body. The hero, of course, should not have had any problems controlling the first one. However, the main snag was precisely the internal energy. Energy that creates a poisonous effect for all living beings that belong to the magical world. Kostya thought that he would use the parasite's magic and could easily stop him. But the more he spent his strength to get rid of the spell, the more his double absorbed it. Even if the guy tried to use them, he would still die. Kostya suggested that the parasite die together if he still wasn't going to retreat. The guy struggled with all his might and desperately asked for help from a familiar guardian. He admitted that he was still too weak to expel the parasite with pure magic. The guardian and other friends of the hero among the spirits were next to him at such a difficult moment. The guy knew that they were well acquainted with his body, and therefore asked them to look at him carefully. When the time comes, they will need to all use their powers at the same time. The guardian sadly replied that the hero's heart could not stand it and explode. Kostya was well aware that it could break into pieces from overload. However, if the guys weaken their strength, then he will not be able to expel the parasite. He imagined for a moment what horror would begin on Earth if he took over his body. The roots of the World Tree tried their best to help our hero in some way. The guy was not very worried because he himself found and raised all these creatures. Just in case, Kostya addressed each of them by name one last time. After this, the place that was hidden under the Tree of the World began to exude an enchanting light. The most crucial moment came, and each of the spirits tried to give all their energy just to save their person. It was a beautiful, clear, and sunny day in the capital of South Korea, Seoul. Sergei was arguing with someone on the phone and trying to get the news to talk about Kostya's disappearance. Dasha and the owner watched as the guy tried to help them and find his brother. The Crimson Witch had been calming the woman as best she could since their reunion. Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard in the backyard of their cute restaurant. The whole company immediately looked around, trying to figure out what it could be. The guys rushed as fast as they could to check the garden, which was located behind the building. The reporters, who were nearby and were waiting for instructions, ran after them. It took our company no more than a few minutes to find the source of the noise. In the backyard, in a huge crater, our hero Kostya lay naked and unconscious. The Crimson Witch was furious that the guy was here while everyone was looking for him. After that, the guys called an ambulance and all went to the emergency center together. The hero was placed in a standard single-type ward, painted white. After some time, Kostya regained consciousness. He was wearing hospital pajamas. His awakening was found by a worried Sergei, a crying mother, and an irritated Crimson Witch. The girl even hit the guy in the stomach right after he opened his eyes. Kostya was puzzled that the girl hit him, but apologized to his mother. Only then did he notice that he was in a new, unfamiliar place. Sergei explained that they transported Kostya to the hospital, which belongs to his guild. The hero was shocked that he could not be found for 3 whole days from the moment he disappeared. The guy could not predict such an outcome, so now he had to come up with an excuse. He pretended that he had forgotten everything and didn't know what really happened. Dasha began to have doubts about the fact that the guy didn't remember anything. Sergei proposed to omit this point for now and promised to ask journalists to take action. The Crimson Witch's strange reaction was very easy to understand. After all, when they found Kostya in the yard, it turned out that the guy had awakened. Our hero could not believe that this really happened to him. He frantically replayed the events in his head and tried to analyze them. The guy realized that after his release he lost consciousness and could not hide his magical power. Dasha said that usually when a person first awakens, he destroys everything around him. The girl called this one of the most possible reasons for that explosion in the garden. Everyone was amazed that the guy was not happy about this, because many dream of waking up in order to protect others. However, Kostya replied that he always wanted to be just an ordinary restaurant worker. And he added to himself that he dreamed of being an ordinary restaurant worker who makes people in the area stronger. He didn't want to be drawn into something like this on his own, which irritated Dasha. The girl noticed that to begin with, he could be a simple observer. And after the amendment, I could go with Sergei to the central headquarters. The witch noticed that she did not get along very well with the central headquarters, so she would prefer to stay with her mother. Sergei was happy with this option, but he insisted that Kostya should at least become an observer. But first, he needed to rest well and recover. Sergei brought his friend a small gift in honor of his awakening and began to rummage through the bags. He took out and placed in front of our hero several black branded bags. It was an expensive brand suit, but Kostya noticed that it was too expensive a gift. The head of the guild did not give up and advised his friend to first open the box and see for himself. What lay inside was not just any standard formal suit. Kostya thought that it was a branded tracksuit from the latest collection. Sergei laughed and said that he simply ordered a new one for his friend, because he always wears the same one. The hero got angry and said that he actually bought all such suits at the market and spent almost 50,000 won on them. In any case, Sergei added that such battle suits are made from high-quality materials from their guild. They prevent magical and physical attacks below level C, such as being shot or stabbed. The clothes were made from recycled spiderwebs from a dangerous spirit. The likelihood of extracting necessary materials from the bodies of magical creatures is constantly increasing, and it is for this reason that it has now become popular to do such things. But this was only a prototype. Bringing such a suit to market would cost several billion. Sergei added that they were going to go to the center tomorrow, and today the guy had to have a good rest. Dasha and the hero's mother also got ready to go out and promised to wait for him at home. The next day, Kostya put on his new suit and noted that it was really very good. It was much better quality than those that the guy had previously bought for himself in the markets. Sergei picked up a friend, and together they went to the central headquarters. The guys arrived at the parking lot, got out of the car, and continued on foot. Suddenly, Kostya stopped not far from the entrance. Something caught his attention. There was a whole crowd of journalists right in front of the main entrance to the building. The guy only now realized that his dream of living unnoticed was gradually evaporating. Reporters immediately noticed the appearance of the guild leader and the new awakened one. They immediately pointed their lenses at them and began filming the arrivals. Kostya was clearly not ready for such close attention to his modest person. He did not understand why so much attention was paid to such an ordinary awakened one. Sergei asked his friend if he really cared so much. Kostya was trembling all over and believed that his reaction was completely justified in such a situation. Sergei added that all this was done in order to find the guy as quickly as possible. The hero's mother and the Crimson Witch were very worried at that time and could not find a place for themselves. Dasha was ready to give up her own treatment and run away from the hospital even barefoot. This explanation calmed our hero a little, but he was still nervous. However, the guy admitted that in such a situation attracting attention was inevitable. Now it was necessary to improvise, which means the hero should like being famous. Kostya still could not accept this state of affairs and continued to get angry. Sergei said that recently awakened ones have been constantly appearing around him. Kostya hoped that his grade was no higher than D, but even so it promised a lot of difficult work. Sergei walked up to the door and put his right hand on the touchpad of the lock. The security system read the necessary information, and the doors swung open. Behind them was a spacious laboratory with a large amount of complex equipment. Kostya was amazed at how quickly the Koreans developed technology. Sergei decided to stay outside and asked his friend to return to him after he was informed about everything. The hero approached a pretty-looking assistant who was supposed to tell him everything. The guy had to change clothes and undergo several examinations using the most advanced technologies. He put on a black suit which was stuffed with all sorts of sensors. In it, he needed to complete several not very difficult tasks. He admitted that all of these technologies were state-of-the-art, but still useless in his situation. His scan data was gradually replenished and uploaded to the server. This took a total of several hours of fruitful work by researchers. Sergei and Diana were amazed that their friend had achieved an A-level rank. They could not believe the results because even such a rank was considered extremely rare in the modern world. Kostya was in prostration because he had only closed some hole with magic. He sincerely believed that he had invested too little of his magical powers to achieve such a high level. Sergei believed that his friend should have been happy with this result and considered himself special. He turned to the assistant and asked what the level of the guy's other characteristics was. The level of magical power reached rank D, the level of mana E, the magic circuit as much as S, and Kostya's specialty was telekinesis. He even asked if such results were erroneous, but he was assured of their accuracy. Kostya asked the reason for such a violent reaction from his dear friend. Sergei replied that telekinesis abilities are not very common. They are considered very ambiguous both in attack and defense. After all, a person needed another substance or object to carry out an attack or defense. Although the guild should provide the necessary weight, it might not be effective. Sergei was upset because such abilities and their provision were very expensive. He compared his friend and adopted brother Kostya to a very small well. Despite its actual size, there was too much water raging in this well. Sergei believed that something like an ultra-modern tap pumping water out of this well should have suited him. This explanation seemed very strange and not entirely clear to our hero Kostya. Sergei was upset because he himself considered his analogy to be very suitable for the situation. Kostya decided not to upset his friend even more and replied that he still understood everything. He only asked the guild leader why he was so surprised by his answer. Sergei explained that awakened people usually have high expectations, but his friend did not have any at all. He explained this by saying that at almost 40 years old, he did not have any special talents, but he could cook something out of it. At that moment, Sergei began to remember his first conversation with his father and sister after waking up. Kostya added with warmth in his voice that now his mother can be proud of her son. All this was very different from the scandal that happened between Sergei and his family. At that moment, he realized the difference between his reaction and his friend's reaction to the same news. The guy looked at his named brother and sincerely said that he thought he was cool. After all, he himself was very disappointed when he awakened and received his level. He had a real hysteria, because back then Sergei dreamed of being an ordinary person. However, the guy decided not to develop this topic further and said that now everything was fine. He offered to accompany Kostya to the exit, after which the hero headed home to the restaurant. Sergei said goodbye to his friend, and he got into the car and went to the main office of the guild. It was a huge building in which the guild's administrative center was concentrated. Sergei went up to the manager's floor and headed to the secretary's desk. The girl called the president of the corporation and said that the representative of the guild, Sergei, had arrived. Madam President asked to take the visitor to her office. Sergei calmly followed the secretary and entered the spacious office. He greeted the president of the Manhwa guild, his own sister. The girl looked very similar in appearance to her brother and joyfully stood up to greet him in return. They hadn't seen each other like this for a long time because it was very difficult to catch the guy. Alexandra invited her brother to sit down, drink coffee, and talk calmly first. Sergei rejected her offer because he came here to apologize to the girl. For Alexandra, such a statement from her brother came as a complete surprise. It took the guy a lot of strength to pull himself together and come to her. Their father was the best CEO in the country, and their daughter exceeded all his expectations. The guy recalled those dark times that came after the death of their mother. Sergei believed that 3 years ago, even if the world had turned upside down, he and his father would not have blinked an eye. He admitted that deep down, he sincerely considered his father and sister to be magnificent people, unlike himself, who could not correctly perceive the death of his beloved mother. Therefore, he always looked at their backs and envied them, and they were always busy with something. When Sergei had just woken up, at first he was very happy about it. But then he received the lowest level, which is why he said a bunch of harsh and disgusting words to his family, for which he now asked for forgiveness. The sister just laughed in response to his sudden statement and relaxed. She was very happy to see how her little 10-year-old brother began to grow up. The girl suddenly became very serious and said that she would now reveal a secret. In fact, he and his father also could not bear the death of their mother and wife. This statement amazed Sergei, because all his life he had been sure of the opposite. Alexandra added that if you are always busy, then there is simply no time left to think about sad things. She tried hard to fill the void in her heart after losing her mother and also asked her brother for forgiveness. Although Sergei was an ordinary person, he was by no means an eccentric for them. The girl said that she was very proud of her brother, just like their father. Sergei asked why the girl apologized to him, but she replied that she had wanted to do this for a long time. The guy admitted that he had heard many people call him a disgrace to their family. The secretary entered the office and said that she was about to start a meeting. Although Alexandra said to cancel it, the man still arrived at it. It turned out to be the famous doctor of science himself, named Vladimir Sin. Sergei asked his sister not to worry, because he came without warning just to talk and was about to leave. He told Alexandra not to cancel her meeting with the PhD because of him. Sergei's older sister thought for a while about what would be best for her to do now. The girl was going to have lunch with her brother, so she offered to meet the guests together. Sergei was glad for this influx of kindred feelings, but felt a little awkward. They asked the secretary to go and invite Doctor of Sciences Vladimir to enter. He turned out to be a middle-aged, pleasant-looking man with glasses. He extended his hand to Sergei and said that he was pleased to meet him. The doctor admitted that lately he has often met famous personalities. He came today to say that this time, he decided to adjust the prototype development schedule. Its external form was already ready, so the doctor thought that testing the sample could have been done earlier. Only it was difficult for him to give an exact time because the artificial intelligence system was unstable. Alexandra noted that their group has been providing his laboratory with all the necessary materials for a long time. However, the supply of living material from magical creatures is constantly dwindling. No matter how exactly they know the makeup of humans, it is impossible to create new humans through technology. The laboratory came to the conclusion that 100 of the artificial intelligences had human intelligence. Therefore, the doctor proposed changing the current plan to improve the artificial intelligence system and using spirits. He added that after the contract between the magical creature and the spirit was signed, Great efficiency was observed during their work together. Alexandra objected that in this case, their situation could only get worse. That is why Vladimir came to the president today to ask for her permission. The girl replied that she first needed to contact the general director. After Vladimir left, Alexandra looked very exhausted and tired. Sergei suggested we go have lunch and unwind a little before going to see our father. He promised to call the restaurant he frequents and book a table for them. The girl liked this idea and asked her secretary to cancel the previous reservation. Of course, Sergei had his dear friend's restaurant in mind when he invited his sister to have lunch with him. And Kostya received a message from the head of the guild that he would soon bring a very important person to his establishment, and tried to guess who it would be this time.